In fact, the people who use that term, they know what it means. They can raise their kids. They raise their kids. Councilman Rodriguez stood by the reward club. This start off with easier for them to continue to break into their system skills and create a bigger public safety. As a teacher, Officials say the crew and the police were in perfect force to examine the airport where they said the portable cameras were placed in the place. Along with Putin is also saying they shot down an American drone in the region that the U.S. has not acknowledged the state. Has been raised by experts against the U.S. as the country's 20th president. The 2024 presidential greatness project expert survey was conducted from November to December last year. It included independent scientists and lead of the American Political Science Association. President Biden was ranked the 14th best president, with Woodrow Wilson Ronald Reagan and Ulysses Grant. Former President Obama was ranked 7th, while former President Trump grabbed the win. We are going to the fourth term. You're looking to say yes? But make you a cash offer. No need for a cash. The show is available. Right? The close in place. And the bottom cash. The bottom is it. And now we're going to a $10,000 event for the week. Check out the reviews online. Call for more individual offer. 888-321-IGers. 888-321-IGers. 888-321-2747. Sellers is money.com. ViralRabbi 0964655.
It's like a straight community for God. It's cross protection. And everybody's upset. It's not how it is in engagement. It's guys that are cross protection. How does it like no one's getting arrested? Like, is that can prostitutes get arrested? Because you think there's some less than probably less than one for all purchase. There's no like doesn't have to be cleaned up. Like people clean up regularly. It's a big part of society. How many people cleaned up regularly? Right? Like artists that were like really into drugs, less time. Kitchens will be available. The 1 to 6 will be on the way from 1 to 4. Kitchens available for all. Counties in Southern California. LA County, San Bernardino, Ventura, and San Diego County. We're not here for now. Entering the 100 centers from the Bell Road. This will greatly revise actual employment and all other things. It starts causing felonies and it says death. They're going to get into criminal consequence. It comes from his mother. If they kill somebody, and they arrest you, and you'll be given a trial. Prison or is the way it used to be. And seriously, you can feel the blood in one store. It's a wonderful, it's a very no chance of robbery. It's an on video. Quite entertaining. It's 2 robbers cleaning the tellers, and it takes away this gunshot from the air. They did get a good head. And this happened in Riverside, and the police department has to crash. Yes, this is another example of a small business fighting back. We don't really see this with the local retailers, but we can see it with the small retailers that, hey, we can't afford to put these lots of working fight back as people come in and start stealing things. And that's exactly what happened at Geneva Jewelry. This is a family-run jewelry store. In a really nice little shopping center in Riverside, two thieves entered the store. It sounds like they were taking out the place. Because what happened was a woman entered the store through one of those doors in a lot of jewelry stores in California got auto locked when the customer walked in. So these guys bolted in into the front open, and once they tried, and it's all on video, they just started throwing, drugs. It was a customer that they followed in, the woman, freaking out on video. She runs to the door, but because it's one of those doors that's auto locked, she actually pulled it open. So she's stuck in the TV. So she starts running to the back of the store. The owner was in the back there with the truck. She fired a shot into the floor, and you know exactly when he does this in the video that I'm sure you watched over and over again, because you can see these two dudes like, and what they're doing is getting to the back of the store. Exactly. So the owner fired another shot towards them. One takes over the window as they're exiting the store, and one of the thieves fell on the way to a getaway from it. It sounds like they did those because the jewelry store owner successfully swearing these two guys out. They did make it off with thousands of dollars worth of jewelry. They are still on the run. That's what Riverside Police Officer Ryan Wells tells me the store owner has not been charged because store is showing them because using them requires the same requirements as police officers. If you feel that your safety or the safety of someone else's or that you're around is an immediate danger, reduce your fire. You need to make sure that you justify the facts and the evidence for doing it. So just as speculation,
Weather can pay off all the rain and flooding with the thunderstorms and lightning. And this forecast is a massive storm. Sometimes on this road, it really focused on the forecast to the south and the north of the area.
that was back in the day. Paparazzi. If you believe in people's rights, right to do something right to do. If you want to be so the only way it would ever be okay is if she made it clear that she was willing to have sex with anybody. This was her choice. She did it. Then people heard her. Even then, they'd be mad at you. Really bad for sex. Fucking disgusting piece of shit. You're supposed to pretend that you don't want to have sex with her, but be willing to pay for it. It would only be okay in everyone's eyes if it was true. Think about something about sex you never is a fact. We all know that sex trafficking is like divorce possible because it's a sex. That was the thing that they kept them. False accusation against that. It's just Jesus Christ. I got a bunch of years ago. So he goes to this place, just like hookers. And then you got real trouble. They were saying they were sex. Turned out that wasn't the case. It was just things in church. Those are back
What up, Pimp? How you living? What is it, baby? How you doing? What up, Adele? Long time no see. What's new? Maybe someday, man. What is that? Snuff? Right.
also Timberland, international American program. That's all to the recording. The American team will find out road new television available on Patrick International. In Pomona, 57 American Washington, it looks like the library is still going to be going for you know that. Can you confirm for the first time that sign for the night meeting? Telephone phone for readers and on demand. How do you read? And they learn to know the government concerns that you know.
I'm just making accounts, listening to you guys. How are you? I'm good. What are you doing, Daddy? I love it. I love that meme. Dude, I will be in anybody's. Just buy me a camera. I'm gonna answer you for the third time. It overheats my account when I have too many in one. So essentially, I have certain devices that can be in certain rooms. And if I have it in there for like a day, it'll overheat the camera. So it's inconvenient for me to just have it on there. Why don't you stop being a cheap ass and buy me a camera and I'll stream in your fucking account from now until the cows come home? Answer that question, Anatoly. No, don't attack me personally. Answer my question. Answer my question. I want to do it. That's the thing. You tease me with it. I want to do it.
is sending workers to other facilities to make in-car pickups and SUVs. One quick perspective, some change with a little bit of software. Reality show. And there's a few months where there was a possibility for EVs. And then everyone realized how hard it is to get around and stay cars. And which is huge. And you can put this thing in. Last summer, here, started growing. They had EVs starting to launch stores, General Motors, Volkswagen.
So fast,
They were downsizing prices. They were spending money like mad. Guess what? How much they spending? $4.7 billion last year. This year, it's going to be $5 to $5.5 billion. $10 billion in 2 years on electric vehicles. When did that happen?
jumped on top of sugar
And the still chief executive, Jim Farley, who was Mr. Whitewater, for years, said there's been a seismic change in the last 6
up
months.
close like this, so they fought these kind of fights like this, and they clinch total fucking chaos
And
kind
look
of
at
fighting,
the
which favors
pandemic
Durant.
pandemic
You know,
era.
Durant was just a horrendous long arm, man. Yeah. So it's impressive to them. Fucking hooking him and pushing him against the ring, staying in his face. He's not giving him any chance to move. Opposition.
And they're telling a lot of the Wall Street investors, this is the greatest year.
Amazing fight.
GM says,
Historic fight. One of the greatest boxing matches ever. Just chaos. This shit might not have taken a chance. It was like the public never was going to be tried to stuck to that spot and stayed on him. And after it's over, Durant still pushed him away. He's like, get the fuck away from me. After the fight was over, Durant was still mad. Great head. I gotta wrap this up, Jerry. I love Oh shit, Atlanta, I love that question. That's why I think the special. Oh shit, yeah, go bring the shots. Yeah. I love it too. This is because these shows will make the right choice tonight. I win.
They knew the battery life wasn't there. They knew the range wasn't there. They knew all of this. Somehow the head of school just got stupid and used $2 billion. Look at me. This is a purified, all-out experience, all-out education. How did you get $10 billion and an idea that it was obvious everything? What kind of government job you took about 25 years ago? So far, February, he received about 8.3 individual. Well, open water district here in Grand County these days. The water collected at China Dam being released downstream. It helps to capture about 26,000 acre feet of water. No, enough water to serve the entire city of Kansas for years. In fact, this latest storm hit Kentucky's water collection badly on the water because of the hit for $16 billion in water. We're encountering urban consumption It is given our infections that is not occur. It is approved for people 1 year of age and up to life-threatening food allergies, and it does lower the risk of anaphylaxis, which is a life-threatening allergy. Signification reading glasses. Yeah, I mean that. But that's another child that starts to fill out and starts with the laser light motion exam. The laser light motion exam. It's a laser, measures your eyes over 1,000 times and perfectly maps your vision. And I would give you a laser light motion exam if you were one of the first 14 products. I can't tell you what's the matter. Okay, you do the laser exam and then you do the procedure. China, and there's no problem. You look at all them and you see successful. It's just unreal. You want to take 14,000 schedule and laser light laser exam and you'll get it for free. So call them and get the number 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. as a criminal the third time you get caught. Another provision, if you get caught with one, you get a tip. You get zero, or you get two. This is what we did for 2014. Now, after that, you get two. And the third thing is taking responsibility. It's like the children in the system is, now it's going to be nice. You catch yourself thinking there with an official warning saying, next time you catch yourself thinking, your customer finds you go to prison for murder. Look, there's a three basic things that need to happen. We saw examples out there on the riverside of the region, right? To city up when the police and men and cameras. So, the real alcohol is very wrong. These rich children and child marriage that went on yes. We finally fixed Part 47. And we don't make a lot of child marriage on that as well. Another thing on the back that we've been telling you about is this. That's English. Measure HLS. It's only in the valid in all the time. Measure HLS. It imposes legal plans to bicycles. Now, you know how bad it is driving on LA City streets? On the streets in LA County? So this is Measure HLS. This is a city referendum. So if you live in the city of Los Angeles, go down to street below. 3 lanes will be 2 lanes, 2 lanes will be 1 lane. It's bicycles. It's bicycles. It's children. It's bicycles. How old are you? These people came on the San Francisco 7 years ago. The house did talk about that and children and Ken and all that is. Well, the city administrative officer for Los Angeles at the time of that building, and then they issued a 12-page written report which said this idea is going to cost over $3 billion in the next 10 years. Here's how it works. Every time the city would do something like a repaving project on a city block, there'd have to install bike lanes and maybe curbing and other computers and infrastructure things. This creates traffic. This backs up traffic. When we were fighting the road diet in Canada alone, we saw about all kinds of getting through miles of traffic. It's a terrible idea. It's punishment. It's meant to be punished. They know it's going to impact traffic. These bicycle advocates from now want to impact them. They are treated by some local down in New York State. These are apparently one of the members of the bicycle of the climate. Well, the city administrative officer, Matt Jobot, said, $23 billion, we can't afford that. We're going to have to take away from our road construction project. So not only will the project be co-funded by a new bike lane, which is planned to be funded by 3 private islands built on the road. Palestinian birds, they haven't even taken money. What's wrong? There's no other fair traffic and make it confusing every time. It's the truth. There's no reason to think roads for bicycles. It's sad. It's like a fair idea. You guys don't know about that. And even when the folks who get the really getting news to the story on this, and they said the 336 people killed in traffic two-thirds pedestrian. How many of those people are homeless? The dropping off mental patients going on the street? And what kind of building did they say? I said this before. The increase in homeless people has led to the increase in pedestrian traffic because trucks, trains, cars, rickshaws, and mass payphones following with capital A. They were just flying like crazy. And they don't even know them anymore. They don't even know cars are running by. It's not only for mental patients running around the street that caused the increase in pedestrian deaths. Most of them have their health. Most of them have their own shit later. Why do we have nobody get phone calls? Because we don't have homeless people in the world today. Every time you run down to a restaurant, somebody moves too slowly in restaurants. This is the same homeless thing. Traffic moves too slowly in restaurants. They're going to make it move even slower. People get run down in the evening. They drove up. It's hard to see. They're expecting mental patients to be followed around the street. That's where they get hit. Probably by construction. They prevent no one makes it right. And it's each of them. And it's going to cost over $2 billion. And not just food, because that's the bill is really high. My production leader, she's growing at the same time. Yes, I'm ViralRabbi. And this is nuts. We started getting and screaming about this before. Yeah, what is going to keep pushing things down here? This one I'm talking about right now. Please put my music. At the same time, inside housing unit, they help people like you and me. They said it's $2 billion in various facilities. And they're offering you, honestly, up to $10,000 from one of several occupied homes. All you have to do is give us that 855 Provide safety. Provide safety. As soon as you qualify for up to $10,000 and go to service. It's 855 gold IRA. 855 gold IRA.
Archaeological clues are relevant on the screen of your mobile. Use promo code iPad in Rappi app for $20 off your first pay value. Some days start with radio calling or face-to-face group conversation. This is really to extend the station to so much more industry. Now you can know what sales make a difference to someone else. The service plans are huge extra time similar to the stay with you. The techniques of the background person will help you to your people at the time. You can do the collaborate the first time. You can do the 1,500 plus. So we have to order to stand for my friend. So we need to work with training and family. And I found a way that all of the things to be for raising kids. So if you need a hint, remember, insurance makes a difference to your family. Call for the kids. The number is 832-777-7777 or find us online at serviceplans.com. Visit PacificCoastTerminals.com, call 800-PACIFIC.
What's up, Square Crypto? Hell yeah, man. I understand.
see Robert, I didn't want to a car. Like, sure, and say if I knew.
And if you thought about it, we gained rapidly the findings that a parent who called the daughter of Rebecca's boyfriend to testify in her murder trial for Cameron Boyd to the third and his right ear.
The Dallas Mays former Dodger pitcher Fire said Eddie did different the night of the death in 2020. National spokesman testified Sunday that Erickson threatened her not to say anything about him being his athlete and sounded angrily about why Rebecca Grossman didn't just completely flee the scene. The defense has consistently claimed Erickson hit the boy first, but investigators have testified only the gruesome death in Fire was the thing. Testimony continues tomorrow as jury deliberations can start by the end of the week. Oregon Cartoons News.
And the entire California coast area from San Diego to all the Oregon state advisory, cyclone Hurricane Batman for heavy rain and ice destroyer activated, which can make roadways unable to secure traffic lanes.
The city was dead. Right after it's becoming unnavigable. So we can't spend people going.
May says about 37 million people have been affected by the 47 Bay Area that were washed outside of Highway 84 and only the Franklin California are positive. Two people in Colorado have been arrested and connected with the discovery of a boy's body at Lake Eastern Group in Boyd Bay in San Francisco, city of Pueblo, Tabasco. The police remains that found a storage unit was used inside a metal container filled with concrete, and that it seemed cleared out because items hadn't been paid. Police later found the boy actually placed in a compact bag of scrap metal, and when they lifted him, both of them were $10 million. Wisconsin's Democratic governor signed his legislative master plan. The Democrats say the signing of the 2026 legislature and part of the Wisconsin declared for more than a decade. Governor Tony Abbott has promised to run for mayor. He has Democrats on the foot of being seats in the state assembly or senate under the new law, which will be placed for the November election. Scott Martin State today was a Department State Southland weather compared to a northern tonight. Highs in the late 60s for metro LA, the beaches.
Have I seen any good? What kind of movies? No, not recently. How about you? You mean like Waking Life? Oh, how was that?
All you need to do is give me an officer call, 23 years, 22 extra information here, absolutely free. Explain all the things that you want, and you don't have to pay for it. All you have to do is your premium pay for it. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700. How are you doing? I'm doing great. You can inspire you still. I can't see coffee, paper, street stop, and the homeless and the criminals and the toxic and at least the first stop that's right in the ship. Yeah, this is absolutely necessary. This is a must from unfortunately November is going to be a must miss. Talk about what it's like to start with changes the way we see stuff. Yeah, so right now you can still $150 per input. I mean, not just in the graph, but you can go from store to store, take your calculator with you, and make sure you don't feel like you have to drop it, and you will not be charging the phone to go get it. So I can make you, and we don't put people in jail anymore for misdemeanors, even if they're violating the law. So the first do it, the jail is what we have. So that's going to take it a while. And also, significantly, not only the economy of California, because we've lost $8 billion in revenue from processing in the last year. Here's a $8 billion of stock. $8 billion? I mean, that's the truth. I'm going to be honest, I think it's quite a bit more. Because I think the fears have just given up. They don't have the tax processes anymore. I don't think they're reporting everything. So I'm guessing it's significantly more, but that's just going to be figured out. But you know what? I mean, I have the same thing, right? It really is mostly hard to sort to say, okay, so it could make neighborhoods fall into depression. You lose your TV out, you lose your phone, you grocery, you lost the grocery store in that didn't have a whole lot of grocery stores, but they just couldn't stay open because they lost so much in sales. And now people have trouble finding food. And there are implications to both wage income, into the livability of neighborhoods and the living in the neighborhood. You should be able to have it in a grocery store, a convenience store, or a drugstore. That should be part of basic civilization and not having to close up because all these stupid kids are running around stealing games. I mean, I understand. This is totally ridiculous. It's good. But this proposition, every time we get caught stealing stuff, it's a problem, right? And I love, I'm sure everybody reading the now is that the first two times you get out of free again. The third time you have mandatory treatment. And the fourth time you take the fine. This is to cut my language. And then I'm talking about the stealing. First time you get fined for stealing.
What up, Ben Tully? How you doing?
Never approach or touch a ground wire or anything in contact with it, and never put out a fire near a ground wire. Stay away and call 911. Learn more at SCE.com/stay safe. If you like using debit on your phone, please be also get rewards for now you can use a simple transaction. It's the second time that we work every one with $10 on holiday purchases with no fees. Daily coupons, eligibility, and terms are discovered in Samsung's contract with the President Association. Let's use it. Because no two people speak the same. Only the 800 smartphones that each choose to use your partner's app with your 800 service. The climate 360 smartphone is so smart, it can cool the room from 13 degrees on either side to your ideal frequency. Stay pregnant for a second. Save 50% on 800 smartphone. Let's stay on delivery when you're out 7 days. Thanks now. The finest store near you with the 800 smartphone. in any other state, any other country in the world. Because the limit on the list is free healthcare. You come to California, you step 1 foot in, you get free healthcare. You get released. Yes, they pass that next year. And you go California. Now, the liquid storage law is currently its own law Chinese immigrants who are finally up in Mexico on the Mexican side, putting their feet and walking down a narrow path on the U.S. side of the mountain. He's watching them at a long distance and use a super zoom lens to try to track what the zoom is. And a lot of them from China, some are from Kazakhstan, Syria, Turkey, African nations, and the greatest percentage of illegal aliens are now Chinese. In fact, this is 2022 data. And at the time, these are the illegal aliens that they found. Number one country was China at 13.5%. Number two, El Salvador. Number three, India. Then Guatemala, Honduras, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Russia. Mexico was in the top 10, but only 3%. You're only down to those most of the border countries were Mexico. Now, the largest group is from China. And there were lots of Chinese coming over the border out of Honduras. And one told the reporters would put us in one of the communists. And the guy said, take the money. That's exactly, take the money. Good thinking to find things with that for this. This is the largest group of Chinese that have you trust the Chinese government about sending satellite over? Across the border in Washington State? What's going to happen in this country now if we got 37,000 Chinese garbage came over in fiscal year 2024. The 2024 fiscal year started October the 1st, and 20,000 more have come. So now we're looking at 57,000 from the last year and a half. This is a historic rate of Chinese numbers. But I'm sure the Chinese government doesn't have a clue. Toby Thomas is a congressman in Texas, and he said he's asked different agencies why some groups of migrants go to one place and others go elsewhere. It depends which part of because the pipeline. Here it is Sonora, pipeline controls the operations of some Chinese from California, Arizona corridor. That's half of it. The other half is where's the population going to go? Since there's already large populations of Asian Americans in California, that's why they have it there. More people. Obviously, they do more comfortable. Some are just regular people. Others, they've never got a criminal gun in this China from El Salvador or Honduras. Why? And there's 13 gun members coming. What are the Chinese saying? And what are the terrorist movements that say? And what are the interesting? What are they do? And the way I get through that. And they do. They put them away. And there's a line, highway container, fence line, Roscoe Drive, circles, that's what they do. Eagle Pass used to be 4,000 a day. Take it seriously and make them feel that you put it on public. I know one people just come. You it's all on your every. to invade Gaza, and they're going farther and farther south, pushing into southern Gaza. And that's where a lot of the Palestinians are from. They're from north to south. Now the Israelis have come to the south, and the Palestinians don't have a good direction to go to. Because we're sealed inside. Obviously, it's not going to plug up Israel. And you're not going to go to the west of the waters, south of Egypt. So they're built an 8-square-mile walled enclosure in the Sinai Desert near the border. 100,000 people could be accommodated in the camp. It's surrounded by concrete walls, far away from any Egyptian settlements. Large numbers of tents have been delivered. Let me tell you, this is an area that makes sense. For all the refugees and all the homeless people around, we want to be able to take this. So, this fortified cover and the fortified tent, it's 150 yards. So it's in the desert. So that maybe a year, Egyptian farms and cities. So Egypt has nothing to do with refugees coming over the border. And in fact, they've been accused of Israel for decades. And they say no peace that Israel has a problem with thousands of Egypt. So it's fascinating because some of the rest of the world is demanding justice for the Palestinians. But no one country wants to take them. Nobody wants to take them. No one wants. Jordan doesn't want them. Lebanon doesn't want them. Something else. So in other news, we were talking about this guy, that big guy in the red shirt. They grabbed him for the shooting in Kansas City, the Super Bowl victory parade. Well, they've identified him, and he has nothing to do with the shooting. Yeah, he was all over the news. He was all over the news, and he didn't look like suspect number one. This hospital guy, Jason Lattimore is his name. He's a red sweatshirt, and the police found him after that shooting arrested. Photos and videos were all over the internet, all over television, and the caption claimed he was one of the gunmen. He was not. At a press conference Saturday, he said, I was just enjoying myself like everybody else, so I flew right in. I had nothing to do with any of it. I was not out to harm anybody. I was just enjoying the parade. The exception is drink, and the securities are being intoxicated and not leaving anything to crime scene. So the cops went after him. According to his attorney, the alarm incident, Mr. Gibson had several drinks, and so did a half dozen other people, including some of the chief's players. The traffic criminal doesn't make you a mass shooter. He was released without a citation or a formal arrest. So, because he was identified online as being one of the shooters, you know what happened? He said, the lawyer saying he was wrong, he's about to make a crime. So what kind of, get the truth out there, say his name, say his life. That poor lady, there was a lot of people, I'm surprised hopefully for everyone in the city. Some of the police have said right away that they had nothing to do with the shooting, or that they suspected it. My guess is because probably because the suspect was lying and talking on the court, possibly that they were thinking this was going to happen. Yeah. I wonder if he did. If he resisted any sort of way that made them sit him down on the floor with his arms around his neck. He wasn't moving away fast enough from the crime scene. Although usually somebody who shoots up a crowd does move away. So he was, I guess they just wanted to clear him out of the way, and he did. And he didn't know the crime kicked in. Probably just confused what was going on. I mean, when people aren't serious, none of us are wired to understand what's going on when there's sports flying everywhere, people joking, and everyone's screaming. And then there's this sport. You know, street fight. So we're just street in London, and they wear turbans, and they're going to be allowed to ride without him. It's just Sunday go past. The Sunday member has the loudest story that proposed the clip to the religious attention to truth. Because the prosecutor tried to run out of this protocol passed in the 1990s. Continue to privilege the law, same time, respecting the real thing is, the system has to have anything wrong in that. I don't think they should, man. I don't think they should, actually. We're coming up to the next who are immediately released from the night and are kept together. Small silences easily each specific point serious, sensitive, constantly sensitive, schedule your friends to make the 823-7730, 7777 to find us online at
How are you, baby? What's new? Please check what? What'd you say, my man? Mr. Ames, can someone give me a Yiddish translator? What's going on? Can you repeat that, please? I need one. Because my Yiddish is obviously lacking. What are we saying here, dog? What do you need? Something PV? Help me here. Mr. AMA, we're listening to. Can you please repeat what you're saying? The world may never know. Squirrely Crypto, what do you think he was saying? I think so. I think he said that Sprotos and HPOS 10I are going to moon. That's what my Yiddish translation determined from that conversation. That's right. We got Bong Raker in here. Bong Raker, how you living? Bong Raker, we hope you're doing well. Bong Raker is OG, member of HPOS 10I, if you're not familiar. Hey, Bong Raker, you know I'm going to be on a podcast on Wednesday? Oh, here he is, Mr. AMA. Please tell us what you were saying again. That's okay. So you were telling us something. Please say it again. Okay, so you have a big community, a Persian group, correct? Oh, very well. So you want to get hooked up with somebody in our community to do an AMA? Oh, okay. You mean like direct message? Okay. Hey, Bong Raker, can you hear me? Do you know if this is something that in which you'd be interested, or perhaps more light? All right. Well, Bong Raker bounced, and our man Mr. AMA bounced. So maybe there's something in the private messages. So I think my man thought PV is DM or private message or direct message or something.
fourth time, you're going to first. And somebody's got me when you're talking to them, you're nervous. And you get searching for a long time. And that's much of what used to be the way. So you're in competition from 1 to 6. You're going to do the broadcast from 1 to 4 on the channel last four. Back to the ball exit. You're on the channel. And you're in a position for Saturday, Sunday, again, the other side, San Diego, and Texas. Now, I don't know if this is going to become a thing or not. You hear about this from time to time. Sometimes these kids are comedy. But there is a group of countries online led by a guy who calls himself the Congo Ram. He claims that he and other truckers will stop making deliveries in New York City. He cites a specific test case that says that once, and he's supposed to pay $350 million. And this guy, Chicago Ray, says, I've been on the radio talking to drivers for the past hour. I'm talking to some drivers. They don't stop refusing roads to New York City starting on Monday. And I don't know if they're representing much of the protest. But he's getting a lot of media coverage. I don't know how far across the country this is. How many truckers are going to start denying roads to New York City? But I'll tell you what, you have to ride and find out. The bosses aren't going to care if you deny the roads. You'll just go somewhere else. You know, I think driving this to get to New York City with one of those connectors, man, F that. He says 95% of truckers support Trump. And when he posted these views, like the view right before the Australian time, 50,000 likes. And they wonder why. They wouldn't have anything in the world. How do I say that? I'll try to find my age pretty well. I get you. No. Who do we have on this? They got 5 points. It's the only city that does a news story before the rain starts. You know, it's millions everywhere else. It's not, you know, Mark Food had before I the price there. So you can't use that offering. You got to go another The perfect time, 2 hours, 48 minutes. And the Daytona 500 is like driving from Burbank to Vegas and back. That's almost exactly 500 miles. 2 hours, 2 hours and 48 minutes. That's all right. And Vegas and back. If you put that in half, that's 1 hour and 24 minutes to get to Vegas. I pulled over. You know those idiots that I got pulled over on the motivator with my buddy got pulled over usually really fast anyway. And I pulled off the car about a mile ahead to be thinking of the house to catch up to me. And the cop comes to me and says, and so I assume that they pass all the way so they turn around and bike on everybody. Looks like everybody else.
Here's Anthony challenge to the fast in 1910.
Every other city, to get a kind of TV on and say we might be getting radio. If you live in a village, it could not be a word, you should try watching acting on Beverly Glenn and the Unitarians. I know we have an offering on the 405 Anyway, yeah, because they forgot to raise their arm to that, and it's going to investigate what happened and prove that it's serious. Well, yeah, they just they gave it a look through and said, no, they said that's okay. I don't want to be the first call over that, but I will bring it. And then they had these things where like, yeah, I'll give it a week or two. Here's how you guys have it. Well, we got the story coming in. It's a big deal. We'll talk about it. People like the stories. You know, people like the stories. We're trying to, bring it in. What's last in affair. Been trying that whole hard. Getting a camera, learned it, knowledgeable than that to do. Over 30 million people on Club Live. Which is ridiculous. We talked about there's 20 million people in California and 30 million on Club Live. Seems like a lot of people. Seems like a lot of people. We're live. Welcome to live. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. We got 2 more days of this stream, so we're live on KFI. We're outside. Your contact in California State University system, and your inside parents that send you to a parent button on state questions. Once you have relevant test system, like the University of Teacher FE testing open daily and Friday morning at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, and the NBA All-Star Game is reached Minneapolis with a record 211 points scored by one team in the Eastern Conference yesterday, only 3 teams shy of 400 total with those teams. Game played yesterday in Minneapolis. Congrats in Minneapolis.
Now, what's going on here is that Voldemort among the white cultivators off of Reddit news logged off. This is coming out from the 14th of Congress. About right now, the name is coming until the 29th of this month. And it's going to the right now. Voldemort is all the way from the 102 freeway. It's affecting the fellow bikers down from the 118 and the 210 westbound. Here's what goes on there. Here's what goes on there. Okay, that's iron fire.
We appreciate it. I'm Tommy. This is very quiet right now. I'm here saying, yes, we're seeing that there's all the other things, but yes, we're living that fast. You know, cross and look at this model is really in good shape. Also, I just checked our work. 91 eastbound, wide open from the beginning of the freeway at the 110 all the way to Colorado before you see some slowing. I never see it like that. Look, this extra model stuff to the river south from there, not bad at all. Nice open lane and clear up all on the side.
Come up on this thing. How close you get faster? I want to like mine.
65 driving, here's what segment with Texas Center. But up next, the fourth win over the Cougars today. Dr. Sarasota County continued to progress from over Children, tracking the 3-1 of the first title in Conference of
How you living, Keith? That's what I like to hear, baby. I'm well, thank God. Just making Twitter accounts. I have over 1,900 Twitter accounts. Absolutely. And I have a robot that makes them automatically follow people. How are things with you? How are things with you? How are you? Wow. There you go. Well, we'd love to have you. Absolutely. Where are you right now? Oh, very nice. That's right. I have a lot of people. I use German VPNs because your privacy laws are probably some of the best in the world. And so all of the accounts that I use to follow people on Twitter, a lot of them focus on German people, and just because of the VPN. And you should read what people say about me in German. It's so funny. Yeah. And they say it about once every 2 hours or so. I'll read them to you. Just one moment. So, and I'm also going to show you my robot. So, just one moment. I just have to do, I'm in the middle of creating an account and I want to finish it. So, with that said, what do you do for a living? Yes. Oh, very nice. I understand what you're saying. That, that's right. Hey, what's going on, Anatoly? Anatoly, have you ever seen the movie The Blues Brothers? Yes. You're gonna spy on her? I'm ready for you. I don't want to interrupt Anatoly though. Anatoly sounds like he's got a good time planned. So Anatoly, are you gonna really try to save these dogs tonight? Are you gonna try to save the dogs tonight? Would she do it riding a bike with the dogs? Would she do it riding the bike with the dogs? I don't think you can hear me. I don't know. Tell him. Anatoly. Can you hear me? Correct. Yes. Do you think you could get a picture of this girl riding her bike with the dogs? Can you hear me? Do you think you can get a picture of this girl riding her bike with the dogs in the bikini? Oh, that's bullish. That could go viral. What kind of alcohol did you buy her? What'd you get? All right, that was. What's Cooley got here? What is this? A Pilsner? Very nice. All right, Cooley, you ready to see the robot? Here we go. So you're gonna see a pink hand that just follows people, and it's very smart. It knows when to click the button by OCR, optical character recognition, and bitmap recognition as well. It's a bot, yeah. So like my hands are here, and I'm not having to do anything. And then watch. So it follows 3,200 people an hour, and it switches the account. So watch it switch the account. It clicks up there in the corner, and then it clicks down here, and then just goes to the next one. No, I don't have to do that program. Yeah. So what it does is it follows 30 people, then it switches the tab and follows another 30 people. It follows up to 400 people per account per hour, which equates to 3,200 people an hour. So you'll see it switch tabs now, and then it just keeps on going. Pretty seamlessly. It's like magic. You're right. That is what it is. So if you want to know what this does for me, I'll tell you. So just 1 moment, and I'm going to read to you. So over the course of the past 2 months, I have had perhaps hundreds of people tweet about me from very big accounts to small accounts, and they tweet about me once every, I would say, 4 or 5 hours. And so the latest person said, now here's the thing. There's one person on here who tweets about me like once an hour. They tweet about me all the time. And so I don't count that person. But this is what they say. So I stopped following one person. I started focusing my follows on Israel and like Germany, other countries outside the United States, because I had just been following the same people in the United States. Okay, so this is what this person says. I'm not getting a follow from the ultra spammer ViralRabbi in the last 72 hours. There's a reason for that. I haven't been following this one person. Maybe support did the right thing and removed all of his 1,000 harassing accounts. I hope so. 1,000 plus harassing accounts. If you get a new follow from this abuser, please let me know. We've built a pretty case with this thread. Next one is someone says something in Hebrew, and somebody laughs at it. So essentially, the person said, "Who is this rabbi who keeps following me?" And somebody has laughed at that. Now the next person says, "Viral rabbi is now sexy rabbi." Uh, Basically, what they say is he can have up to 5 accounts per email. I've tried reporting him on YouTube because he tells people if you follow him, he'll make you a trillionaire. If he loses his YouTube, he might start needing to advertise on X. Another person says, super spammer report and block viral rabbi, sexy rabbi, etc. How many thousands of accounts does this twerp have on Twitter/X? Next person says, right, right, I'm just a follower. Exactly. Viral Rabbi is still spitting out annoying spam accounts. Next person says, most of Viral Rabbi's thousands of accounts are following me, but he keeps spewing out this garbage. I bet he holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the most accounts created on X. Next one, somebody writes, I think Viral Rabbi is the biggest spam artist on Twitter. The next person says, he created over 1,000 accounts under various handles. Many Bible rabbi are following me. Look forward to another 1,000 starting with Sexy Rabbi. Then they have some people who have said something in German. So I'll tell you what they said in German. It says, so now that, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, no, no. Nature is very important. Absolutely. Take it in. Take it in. So, um, just one moment. Oh wow, there's another one here from German. This one just happened 3 hours ago. All right, this person says, "What is this bullshit with this Rabbi Rothschild? I've already blocked at least dozens of accounts, and new ones follow me every day. That's annoying. Do you have that too?" And then somebody replies in German, an hour ago. They write, "I also had about 10 strange accounts that followed me. I have no idea what they get out of it when they follow me." That's the translation from German. That was 1 hour ago. Next person, um, this person wrote 7 hours ago in German. So one moment, let me have it translated. Gib mal Rabbi Rothschild ein. I think GIB space MAL space Rabbi Rothschild space EIN. Do you know what that means? Okay, that's what they said. Some of these don't translate for some reason. I'm not exactly sure. Next person, this was 8 hours ago in German. This person took a screenshot and said, I follow several of these Rabbi Rothschild accounts every day. Where do they come from and what is their mission? And then somebody replied with a meme of Mark Zuckerberg who looks like a robot just smiling at him. Next one, this person says in German, they wrote, oh, it's unable to translate. It's too long to write. It says something about me having over 2,000 people following them. Um, Another one. This one's in English. Who the fuck is this bot, and why does he keep following me everywhere? Who even is Rabbi Rothschild? Next one in German. This was sent 20 hours ago. They wrote, do you follow accounts with the name Rabbi Rothschild? So far, I have had 35 with the same name. And then there are like 13 people who have replied. Being like, he's like whatever you do, don't follow him or he will follow you with a million accounts. And it's all in German. Like, this person wrote, um, let's see here. Like, good morning, Walter. Yeah, so Twitter has a little button that says translate post. And so like I just use that to translate it. Uh, so I mean, a lot of like this person, this they wrote this yesterday. They wrote, um, they wrote somebody thanking them for posting the process on how to report me. The next person wrote, it's just, it's funny that this little robot makes randomly people react on the internet. It's funny to me. I agree. I hope so, my friend. Those are beautiful words. Thank you so much. Thank you. I plan on it. Well, thank you for your high praise. I appreciate it. It's beautiful. Wow. And a tool, you got a 4Runner. Those things are built like brick shit houses. That's a hell of a vehicle. What size records do you prefer? Oh, wow. Are those 45s? Beautiful. Music is a beautiful thing.
What's your opinion on like the whole cold breakfast versus different? Because when they make a wine on records like that, but back in the day, they would take it off the analog and put it on a wine. They think it's tell the difference between this. You know, turn it down on speakers and shit. Yeah.
It's a popular music, bluegrass music. It's like country music. So it's a subgenre of country music. It's known as bluegrass music. Okay. Pretty old.
Kind of old. It's kind of new. It's certainly older than I guess it looked like which is more popular. But it's like, you want it's all the time.
That's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, depends on what you're talking about. If it's here from like it's from wherever that was, like Scotland, apparently, that guy was what they Americanized, as well as when the country like first started getting more out here. So, like I have kids, so it's not even like the first time thing. It's your second thing comes at that point. Way older than that, man. Way older than most of them years. Yeah, yes, I'm serious. So, a very tough price. This is small. It's a very long business. It's a very, because you have to help cause business. You have like celebrities. You have different companies. Okay, there you go.
You're doing great. Absolutely. No, you don't. You're doing great. We know exactly what you're saying. Keep going. Most certainly. Just the explosion of different genres that we've seen in the last 100 years is amazing. That's correct. Like 100 years ago, what music was there? There was like symphonic, instrumental, folk, traditional, the start of blues, the start of bluegrass, the start of country, but there was no rock and roll 100 years ago. Not yet. Jazz was just starting. So, like, basically, all of these different music genres made it and created new genres. And we just keep getting that now with electronica and house and dubstep and all the other things that we get. And I think that's just going to continue in making people's options much more varied than they were years ago. Right. I'm in agreement with you, Bob. Let's review the reasons. I think the industry really forced musicians to play a certain standard style, which I think flatlined some elements of creativity, and it's very difficult to get your music played on the air. You've got other issues, the corruption of the music industry, certainly with payola and that kind of stuff. I would say as well, you have the the technology change. So before they like the point where you're really referencing is the 80s. You talk like, you know, 1940 to 1970, 1980, and then 90s to today. The synthesizer really changed things. The computer really changed things. Where you could get Phil Spector's wall of sound, basically, that's being developed in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and that's all push button. And no longer do you have to pay entire bands, rooms of orchestras to be able to play for you. This is all free, and thus you basically can max out the different options that you need, and then everything else after the computer really takes hold is regurgitated. And I think that's why we just don't find much more new options, or what we consider to be new breathtaking options. We've really kind of exhausted a lot of the potential out there due to some of the advancements that we've discussed with computers, and also some of the things that the industry has done, like stifle creativity. Thank you. I would say as well, we're seeing a change, and we'll continue to see a change where really you don't need to, like, the position of songwriter isn't really going to exist in the future. Same with artists to some extent. Maybe you'll get credit, but at least it's a routine part of the music industry nowadays to have much, if not all, of the songs be written by AI, and have some people who would like to make perhaps some type of uh, proceeds on the matter, associate themselves as the songwriters, so that they're able to get residuals down the line, when in reality AI has written it for them. And I think that's going to be the commonplace in the future, especially when we have technology. We kind of skipped the audio portion, but we had ChatGPT, then we had Dolly, now we have Sora. Do you know what Sora is, Kuwait, or anybody else in here? It's the excellent. So that's text to video. We kind of skipped text to audio. We kind of skipped text to audio, but that doesn't mean that still can't happen, and that we can't go back and have a really nice text to audio system. But essentially, once we have text to audio, we would just be able to be someone with absolutely no musical creativity, and just the ability with a keyboard be able to compose using different prompts, perhaps a Grammy winning song as an amateur.
Like if I was just able to say to AI, perfect Jerry Garcia song, that would be fun if I could actually do it.
Oh, it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of that's available right now. Do you have access to it? Yeah, exactly. We're already doing this with video. And Bob, that's what we're talking about. That is the future of AI. That's why it's putting everyone out of business, including artists, recorders, recording producers, editors, everybody. You're right, Bob. All you have to do is put a prompt in. If you really like Jay Garcia, you type the prompt, give me an endless playlist of Jerry Garcia songs that are all designed to keep a human interest as highly impacted as possible. Basically, these songs will always, they're like programmed to always keep you engaged so that there's no bad song. And and it will know how to program that because it has so much data. And I'm not saying you'll never get sick of it, but you'll literally have endless amounts of Jerry Garcia that is spewed out to you. So what does that mean for artists in the future? Eventually, Bob, you're going to get sick of that. You will get sick of listening to AI music eventually. And you want to go. That's being done. Absolutely. That's the goal. Bob, have you seen the movie Idiocracy? That's the end goal. That's the end goal. It is. And so if you're wondering, why are we moving more towards Idiocracy and less towards Star Trek? It's because it's by design. We're creating two classes of people. Before they were known as the haves and the have-nots. In the future, they'll be known as humans and transhumans. And transhumans are learning to live life off-site and essentially creating a breakaway civilization. The elite of society are beginning to, because of technology, because of medical advancements, are able to have life extension technology and perhaps digital or immortality with mind uploading technology, things that the average human perhaps currently cannot dream, of which they cannot dream, but maybe a generation or two, it may become more commonplace. But currently, for the elite, that may be an actual possibility. No, actually, I think you're going to be okay. And I mean that. Wait, and let me explain why, Bob. Bob, well, hold on. No, 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 no. Hold on. Quick. People are going to get really fucked. Major league fucked. But you'll be okay, and Bob will be okay. And here's why. Only 4% of the global population is invested in cryptocurrencies, and you both are two of them. Okay, what does that mean? Your bags are only going to grow from here. You're only going to be turning out more profits from here. We have to see this with macro lenses and not micro lenses. Look at things in terms of decades as opposed to weeks and months. And you have to say to yourself, okay, I'm sitting on X amount of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, who cares? Whatever that is. Maybe it's worth something now, maybe it's not. But in the future, that may be worth 1,000x, 10,000x. We don't know given enough time, and you're able to pass it on to benefactors, perhaps donate it to charities and philanthropic organizations. Do with it whatever you wish. This is your nest egg. and you'll have the money in the future because of cryptocurrency, because you were invested so early on that you were able to essentially pay for your digital immortality. I mean that, Bob. I mean that, Kuwait. So, what do I equate this to? Okay, you don't have to, Bob. You can just straight up die. That's fine too. But I'm going to tell you what. It's a scary future, and when you think that people who are able to live forever, they're also going to develop or have developed the technology to revivify a body, meaning take your dead body and bring it back to life. Or if they can't get your body, somehow get your DNA. Cryogenically frozen. Yes. So that type of technology is becoming more mainstream. Those type of companies are becoming more commonplace. And the idea of revivifying those bodies is something that is going to be a human goal over the course of the 21st century and potentially into the 22nd century. Additionally, you have to understand, Bob, think of it this way. The powers that be in the future may say you were either with us or you were against us. And maybe Bob just straight up dies at age 80 like a normal person. They can revivify his body and say, you had the opportunity to join us and you wanted to remain immortal. We're going to punish you for 10 billion years. And some. Well, the idea would be this, Bob, to use your funds to be able to provide for you this life extension technology, and then eventually perhaps mind uploading technology into digital immortality, so that you would be one of the group of people, the elite, the transhumanists of society, who were able to become digitally immortal as opposed to someone who was mortal and died. Basically, you're not going to be punished in the future or tortured in the future because you made the right decision. It's like in the Matrix where Morpheus shows Neo the red pill and the blue pill. Depending on which choice you make, it is going to determine how you'll be treated in the future. If you take the red pill, perhaps you learn about all the bad things in society. However, you also have the ability to live forever and perhaps change them or change your own destination. If you take the blue pill, you continue to live the life you were living, you never become enlightened, and you die. But what people may not know is all those people who took the red pill may one day join forces and revivify the people who took the blue pill and punish them as essentially a that. But see, here's the thing. No, let's talk about this. You have to understand when you talk really, really long periods of time, not infinity, because infinity necessarily doesn't exist, at least in time. Perhaps it can with like the multiverse and things like that. But for with all things being equal, let's say the length, the lifespan of the universe is like 60 billion years. Okay, fine. The evil people could choose to, over 60 billion years, they're going to get bored of what to do. They could just leave you to rot. That's fine. Or 10 billion years into their plan, they could just be, you know what? Let's revivify this person and have them live a really great life. So you get all this great stuff. And then let's bring them and let's torture them afterwards. Yeah, that's an excellent point. Well, so I think the ideal escape is to be able to do everything, to have that transhumanist life, in my opinion, to have that transhumanist life where you're able to do everything that you want, as much as you want, within reason, and then at the end of the journey, when you're bored with literally everything, you've had sex with every woman on earth, every man on earth, every animal on earth with its consent, because you have technology that can, mind read, telepathic with animals and all kinds of other things. Once you get to a certain point, you then might say, I'm bored with life. I'd like to die and be reincarnated someday as something else, or maybe nothing else. I just want to end this. And there you go. From as dust you are, dust you return. That may be the ultimate way to end things, or perhaps be reincarnated into something that you don't know, or just end it, but end it on your own terms. I don't know how it all ends, but I imagine there are several instances that you can either live forever, but as we know, the universe doesn't exist forever, so somehow you're going to have to exist this interdimensional plane or something like that, some kind of advanced technology. You don't have to get into that. Or you could choose to live all the stuff that you wanted to do all the things that you wished you wanted to do, and then fade off into the sunset on your own accord with your own consent. Wait, I think you're. Wait, I think you. I, I think you're right under normal circumstances, with all things being equal. However, I think with technological advancements, we probably could develop a type of drug that makes whatever object or stimuli to which you are exposed, it makes it much more enjoyable. So, for instance, you wouldn't get bored ever, perhaps. You could manipulate your own physiology to essentially remove the boredom that normally exists for humans in life completely from society. Well, wait, I'm not saying that in the future we have to become methamphetamine addicts. I'm saying perhaps there are some things that allow us to achieve some of the beneficial aspects of methamphetamine, such as that, being really engaged with things in your surroundings, perhaps in a safe manner without all of the negative side effects as well. And given hundreds of years of technological advancement, not only do I think is it possible, it's a probability. In fact, I'd be surprised the more advanced the time gets that it doesn't occur. Right, just in a different way. We still get excited. We still want some type of entertainment. We still want love. We still desire comfort, all of those things, just in different ways. And we'll want to do the same millennia from now in different ways as well. What we consider comfortable now, the definition will change in the future, just as we considered what was comfortable in the previous example that you gave, different than what we consider in the modern age. I'm sorry, I thought about all this dishwater. Yes. Yes. I think we all could be. In fact, I think we could be interacting. I think if the multiverse theory is correct and that there are potentially unlimited, infinite universes that are simultaneously occurring, then I think that at least at the multiverse level, is a necessity that has to be occurring. Do you understand what I mean? Basically, in the multiverse theory, everything that could happen must happen. So now, if you're talking about this dimension, that's a different question. And at least in the observable universe, we haven't experienced that. That isn't to say that it can't happen or that I doubt that it would happen. We don't have any evidence, or I'm not aware of any of that. Go ahead. Well, thank you for your kind words, please. I agree.
Yes, but I don't have the choice so much to talk about. I don't know why. It's like reading. It's not so going deeply in your mind. It's like an action movie when
He, in my opinion, is almost like a prophet in what he's predicting or what he has predicted for the future. A prophet, someone who predicts the future. Basically, he, I think, has a very good vision of what the future entails.
you can't say, oh, the weather is in 5 days. You know what I mean? So you can also not say, oh, the future will be in 15 years.
That's a, I would say that's a valid point. That's a good point.
You can just imagine we can take all of our fantasy to imagine what the future will be, and maybe enjoy also our days. I think living in the moment is one of the most important things.
Now,
And
okay.
overthinking everything is a very, very good ability when you can. Because every other kind of factors on our planet are not able to overthink everything. For us, it's a pleasure, but it can also be a concern. And that our mind may also enjoy. I just want to say that I'm also a guy who overthinks everything. Because that's exciting. That's taking our brain alive.
I recognize that.
But I also think we just now live in a very, very, very interesting times.
That's right. That old Chinese proverb is coming true.
They are in the next 20 or 30
I could see that. Look at that beautiful turntable. Anatoly, can you hear me?
The store owner kept telling eyewitnesses that a store customer was inside while the happening Saturday morning. Now there's a woman walking around. And the guy starts smashing his head, and she comes out of there because they locked the front door until they came in. So she had to scream away to the back. And that's when the guy with the gun came out and started shooting people. That customer becoming trapped when the front security door, which was still slightly ajar when the robber jumped in, had become locked. That woman then seeking shelter in the lock of the store. But what you won't see in this video is that the store owner was hurt. Yes, that same building on the riverside in the Empire was hurt. Their arm back there. Hurt. Yes, to the teeth. Hurt. And the chances of that one, they really careful. Really careful. To get this shot in the teeth. Everybody else got hurt. The owner started telling us he started shooting at the ground to scare the robbers away. Yeah, that's a bad bird, you know what I'm saying. Usually they start shooting at the head or the chest or the heart or the neck with the other. The owner started telling us he started shooting at the ground to scare the robbers away. What if the dog is in the background? What if dog is in the background? Shooting right between you. Right between you. Don't shoot at the front. Because then others are going to know you. If you can't. Don't shoot at it. Shoot it out. You know what I mean? Shoot it. The owner started telling us he started shooting at the ground. They scared the robbers away. He shot right to the ground. And immediately as he shot at the ground, the front window of the store shattered because of the gunfire. And that motherfucker came back out with all the glass shattered. So I don't know how. This is bullshit. Immediately as he shot at the ground, the front window of the store shattered because of the gunfire. And that motherfucker came back out. Okay. I think the glass shooting at the ground because the kids were around with a customer. I think that was another with these people looking at the least hospital visit, maybe more. Actually, once you know, like Brenda this, you believe that your safety or the safety of someone around you is in immediate danger, that's when you need to make that decision if you're going to use that firearm. The greatest passes off Rabbi yet another example of something that's frustrating, not just frustrating. Let me ask you, the frustration is amongst many people here and business owners up and down the state here. What appears to be a lack of confidence. What is causing these suspects to feel that they can just go into any business and take whatever they want and walk out like a threat? Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Big ball. And they're on a Saturday when it's going to be busier for something than it was at this brewery store. So we can read from
What up, man? The Queen, how you living, Tim? Oh, I love that background, dog. Yeah, it's tight.
If they went to Costco or Showtime or CBS or NBC, the restaurant they did those within like a minute drive. But this drive for you is a drive for everything.
Man, like, you look very cool tonight. Not that you normally don't, but I mean, you're all lasered out and stuff. You look tight. Oh, you really do have a laser shooting in your eyes. Oh, wow.
What's going on there?
Sounds like an exciting future. Absolutely. I don't know. Does anyone here have the ability to allow Johnny Mnemonic to speak? If not, I'll ask. I don't have the ability. I'm gonna ask someone in the main chat to unmute them. So Johnny Mnemonic, if you can hear me, just be patient as possible. I'm gonna ask for you to right, but none of us have the ability to call on him. So I'm gonna now ask permission to be able to approve that. Johnny Mnemonic, I've asked, and so just stay patient, and I'll let you know when I get an update. I don't know why they make it. Oh wait, Johnny Mnemonic, I think you can talk now, but it looks like you're muted. So why don't you leave and come right back and see if that fixes it. Perfect. You're good. So Johnny Mnemonic. Hey, oh damn, he's got to do it again. Oh shoot. Okay. Let me ask again. We almost got you there. Oh, where did they go? Yo-Yo's here. Yo-Yo can fix it. Okay, Yo-Yo, if you can hear us. There was someone who was just... Yep. So Johnny Mnemonic was just in here, but only had the ability to speak with this hand raised, and no one has the ability to call on people. If you can maybe just hang out for a second and see if he returns to give him a privilege to be able to speak, it would be much appreciated. In the meantime, if you don't know who Yo-Yo is a very generous individual within the community who was able to provide for all of the gear that I'm able to wear in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email telegram. What up, Nefarious Pop? What up, Pimp? Oh, is Nefarious Pop the person who was having to raise their hand? Oh, okay. So, Yo-Yo, we appreciate your help. Oh, no problem at all.
I wear XL. I used to wear that.
That was the man, the myth, the legend, Yo-Yo. Shout out to Yo-Yo. Again, very generous individual. Donated all the merch that you've ever seen me wear. I know. How do we get that done? How do we do that, Bob Dobbs? I have a question to anyone in here. Does anyone know of any Telegram channels that have VCs going all the time, or at least have VCs that have like a lot of people in them often? I'm not talking one or two a day. I'm talking like 10 or 20. Does anyone know of any communities that have that? Frankly, this is the best one that I've ever seen. But if there's anyone who knows of a community, like, does anyone know of any community that really even has active VCs? Hey, that's an honest answer, and I appreciate it, because not many do. So thank you. And it's such a nice feature. I'm very surprised that other communities are not bigger and don't utilize it. Exactly. Great question. About 9 months ago, the way that I joined was I was pretty active on Twitter Spaces, and I would go to different communities and listen to cryptocurrency discussions and NFT discussions. And many of the communities really didn't have that much about which to speak, because once they've informed the community of everything they have another hour or two to fill of space, and then they just wait for other people to come in. So sometimes when there would be these pauses, I would volunteer to host trivia contests for the speakers, and this would get people really excited in the rooms, and you'd get all kinds of people request to speak to be able to participate in trivia contests. and I would host trivia for many hours on Twitter Spaces. Well, one day I was in a Twitter Spaces group, and I was not hosting, uh, trivia, but people were just asking me my opinions on like cryptocurrency and like technology and the hydrogen car and future and stuff. And someone from this community was like, "Wow, you are really interested. We would love for you to join our Telegram. Do you know what Telegram is?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just joined one, and this I wasn't on Telegram." So they're like, "Please join our Telegram." And after I explained who I was and I stream a lot, I got to know some people in the community, and then I would join the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Twitter Spaces, and I would play trivia in there. And I noticed that the questions when I would ask the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu team versus the other cryptocurrencies, the questions were answered at a much higher accuracy rate within this community than the other communities. And it was apparent to me that this community was just generally a very intelligent community. And I had some data, at least relatively primitive data, but still data to back this up. And I had been recording it, and I got to know these communities pretty well, particularly like the Pepe community and this community and like Happy Bear community, Wall Street Bets community, Wall Street Silver, Wall Street Baby, the Joe Rogan coin. I mean, I can just go on and on in different communities that with whom I would play trivia. So with that, I was invited in the Telegram, and I became a little more active, but it was really kind of off the wall to me, everything that was going on in here. All I really wanted to do was to be able to stream. So what ended up happening was one other. So I should say I started to stream. I think I asked permission at some point, or the VC was open, and I just hopped in it and just continued to stream after. And people were like, "What are you doing in here?" I was like, "Oh, I stream my life, yada yada yada." And that was 9 months ago, and it's just kind of continued. I've made a lot of good friends in here, all of you people, and additionally dozens of other people within the community. And it gives our community, I feel, a heartbeat. There's always a live person in here who can act as a concierge for the community, introduce people who are unfamiliar with the community where to go. If they're looking for a developer, I can point them in the right direction. If they're looking to do a podcast interview with someone in the team, I can help them with that person, guide them to that person, or just be here to talk to people about all kinds of interesting topics. We also, I learned that the community had very diverse interests, particularly, in things with technology and art and certainly sports as well. So we've started, well, we haven't started, we've been maintaining any major sporting event we stream in here. In addition, like this Friday's upcoming fight between Morlight and Ben Armstrong, we're going to be streaming. And so, in summary, to answer your question, the way that I came to the community was really through Twitter Spaces and some of the interactions that I had there, particularly within being a trivia host, and also some of the information that I provided that many in the community thought was of interest. Absolutely. Okay. It's the name of the game. I agree. I'll never leave you. I hope not. This is the community that I want to back for the rest of my life. I really think that we're going to make Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 emu the global reserve currency. You're fine. I would say, well, the feeling is mutual, Queek. I want to meet you as well. We'll meet both California and Germany someday, God willing. Absolutely. Now, when it comes to this coin, I have plans for every single person in here, including Bob Dobbs and Nefarious Pup, aka Johnny Mnemonic, and Anatoly, of course, and Man Lacoon, and his dogs even, and of course Khalid and Tempura. I have jobs for you. What are those? Those will come once this stream gets big, but basically everyone in the community is going to have a project. And what will that consist? Maybe you're good at social media. I might need people to help with social media. Maybe you're good at marketing. I don't think I'll need too much help with that because I have more content on the internet than any person with the history. But maybe we'll need you like responding to people. Whatever it is, I'm gonna pay huge money. Why? Because I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. I'll be able to write my own future, essentially, write your own future, and we'll be riding on a wave of cryptocurrency, and that cryptocurrency is known as Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. What people don't realize is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu literally has more data on it than any other cryptocurrency on the internet, aside from perhaps Bitcoin and Ethereum. And the reason why I say that is if you went to YouTube and added up all of the images that have Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu in them versus old school Bitcoin and Ethereum and perhaps Solana, Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu has perhaps at this point 50 to 100,000 hours of video on the internet of just pure advertising, just absolutely pure free advertising. Now, is it always the best? It depends on what you consider the best. Is the lighting always the best? It depends what you consider the best. What is good now may not be considered good in the future, and what is good in the future may not be considered what is good now. But what I can tell you is that we promote the hell out of this coin. And so when people are checking the annals of history in the future, as perhaps we would have generations ago looking through a library, they may be doing the same in the future, looking through video archives on Instagram and Twitter and of course YouTube. They're going to see our coin and they're going to see that it was documented very early in the cryptocurrency annals, and that is going to make it very, very important in the future of society.
Just that about 500 Muslims follow just this content, yeah, I think that this is how strong this content created impact very, very fast. And then just this space started.
I think you're right.
Because we don't take anything. I also on Twitter, I should try to use that account. Because I wanted to click with my NFT account. About, I don't know, followers. It's just like a content from now. Then we just have our address and
I think so. I think you're right.
I think so
That's very interesting. What are some of these PCs? And you fell for it.
Yeah, that's the main problem. This is the problem. I think it's so hard to like trust. Like, what if you guys are able to do more and you get some projects, it's just hard to trust. Like, how can we do this so we can like this in our lives? Like, that's very good, but once you like get screwed, you lost it. That right there is why the main thing is like, let's say you pay for online sales. What's stopping her from blocking you from sending money? What's stopping you from blocking her from sending money?
An escrow system.
There has to be something that we send big one to llama, some particular big one. We need that. We need the
That's a valid point.
somebody money like you go to water well. We need some kind of like assurance to truly know.
That's a valid point. And there are those services that are offered online. I don't know if specifically for something like this, you might have to do a custom order for them, but it's essentially an escrow service. Just basically a middleman. It's just basically like a middleman who ensures that both sides, both parties have completed their conditions of the contract before completing the contract, and if not, they can help mitigate any disputes. Oh, dog, I'll get you it. Is it free? Oh, okay. You should have just said something. Okay, so it's on Quran. It's on YouTube. What do I need to search? At what? You said it's live?
coming up.
It's called karate kickback. What's it called? Karate kickback. What's it called? Karate combat. Thank you. All right, so what am I looking for on Karate Combat? All right, so Kulik, what am I supposed to find? Where's this link? Is it a live fight? Is it a live fight that's occurring? Oh, okay. Well, let me. How you living, Jacob?
So I would love to contribute
Dude, I think that sounds like a plan. Not for Adderall users. That's prime time for Adderall users. Know your audience, baby.
they're pretty good. So like an eight chocolate bar.
Damn, dog. Did you want to sleep next week? No, I'm a nice person. How are you, Jacob? Pleasure to have you here. Don't be. You're welcome. You're welcome anytime here. You're welcome anytime here. This is a safe space. You're welcome to talk about anything you'd like, and there's no need to fear. So thank you for coming. You're most welcome. Where do you live?
How the fuck? They're on the merch store. How the fuck
Are the shoes comfortable? Jacob, are the shoes comfortable?
Think about it. That's weird. I'm just saying, if you want to come out there, we're welcome to get like a big ass house. Just like party for families. Maybe like work on some course together. Just like fun.
Big pimping, baby.
I know, but I'm just saying, I don't think that might be too smooth. He wants to take it's more of a pick one maxi type of thing. I'm not just saying it's a pick one maxi party. It's a fucking happy party. I don't know, Jacob. I think he'll take it. That's Jacob. He's on a list. Just take him like that federal prison or something. Take him like super pick one maxi kind of play. His best cousins and the president's gonna be there, like most famous Bitcoiners around the world are going. I'm just gonna stick your Bitcoin bombs like in the bathroom, like all over the buildings. I'm just gonna hide stickers in the windows. Some water, by the way, if you're taking all that Adderall and drinking alcohol, I don't want you to die. You gotta drink some water.
And mushrooms.
You want to try it. You take mushrooms and you grind it up the way I do this. You grind up the mushrooms like squeeze, and then I don't just get all that, right away and share with the friend. It takes about a little bit over 8 but you can lemon juice or lime juice. So you grind it up, put it in a cup with lime juice, and then take a shot. And it kicks in like a lot better.
And the vitamin C enhances the visuals.
It's very good. It doesn't taste like shit. That's why I hate one. It's so bad. Like acid, you get like a trip tab, it's you on your tongue.
No. The best way to do it is to grind up the mushrooms and put them in gel caps, and then you just swallow the gel cap. That way, there's no taste. No. I know what you're saying. That you still have to have a taste, and the taste is yes, because of the vitamin C and the acidicness enhances the visuals. That's why you're supposed to take high levels of vitamin C when you do it. But at least in any case, whatever you're gonna eat, it's gonna taste like shit unless you put it in a gel cap. Then it doesn't taste like anything. And you can also dose it a lot easier. If not, I'm in agreement with Anatoly saying you need something to kill that taste or it's disgusting. And it will absolutely make you cringe whenever you have to eat any other similar food. So if you're gonna do it quickly.
I had these mushrooms once, they were so like fresh and like squishy and like They had this like blue coloring, not even like some like mushrooms don't get green. This was like a blue coloring that was like a liquidy blue. And when I bit into it and I smiled, my teeth were blue.
Wow.
Like some shit was like gooey within the mushroom. That was like some of the best mushroom I've ever had. I honestly don't remember it because I've had golden teachers, pizza, and all these other ones, but I forgot their name. I don't want to like bullshit. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm saying that mushroom, like when I ate it, it's like some glue, some glue came out of it. And my teeth and my tongue had like glue on it. Like, you know, like a candy. Bro, I tripped so much. Right now, my legs are shaking because of like my trip. I was like, oh my god. Yeah. It was, it's a good memory. It makes you more like, I don't know, like connected with everything and humble. Like, yeah, you less depressions, you realize like how special everything is. Like it's I like the trip. It's like once a year, it's still funny if it's like they kind of like choke me back. I don't do it often. Yeah, that was a great I don't want to go on psychosis. Right, and so I played vinyl records. And I met this guy at a coffee vinyl shop. And he had pretty good at that too. He had that just like on his legs, on his arms. He was like grateful that that too. And so I walked up to him and I was like, oh man, this guy's so cool. So we were kind of friends, and at first that was like kind of sketchy, like he was a shy guy. But at the time I was living on a sales road. And so we became friends. I started buying pot from him. And he pretty much saw me through buds. I wasn't going to say words. And, I told him, I said, hey, man, I'll take you sailing. You know, it's a good asset. And he had, like in a water, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not like on a paper, not a gel tab, but and he got it from a guy he met that was at a company show that was a friend of the guy who, like, goes, he's like a professor at MIT, some shit like that. I don't want to, like, it's like some big shot, like, tennis, and this is, like, some of the best stuff. And so he put it, like, on a shooting thing. And I had two of them, and I took one, and I was drinking. So what happened was, we took the boat. This was a little crazy. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty stupid idea. But we took this boat, we sailed, smoked some pot, we took one. It takes about like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. So I didn't kick it right away. And so we're like sailing around, and I stopped. I figured out that it was I felt like it was that hard. So I said, fuck it, like, well. And so I said, I'll take another one. So I took another one. That was not a good idea. Like, I tripped so much. It's like I couldn't get back to land. Like, I was so fucked up. I couldn't, like, get the engine out. I had a motor, like, I had an outboard. I'm just saying, like, in my mind, I knew I had to just go with the trip. I couldn't wait to go back. That's like staying all night. That's what I did. I was holding that someone has a big ass. So I was sitting there, I was holding it. I was like, and so like other boats were going out on the lake at night, like passing on something else. And boats were like coming by, like speedboats, and saying like, wait, so these waves would come, like, right? The sailboat would go like, up, down, like a fucking like wave coming it's bro, I was just listening to this bro. Like, oh my god, and I can't wait. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta like fuck versus like you gotta experience something like that like at least one time. You know what I mean? Like it's changing that.
What? Why did that just occur? Yeah, these fucking admins need to watch their asses. They keep doing this shit. I'm sorry, but like every day I have to go to like 4 or 5 different things. Somebody's got to watch what they're doing because it's affecting other people. I absolutely expect perfection out of my shit coins. I expect perfection. I expect perfection out of this. Well, here's why. Because it does cause issues where, like earlier today, we had someone who wanted to speak in the VC, but we couldn't let them speak because somebody had been using it. Some admin went through and felt that it was their duty to remove this person's speaking ability for whatever reason. So now we have to go to another admin and ask that person to please allow the other person to be able to speak. It's very childish. I don't understand. Masonic, yes.
I can see right now stressing because like when he's off, he's like trying to sell it, he can. I put down $5. Oh, he's getting my money. It's sandwich. I thought you were saying you're still down. Hey, show us the chart. Oh, you turned it off. Wait, what happened? I gotta go, guys. I gotta jump on stuff.
Toodles.
No, I actually like this
Please do. We'd love to hear it. Go ahead. Nice. Like flavored ones? Very nice. Now, are you swallowing the seed or are you spitting the shell? All right. Well, the first step, they say the first step in an addiction is admitting you have a problem So, yeah, absolutely. So that's excellent. So you've got the regular flavors. Now, are you biting open the shells, eating the seed, and then spitting out the shell? You're eating the whole thing, aren't you, girl? Wow. Now, do you have any kind of connection to the baseball world? Because sunflower seeds and the baseball world are synonymous. They like go hand in hand. Oh no, it most certainly is. That's why they literally have time to chew sunflower seeds while they're playing. That's how boring it is. So you've got it 100% right. Do you know anyone or are you associated with anyone who uses chewing tobacco or snuffs or anything else? Yeah, but they're not influencing you. So what this is called, according to Sigmund Freud, is most likely you have an oral fixation. What's an oral fixation? I have one, many people do. Basically, you like to keep yourself busy by using your mouth, and this is a common theme. It goes back prenatally. Uh, if you want to know, when we were babies and we would suckle on our mom's nipple, we enjoyed that nurturing, and we also enjoyed the nourishment. And in order to get that in the future, what we do is we stick our thumb in our mouth, and we blow on our hand, and that gives us that warmth that reminds us of our mothers. As you get older, people replace it with other things. They might replace it with pen chewing. They might replace it with cigarette smoking. They might replace it with sunflower seed eating. It isn't a bad thing, certainly not. We all have them. But it's good that you're recognizing that, hey, maybe it's getting a little serious. I do think that of all the things in which to be addicted, sunflower seed is by far one of the least serious ones. So I think it's very healthy that you were able to talk about it. And just as they say in my family, and I hope they say in yours, anything in moderation. Basically, so long as you do it within a moderate amount, you should be pretty safe. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome, madam. So, Ducky, do you have a spitter? When I say a spitter, like if you get really into, well, what you're doing is you're chewing sunflower seeds, but anyone who does anything that is relatively similar, a lot of times it's just in general called dipping. It comes from the idea of like dipping chewing tobacco, but what is common with people who have sunflower seeds is they'll have like an empty bottle around and they'll spit the seeds into them. Do you have an empty bottle? Let's hear it. Okay, I gotcha. Wow, you're raw, girl. I love it. I love, I love your, I love your honesty. So shout out to you, definitely. And of all the things to share, it's a super cute one. You're good to go. I don't think you have anything about which to worry. You're welcome. Oh yeah, girl. I am raw as they come. Good for you. It's Monday Night Raw. You know what Monday Night Raw is? Hell yeah, girl. But they got that from your favorite rabbi here, because I'm raw every night. What happened? All right, we want to hear it. Tell us. Ooh, A scab, yes, like someone who turns. It's someone who turns on a group. Man, girl, you know a lot about wrestling. No, you definitely do. It is. It's essentially athletic choreography. It's beautiful. Or choreographed athleticism. There's that element of it too. So, do you consider? I don't generally consider it a sport because the outcome is predetermined. Do you like other sports or other athletic competitions? Gymnastics, right? Yeah, exactly. That's right. Okay. Now, would you ever want to do WWE? Yes, you would. Yes. I think that it would be a huge ratings hit. What are you like? You sound like you're like 750 pounds, probably like 4'4". You'd make a great wrestler. Excellent. Well, you'd put asses in the seats. You'd put asses in the seats and eyes on the screen. So you'd bring in a lot of ratings. So that'd be big. Excellent. Oh, it'd be game over. Oh, I'm down for it. I'm absolutely down for it. You, on one condition, you have to bring sunflower seeds, and you got to be spitting them all over. That's like your finishing move, is the sunflower spit. Oh, just people are just disgusted by us. You're spitting away. I smell like sweat and sex. We're just a tag team, and they have to hose us down. Literally before anyone. Exactly. Before we get in the ring, it's a rule. They have to hose us down because literally we've got shells all over us and just disgusting. But we dominate in the ring. I like it. I like it. Well, we're gonna be tag team champions of the world, so we have that going for us, which is nice. Who's your favorite wrestler of all time? You have to pick. Oh yeah, definitely. I just saw an interview with the Undertaker. He was on Mike Tyson's Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson, and honestly, he seems like the nicest guy. And everyone who's interacted with him, they just say he's extremely nice, extremely humble, and in his interview, he comes off as a hardworking individual. I mean, it's hard to have a job in wrestling for like 20 years, and he was able to do it consistently. I mean, it's just hard to stay healthy and all the other things, especially when they're going on the road hundreds of days out of the year, and really it takes a toll on them. So to see that he was able to maintain his humility, and I would also say to some extent his down to earth like qualities is impressive. And if you ever have an opportunity to see him, he isn't like you would think the Undertaker would be. That's completely a character. He's a dad and a very down to earth individual. What? Oh yeah, the German one. Yeah, I would imagine so. Oh, I imagine. Wow. Completely. That's a beautiful story. Well, their music is so intense that it's like almost they need another outlet that's the opposite of that. That would be poetry and very beauty driven, as opposed to the hardness of their music. Oh, wonderful. That's true. If that. And where did you see them? Oh, in Philly? Nice. Are you an Eagles fan or are you a Giants or a Jets fan? Oh, totally. Do you reference them as Eagles? I can hear it in your voice. It's Eagles. The Eagles? No, no, people. It's a meme. Eagles, go Birds. It is. They're trying to do that whole like Pittsburgh like use guys kind of yins kind of like, but for Philly, and so they make it Eagles. They say go Eagles, or they say go Birds. I'm sure you hear go Birds, right? Yeah, absolutely. Um, go Eagles and go for who? I don't know. I do. I enjoy sports a lot. We watch a lot of sports. As you know, we watched UFC recently. We watched the Super Bowl. We watched most of like every playoff game. We watched the college football championship. We have watched on this, and when I say we watched it, I mean I watched it with people in Telegrams. I watched it with people on YouTube or whatever. We watched the Women's World Cup, which took place in the middle of the night, and I got super into that. I got so into the Women's World Cup. It was probably one of the biggest sporting events in which I've ever been like involved, because I know that no one cares about it. And here I was streaming my life, and it was like, okay, I'm gonna really learn all the teams, and I'm gonna learn all the players because I'm gonna watch all the games. And I watched all the games overnight, and we would have people from all over the world, especially in Australia and New Zealand, because that's where the Women's World Cup was this summer. And they'd be like, "What is this?" And I'd be like, "We're watching the Women's World Cup," and we would talk about it. Yeah, well, they come into my YouTube, and no one knows what it is really, because it's like usually when you go on somebody on YouTube, they're like talking or they're doing something. Very rarely is it like you just enter their life. And so they'll type to me, "What is this?" And I'll explain that, "Oh, we're watching the Women's World Cup, or we're listening to a podcast, or doing whatever." Well, I would get a pretty big following from Australia and New Zealand, particularly because it was overnight and the Women's World Cup was hosted there. And so we watched that at length. We watched almost every match, I think, of that. And the only reason we didn't watch every match, some of the matches took place simultaneously. So it's like, I mean, I did my best to get it all. We also watched another event that I normally would have never watched, which is the Little League World Series. You know what Little League is, right? Yeah, for kids, children's baseball. Oh, it's super cute. Can you repeat that, please? No, we watch sports because we kick ass and take names from a social standpoint. We enjoy each other's company, and it's kind of like watching it with your friends. It is. So over the summer, we watched it's boys baseball basically, and I hadn't ever watched it at length, and that was another thing because it's like 20 days of baseball in the middle of the summer when there's nothing else going on, and so I got really into that as well. And actually, the team that won was very close to where I live, and so that was kind of neat. Prior to that, I mean, we got into the World Cup. We've gotten into the Olympics. I mean, you have to understand, I've watched years worth of sporting events on this. So we have this year's Super Bowl, last year's Super Bowl, the year before that Super Bowl, and they're all taped. They're all recorded, I should say. Now, was I always a member of this community? No, I joined this community about 9 months ago. But nevertheless, all the other stuff is captured. So that means we have like LeBron James's shot that made him the NBA's leading scorer. We've got that. We've got like, uh, I mean, really, you name it. If it happened in the last 3 years or so, um, well, I would say 2.5 years, I definitely have it captured in one way or another on camera. And whether that's by video or by social media, or more likely it's going to be from the radio and video combination, because I have a radio going 24/7, 365 to always document the time and what news events are going on. So you basically have a timeline of what's going on in the background, and then there's a video of me reacting to it also. It's quite interesting, and I would say that sports have been a big part of it, but not just sports, art as well. So there are some people who are going to watch this who are really into sports and like, oh wow, Rabbi is super into sports, and I am. But additionally, I'm really into art and beauty and music. And so I've done my best to watch every major motion picture, including Barbie, Oppenheimer, going back to Forrest Gump, going back to Gone with the Wind and Casablanca, all the way back to the original Oscar. So we've watched every Oscar winner since 1927, every Best Picture winner, plus we've watched a plethora of other movies. And I've done my best to not only watch all the movies that humanity's produced over the course of the past 100 years. I've watched them on the stream in the last 3 years. But additionally, we've listened to all the world's major music albums. Additionally, I've sung the world's major music song. So what do I mean by that? If like for instance, like Beyonce, I've sung every major Beyonce song on Instagram and it's posted there. Every Elton John song, every Beatles song, every Rolling Stone song, you name it, every Adele song, every Coldplay song. Like I I've no, I've sung it with my real voice and I've lip synced to it. Yeah. So it's on Instagram. I can send it to you. Oh, I have 100 Instagram accounts. Absolutely. I have more Instagram accounts than anyone in global history. So yeah, please do. So here's what you want to do. Uh, I'm going to go to Instagram too as well. So do you have Instagram open right now? Excellent. I want you to type in, if you can, Rabbi, Rabbi, Rothschild, Rothschild. And you're going to see I have accounts that have more videos on them than any account that you've ever seen ever. And you're going to say, oh my God, why do you have like huge amounts of video? You have like thousands of videos and they're all like 4 hours long. What is this? I created a robot on the phone that is able to automatically post a video every 4 hours or every 2 hours or every 30 minutes or whatever I want it to be. So that it, literally on Instagram, you can go back over years and watch my life on like a timeline on Instagram. It is. So if you type in Rabbi Rothschild as one word on Instagram, you'll see I have 2 live Instagrams going right now. They're under viralrabbi.com 001 and viralrabbi.com 003. So you can literally watch my life right now, just like you can on Discord. But it's all being recorded right now. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, I want to hear you. I want to hear you sing, or at least see you perform. We certainly can do that as well. So I just have to find one of those accounts. And if you're like, Rabbi, why isn't it really easy for you to find? As you see, I have hundreds of accounts, so I just have to find one in which I would use, uh, uh, in which I would sing. So I would tell you, just one moment, I'm going to get you a good account. Okay, here's one. If you go to Rabbi Rothschild 48, excellent. Do you know who Dave Matthews Band is? Okay, I love Dave Matthews Band. So, I would sing Dave Matthews Band. Well, anybody. This is just it. Just so happened that the the timeline is on Dave Matthews Band here. So, are you on Rabbi Rothschild 48? Okay, excellent. So you'll see, like I've got 3,462 posts. That's a lot of posts for one account. But I also have 100 different accounts, which means I have like hundreds of thousands of posts. Like literally, I have more data on the internet than any person. But I also dominate social media so that once somebody finds out that like who I am, they're gonna be able to take years of their life and go through all of my content. So basically, you can go through on that account, Rabbi Rothschild 48, and I am at least on these ones. I'm lip syncing on Instagram. However, I'm live on I'm live on my stream, so I'm actually singing the songs in the streams. And on a lot of these, I don't have the sound playing alongside, so you can hear my voice playing, singing alongside the music of the song. So, for instance, and I also like to use the Instagram like filters. So, I mean, as you can see, like I utilize every element of Instagram when it comes to their filters, their like yeah. Oh, it would be Shakira where I'm dancing. Exactly. Exactly. So as you see, there's a lot to discover, and no one has discovered these. If you look at the amount of views I have like 0 views on every single one of them, and it's like, no, this is a beautiful thing. You're basically seeing a diamond in a rough, or the world's biggest gold mine before everyone in the world is going to see it, and they're going to be able to uncover it and go through it and go through the world's art and the world's music and the world's stories and the world's literature and the world's movies and really everything that humanity has produced over the, I would say, the last, well, for all the recorded time. I've done my best to make this live stream a compilation of all of that. So much of it I wasn't, really interested in, but I have had to become a very well-rounded person and learn all of these different elements of society because I want anyone who watches this stream at any given time to be able to connect to it. Perhaps we connected to your small developing country, or perhaps we connected to a movie that you like or a book you enjoyed. Whatever it is, I want to be able to connect with every person on it. Go for it. Sure. I do. I think they could be improved a lot though, and I could speak at length on. Go ahead. I have both a Mac and a PC, and I have both Apple phone. I have like 10 iPhones. Let me think. Yeah, I have 10 iPhones and about 25 Android devices. The most phone plan I've ever had while doing the stream is 5 lines at once. So what I would It was. I got a family plan just for myself, and here's why. I was streaming in throughout all of Los Angeles, throughout Disneyland, throughout San Diego to Santa Barbara, and I needed to ensure that I always had connectivity, and I wanted to have connectivity from multiple angles. As you know, I love cameras. I love being able to see things from different angles. In addition, it helps to have redundant streams. Cameras fail, cameras crash, apps crash. So if you have multiple streams going, you have a better chance of capturing whatever footage in which you're interested. So at least when it came to the phone plans, I bought a family phone plan with 4 different lines to it, and I had another line in addition to that. So I had 5 different lines so that I could stream myself down. That got very expensive very quickly, as you can understand. But I did it for like more than a year just using that. I bought 4 iPhones. That's one of the reasons why I have a lot of iPhones. You should understand, Ducky, I'm an app developer, meaning I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, meaning I've launched Apple apps and I've launched Android apps. So for me to be loyal to one ecosystem is difficult because both have their advantages and disadvantages. What you can know for the future, Ducky, is that Apple products are only going to continue to get more expensive. What I anticipate will happen in the future, I hope, when my stream goes viral, I've already done this at length. I've been very critical of Apple CEO Tim Cook. I feel as if he is a terrible CEO and has been a terrible replacement for Steve Jobs. If you remember Steve Jobs' days, when he would come out, it was the next big thing, whatever the product was, whether it was the iPod, whether it was the iPhone, whether it was the iPad, whatever it was groundbreaking. Tim Cook can put you to sleep, and he could put a stadium full of people to sleep. Additionally, what people don't understand is Apple, currently a company that is the most highly valued company of all the companies with a $3 trillion market cap, currently is sitting on a huge mound of scientific advancement that humanity can't even currently comprehend. Meaning, the designers and engineers at Apple have been developing these devices decades into the future, yet the plan is going exactly according to its outline, which is to only implement one if or two minor advancements with each generation of the phone, basically putting out the same model of phone year after year with only one or two slight uh, technological advancements or feature improvements. Go ahead. You're absolutely right. And people are sick of it. And so and I've already said this to the point where I publicly mentioned it. I was so frustrated with the Apple system. I went to Spotify headquarters. This was 2 years ago in Los Angeles and made videos complaining about Apple publicly. Now it's like, why did you do it, Spotify? Honestly, the reason why I did it at Spotify was Spotify has a terrible system where if you want to, at least this is how it was then, and I was complaining about this. If you want to subscribe to Spotify, you have to do so on their website. You can't do so on their app. And the reason why is because they want to avoid that the Apple fees, basically. And I thought this was a terrible system. So I was making a video at the time, and I went into talking about how much I hate what Tim Cook has done to this company. And really, the perfect replacement for him is Steve Wozniak. And if you know who Steve Wozniak is, he was the brains behind Apple when Steve Jobs was there. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak started Apple Computer together. And he'd be the perfect replacement for Tim Cook to guide the company back to its roots, back to innovation, back to quality products, and not the same garbage that we get year after year with the Apple universe. Oh, I've got them, girl. Absolutely. It's important to have opinions. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's important to have feelings. It's important to have convictions. You're absolutely right. But it's also important to recognize that people make good points, and your platform may sometimes need to adapt to those points. So, never be too too stubborn in your ways. Absolutely. So let's talk about it. Okay, so it's built that way for simplicity purposes, and that's why people do like it. Now, is it as customizable as a PC, or I should say an Android device? Certainly not. But yes, they do like the simplicity. So you should understand we're moving towards a two-tiered system of society. And I described it earlier tonight. You weren't here. I'm going to describe it again. It's between the haves and the have-nots. You have humans, which we all generally are, but you have a class of society that is known as a breakaway civilization. These are the extremely rich people of society who are able to pay for surrogate children and life extension technology, and they're able to pay for perhaps mind uploading technology in the not so distant future and digital immortality. Now, the thing that really separates us is access to these types of technologies, and the main challenge to that access is funding. So what we will have in the future is your standard human level, and then you have essentially a transhumanist type of idea, and those who will be able to afford the technology will be using the enhanced technology. So you should know that basically the standard, as I've understood from the writings of these classes of people, the standard people will be using Android devices, and the Android devices will not work very well by plan. Meaning they'll be filled with bloatware, they'll be filled with like spammy, they'll be really spammy. They'll be cheap devices, and you already see that now. Android devices, you can buy like a track phone of an Android device for 20, 30, $40. Then you will have your Apple, which will be only for the wealthier people, and you're seeing that now that in order to buy an Apple product new, it becomes more and more costly. To the point now, if you want to buy an Apple product new, it's going to cost you at least $1,000 or more. If you want to buy, you're absolutely right, and that's what they're moving toward. So that the laptops, their phones start to become the standard of what a laptop is. A laptop computer becomes the price of what a car is. Now, you should also know that Apple has plans to have the Apple Car over the course of the next 10 years or so. Absolutely, it's going to be a major innovation. Yeah, so I'll find one for you. And it's going to Tesla, absolutely. And this has been in the plans for almost 30 years. So Apple in 2020, so this is from Mac Rumors, which is the ultimate of all of the Apple websites. If you know what Mac Rumors is, Mac Rumors was started as a website to track all of Apple's secrecy because Apple wouldn't divulge many of the features of their devices until they were officially unveiled. And people wanted to be able to plan for this. So Mac Rumors was started. So essentially, the physical car project is still in the works. It has deep integration with iOS. Its cost is looking to be about sub $100,000. It's an Apple designed chip. It has traditional vehicle design, and it has limited self-driving capabilities. So here's what we know about it. In 2014, Apple began working on Project Titan, with more than 1,000 car experts and engineers developing an electric vehicle with limited self-driving capabilities at a secret location near the company's Cupertino headquarters. The Apple Car project has shifted and changed multiple times over the course of the last several years due to internal strife and leadership issues, but development has continued. Through 2016, rumors suggested Apple had shelved plans for a car. By 2020, it was back on. In 2022, it was revealed that Apple's plan for fully autonomous vehicle was not going to work out, but with the project scaled back, and in 2024, rumors suggested it was pared back once again. Apple is now working to release an electric vehicle with driver assistant features similar to those functions offered by Tesla vehicles. This car will have a Level 2 autonomous driving system, which includes steering and brake acceleration support, but the driver remains in control of the car and must pay attention to the road. Apple originally planned to have a vehicle with no steering wheel or pedals that would operate on its own, but that is no longer the case. Apple went for a simpler design in order to get some kind of car to the market, and it is expected to release no earlier than 2028. So basically, that's some interesting information, but it shows you where Apple's plans are in congruence with my previous statements that they're looking to make that car the next one of the next featured technological uh, inventions of their platform over the course of the next 10 years. So basically, what they want to do is make a laptop the price of a normal car, make a normal car or their Apple car basically the price of a house, and make everything basically more expensive to the point where you have to take out a loan to buy a phone. That's where they want to get you. They want to get people to the point where you have to basically take out a loan or a mortgage, for lack of a better term, to buy not a piece of real estate like you would in the past, but a device. So the Apple strategy is what has been described at length as known as a walled garden. Walled garden. And Becky, if you remember anything about Apple products, remember that phrase, walled garden. Why is it a walled garden? Because it is very enjoyable when you're within the walls of the garden because it's so simple, everything works. But in order to get within that walled garden, you have to adhere to Apple's operating system, and you can't divert from that like you can using an Android device or a PC device. So, in summary to your question, firstly, I personally use iOS and Android. If you want to know which I prefer iOS for the same reasons that you do: simplicity, ease, connectivity, all the other things. Uh, and then additionally in the future, I think that people will be using both. Really, I think this is how someone who, like an executive in the future, will be. They will have an iOS device, an iOS and iPhone for their personal life, and they will have an Android device for work, if that makes sense. And a lot of people, so you would think so, but this is, I would tell you that there are perhaps better stocks out there in which to invest. And if you really want to know what they are, here they are. So we know what Skynet is, perhaps. If you don't know what Skynet is, it's essentially the operating system that the New World Order has created to essentially enslave humanity in the future, for lack of a better sentence. And it's extremely scary, but you have to understand it is a reality and it is being built, if not, it is already built. And the hardware and software that that system uses will be very important in the future. So, Becky, I can tell you these are just my predictions, but I can back them up with some evidence with what I know. And so here is what Skynet is. This is on what Skynet is built. And if you were looking to invest in stocks, traditional stocks, these would all be excellent stocks to hold long term. And what are they? Skynet is powered by Siemens nuclear reactors. So Siemens is a German company, and they make nuclear reactors. Also, other types of. Why are they called Siemens? It's a German last name, so it doesn't have anything sexual. But um, it is. No, you're absolutely fine, and anybody who didn't know it's a German last name would think similarly, so don't worry about that. But Siemens is an excellent investment because it will power Skynet. The hardware of Skynet will be built on Samsung. Okay, so Samsung. Its operating system will be Microsoft Windows, well, Microsoft system. Its cloud services will use Amazon. Its software that it runs to manage people will be Salesforce. So the big companies that I just mentioned, Siemens, Samsung, Microsoft, Salesforce, yes, these are all key in the future. Now, notice I didn't say Apple. Apple, I think, is going to have perhaps this is just my prediction, public relations nightmare when people find out that they're just going to get frustrated with Tim Cook. I honestly think that, and it's going to take someone to come out and critique the company, but it could absolutely happen where Tim Cook would have to resign and Apple's stock plummets. Now, we're thinking, well, the Apple car is going to be really innovative, and that's going to make Apple stock do really well. Perhaps, but that's like 10, 20 years out, and those are good investments, but I'm looking like 100 years out, 200 years out. So yes, the Apple Car will be good, but you know, having the system, the nuclear reactors that power Skynet is like perhaps a lot more lucrative. Other good stocks to have though are any robotics stocks. So what are robotics companies? Basically, many Japanese companies. Mitsubishi, certainly Samsung is a Korean company, but more Japanese companies, Honda. In fact, I think in the future, companies like Honda and Toyota will not necessarily make cars anymore. They will move fully into major robotics because producing advanced robotics is much more lucrative than producing consumer cars. I also think the same will be true of the automotive manufacturer Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce, if you know, is the creme de la creme of any kind of car. However, very few people buy Rolls-Royces annually, and Rolls-Royce isn't a very profitable brand because they only sell a few thousand cars a year, and all of their cars are basically handmade, and there isn't a huge amount of profit to be made because they are so expensive. And if you know what Rolls-Royce really makes is engines. They make airplane engines. And I believe that in the future they will divest themselves from their, well, they've already done this, I should say. They sold their automotive brand, I believe, they sold, I forget to whom, and I'll look it up in a second. And now they are just focused on engine. So basically, many companies may change what their focus is because it's more profitable in the future. And something that we might see as very profitable now, like cars for Apple, in 100 years or 70 years, may not be that profitable for them, and they may be limited amount of time. Not to say that the Apple car won't be innovative and it won't be a game changer and all the other things. And I hope to own one, and I hope you have one, and I hope we have a really amazing life in our Apple cars. I hope all of those things are true. However, it isn't one of the game-changing technologies, I don't think, because people already have electric cars. Tesla already exists. What more are you going to do with an Apple car that a Tesla can't do? Tesla already, from reading that article, has more advanced self-driving capabilities than what even Apple is predicting with their 2020 car. Most certainly. You should know Rolls-Royce is owned by BMW. So basically, the airplane division is with another company, and then BMW bought the automotive element of it. But I really don't think that will exist in the future. So in the future, if you were like, Rabbi, what's going to be the nicest kind of car that you can drive? It would be a Bentley. It would not, because they won't make Rolls Royces in the future. That's my prediction. So, but if you're like, is Bentley a good stock to buy? Well, they're not their own company. They're a subsidiary. But even still, yes, Bentley is a really nice car. I mean, I've driven Bentleys, but that doesn't mean they're going to sell a lot of them. So it's not necessarily a good stock or a good subsidiary of a stock to purchase. And thank you so much for saying you enjoyed that what I was saying. I know we cover a lot of complicated topics. Uh-oh. That's what we like to hear. What'd you do in South Carolina? Very nice. Did you enjoy it? Oh, yeah. Go for it. You can ask me as many questions as you want. I'm an open book. Go ahead. Keep them up. I love answering your questions. Go ahead. So why is one of my goals to have as much data on the internet as possible? I want people to be able to study it. So essentially, and I had a conversation with someone who's going to interview me on a podcast on Wednesday about this recently. But what she said, yeah, very cool. What she said, and she's absolutely right, is essentially I am a modern day diarist. What is a diarist? It's someone who keeps a very detailed diary. You know, like a diary or journal that people would keep in the past. So she had said to me that she had read about someone who had written like 35 million words over the course of 20 years, and every 5 or 10 minutes, whenever this person who is a diarist felt an emotion or stood up or went to the bathroom, they would write it down in a notebook. And they would essentially create a timeline of what life was like for them as a human. And people have studied this to some extent and learned a little bit more about how humans behave because of this. Okay. But that isn't as good of a record as videos. I think we all agree that writing, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, a video is worth perhaps 1,000,000 words. And for me to be able to capture all of what life consists for years at a time, for humanity's sake, I think is very important. Why? We'll be able to study the subject. I just so happen to be the subject for biological advancements with society. So what do I mean by that? Currently, we don't have someone who has given their consent of years of their life to be able to say, you can analyze this data and you can tell what my body temperature is, what my heart rate is, what my heartbeats per minute are, what my breaths per minute are, how often I blink, how often I swallow, how often I breathe. We also have all this data on my sleeping patterns, my eating patterns, my behavioral patterns, my emotional patterns. It is. You're 100% right. And I think the world's universities and higher education institutions will study this at length for centuries. I believe they will have literally college courses and university courses dedicated to what I have done because it's essentially creating a time capsule of society. It's the world's common history video. It's essentially a new Bible. In previous generations, people would use written materials to be able to capture history. Well, we have advanced now to the point where we no longer need to use written materials. We have visual tools, and the most important of which currently is video. And I'm utilizing that in the best way possible, in the most efficient way possible, in the most massive way possible, so that future generations will have the most amount of data to be able to study. Oh, exactly. How amazing that would be. You're absolutely right. And people are going to listen to your voice hundreds of years from now and say, what a trailblazer, what an outlier thinker that you are, Ducky, that you are able to interpret all of this and recognize that what we do in the present echoes in history and will echo in history through this video, perhaps. I'm in agreement with you. Exactly. Whether we are trying to make a fire or trying to turn on a computer, We are still problem solvers and beings that are doing their best to overcome the daily challenges of life. And at the end of the day, we are survivors, no matter what. That's what we are. We're primal. Our primal, our primal instinct is to survive. Absolutely, madam. I love speaking with you. Do you have any other questions? You don't have to remember them. You get as many questions as you want. That's okay. Are you a Flyers fan? What's your college team for Philly? Is it Villanova? Is it Lehigh? LaSalle? Penn? Okay. I mean, you're probably your state team's Rutgers. You've got Rutgers Camden and Rutgers New Brunswick. And right. And you've got Camden, you've got Cherry. Yeah, I know. Everybody's down on Camden, but I think it has. I do know about Camden. You know about Cherry Hill? Okay, so why do I know Camden? Um, I have friends who live there. So so I have friends throughout the United States, throughout the world. And so I had a friend of mine who was from New Jersey, and we'd always give him shit because usually people from New Jersey you associate with New York, but there's certainly an association with Philadelphia, especially if you're in South Jersey. And so, exactly. So we would talk to him about essentially life in South Jersey and everything, and he would explain to us about Camden and how it is a very one. I mean, at the time, he would say it's like America's roughest city, depending on the year that you look at the statistics. Exactly, and that Philly can be really nice. Philly can be rough as well, certain parts, but Philly's nice. But Camden basically is across the river, the Delaware River, is it? And it is, for lack of a better term, not the nicest of places. And then there are some, exactly, I was going to say, exactly. And then there are some really nice areas though around that area, and Cherry Hill is one of them. There's a few others, um, but it's a very interesting kind of organization of society. You've got Philly, the big city, then you have Camden, which is a for lack of a better term, it's a ghetto, and then you've got all these nice little suburbs that have sprung up around South Jersey that make New Jersey very, very nice. It's the Garden State, and people forget that. Garden State. It was the Garden State for a reason. People, when they were in New York City and they had the hustle and bustle of the city, wanted to be able to relax in the country. And one of the reasons why they chose New Jersey was because of the beauty of the land. And additionally, it was prime land for gardens. And so they would have these large estates that were also very popular to have gardens there. And it's a very beautiful state. And I'll say this, there are certainly industrial areas. You can go to the docks near Hoboken and North Bergen and West New York and, all of these different places. And certainly you're going to get some pollution and industrial waste. But go inland. Look at the forests of New Jersey. Look at the protected wetlands. Look at the Jersey Shore. I mean, really, arguably, if you were to ask me, Rabbi, where do you want to spend a summer on the East Coast? The Jersey Shore is arguably the place that you would choose. I mean, there's Miami Beach as well, or Ocean City. Certainly. absolutely. Right. But right? Noted or North Philly. Do you like the television show The Office? Oh, you're missing out, girl. You know why? Okay, okay. I don't know your age, but depending, uh, you're 23. Okay, so The Office is a little before your time, but it has all kinds of like local Philly knowledge that if oh yeah, definitely. So like little things that I normally wouldn't know because I haven't been to Philly. I've been to Pennsylvania, but I've never been to Philly. Actually, I have. I've been through there. I've been to Gettysburg. Um, but like for instance, like King of Prussia Mall. Like you know what King of Prussia is? It's like the city. It's a huge mall, right? Exactly. It's huge. But like there's no reason for a random stranger to be able to connect with you on King of Prussia Mall, but for the fact that the writers of that show did a really good job of making it that area of the world geographically. Like another thing is Hers potato chips. You know what Hers potato chips are? Okay, you know what that is. But the rest of the United States has no fucking clue what Hers potato chips are. Because it's a regional selection. Everybody else has Lay's or Frito-Lay or Doritos or whatever. Hers is very regional. But you don't know that because you're in that little bubble. What are some other exactly? Just some other things that are interesting about it. That with you being from that area, you might find them interesting. So, if you know that show takes place in Scranton, you know where Scranton is, so it's not too far. And I'm trying to think of like the shows that are around you. That there's like The Sopranos, but I meet a lot of people or speak to a lot of people from New Jersey. Where like I've never seen The Sopranos, and that doesn't surprise me too much. It's very stereotypical that I think people don't want to get associated with it. Have you seen it? Okay. Wow, your grandmother's a cool house. Is your grandmother single? All right. It sounds like we're gonna get together beautifully. That's all right. No, but she's gotta tell you how. Oh damn, girl. What's she gonna think of me? She's your grandma. She doesn't know. Well, eh, that show was very popular and captures some elements of New Jersey life. I think some better than others, but it's certainly more northern New Jersey than southern New Jersey. But uh, and answer your question, I love New Jersey. I love New Jersey girls. I love New Jersey music. Let's talk New Jersey music for a second. Who's your favorite quintessential New Jersey either artist or band? For you, yeah. So there are some ones like okay, I can name some and you can be like, you name others. You've got Bruce Springsteen. You've got you don't know Bruce Springsteen is from New Jersey, girl? Oh, oh my God, the boss. We have to find out from what city he is. The boss is so New Jersey. He's like the most New Jersey person, like perhaps there is. And All right, so Bruce Springsteen is from Long Branch, New Jersey. Do you know where Long Branch, New Jersey is? It is a beachside city in Monmouth County. It is near Eatontown. Good try. So we're gonna see. You know what? It's like parallel with Trenton. Okay. Yeah, it's closer to New York. Okay, so there's Bruce Springsteen. Oh my God, I just saved you an entire life of ridicule by fellow Jerseyites because with you not knowing Bruce Springsteen is from New Jersey, that is like sacrilege. I'm telling you. Right. You know why? Because you're from fucking New Jersey, and so is he. And you guys have that. It's like you're part of the same family. All right. Absolutely, girl. Next, Bon Jovi. Oh my God, you don't know that Bon Jovi is from New Jersey? No, that's Bryan Adams. So he sang Glory Days. He sang Born in the USA. He sang Dancing in the Dark. Hey, are you okay? You're on Instagram? Okay, just a moment. We have heard Tempora talk. Tempora's from Texas. I was in the same boat as you were. I wanted the same, and we eventually got the privilege of hearing him. So, other Jersey bands that you should know: Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Do you know Jersey Boys? Oh my God, girl, you're breaking my heart. Jersey Boys. It's a musical. Have you heard of Jersey Boys? It's okay if you haven't, but it's a musical. It's the story of Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. And if you don't know who that is, they had a litany of hits in the 1960s. One of their biggest hits was 1963, Oh What a Night. But they have many songs. I'm not going to go into them, but you need to know that you have to know that Frankie Valli is from New Jersey. Honestly, of the girls who I know from New Jersey, if I were to say to any of them, like, these are tough bitches. I'm telling you, that's why I love New Jersey girls, because they're like, they don't fuck around, and they don't fuck around with Jersey shit. And Jersey music, oh, exactly. And Jersey music is so fucking important to them that it's like, oh, you got to know this shit. I mean, it's like, you may hear it on the radio since you've been a toddler, and you may not have connected it, but you have to know this. So other ones that are big, so the big three are Bruce Springsteen, John Bon Jovi, and Bon Jovi the band, and then Frankie Valli. Now, other ones that are from New Jersey that are big are, but nobody's gonna get mad at you if you don't know that My Chemical Romance is from New Jersey. Nobody's getting mad at you. Excellent. And you knew the Misfits were from there as well, didn't you? Oh, you didn't? Okay, Misfits. That's okay. I wouldn't have even known who they were, so I thought you had said that. You're good. I don't know who they are either. Who else is in here? So then there's some cool like rap bands. Naughty by Nature, dude. Do you know who Cool in the Gang is? You know who Cool in the Gang is? Okay, so Cool in the Gang has like my ultimate favorite song when something good happens to me, and we're gonna listen to part of it right now. And if you're like, Cool in the Gang, who's that? They're a 70s funk band, And when I play their song, you're gonna be like, oh, I totally know that song. They're from New Jersey. Fuck yeah, New Jersey. And I'd be like, there's so much cool shit about New Jersey. Honestly, as you know, a lot of people think that New York City's the shit and they shit on New Jersey, but I'm kind of the opposite. I love New Jersey and I'll shit on New York City because I live in LA, baby. All right, here we go. This is Cool in the Gang Celebration. Everybody loves this song. Whoa! So you know that song, I take it, right, Ducky? Absolutely. Did you just sneeze? Oh, nice. I love sneezing. I think sneezing is like honestly, it like kind of feels good to me. I enjoy it. And don't you hate it when you lose the sneeze and it's like, oh, you try to get it back and you try to get yourself in that mental state and you're like, maybe if I focus on the sneeze, oh, here it comes, and then it doesn't. You're like, no, where does it go? You're always trying to get that sneeze back. Yeah, I love it. And then you get the multiple sneezes at once. You feel like you're going to rock the house down. You know it. I know it. We all know it. All right. So that is our New Jersey music history. And I'm just reviewing the list of anyone else on here that's big. All right. So even though it is not, he's not considered a New Jersey artist, he's considered a New York City artist. You should also know Billy Joel. Do you know Billy Joel? Excellent. Do you know where Allentown, Pennsylvania is? Do you know where Allentown, Pennsylvania is? Excellent. So Billy Joel has a song about Allentown. It's just like about being a hardworking individual and how all of the factories shut down there and everything. Now, while Billy Joel is a New York person, he does have kind of that working class kind of attitude that people from New Jersey, I mean, it's like the backbone of the culture is the idea that we're hardworking individuals, we're family individuals, we don't take shit from anyone, and fuck you, get out of my way. That's basically the New Jersey way. Am I wrong? Oh, totally. Absolutely. Exactly. That's why I really like New Jersey women. They're very straight to the point. They don't put up with bullshit. They don't play games, and they are wonderfully enjoyable companions. So I'm very big fans of Jersey Girls, and honestly, they have amazing, I would say, personalities. Like they're so charismatic. And there's a mixture in New Jersey. It's particularly Italian. There's some Jew in there. There's some Irish in there, and there's all kinds of other things. But it comes together to make a really wonderful makeup of an individual. Yes, you do. The State College of New Jersey is what? No, that's a private school. What is the State University of New Jersey? What is this? No, what is the State University of New Jersey? Is what? It's Rutgers. And here's a little piece of trivia. I, I don't think I'm wrong. There are only two major state schools that are not that do not have the name of the state or the name or the word state in them. The two major state schools are Rutgers, which is named after a person, and Purdue, which is also named after a person. All I love college. I love universities. I love trivia, and so these are just kind of. I read a lot. There you go. My answer should have been I read, but in reality, I have interests in all of these things, and they kind of commonly overlap. So I have interest in geography and colleges and art and all kinds of things. So for me, never having been to New Jersey, I do admire the state a lot and think highly of it. Now, you were saying we have very good schools, and it's true. You have arguably one of the top schools in the United States, being Princeton. And I really think in the future, so if you know anything about how the Ivy League works, you have HYP at the top. What's HYP? Harvard, Yale, Princeton. And all the Harvard people for now 400 years have felt superior to all the Yale people. And Princeton always gets in there every few years to shake things up. But I really think in the future, Princeton will be considered the top school of the Ivy League, and Yale will overtake Harvard. So basically, Princeton would be number one, Yale would be number two, Harvard would be number three, when currently the system generally allocates itself to being Harvard number one, Yale number two, Princeton number three. However, of those three schools, they will not be the top schools in the United States. I think the future of the top school in the United States is Stanford University, located in Palo Alto, California. Those are my thoughts on higher education, particularly in New Jersey. Trying to think what else you got going on in New Jersey on which we can come. Have you been to Jersey Shore? Right. Bayside Heights. Very nice. Now, have you seen the television show Boardwalk Empire? You know that takes place in New Jersey, but like 100 years ago. Yeah, so it stars Steve Buscemi, and it took place on HBO. It's a very good show, and it's basically like the story of the Atlantic City Boardwalk of the 1910s, and like how that all got to be built, and like the gambling and the like racetracks and the like carousels that would go on there. You know, like basically pre-World War I Jersey Shore. So it's a show that was on for say like between like 6 and 8 seasons. So and it was quite popular. So if you have a chance, check it out. It focuses on New Jersey. The whole thing takes place in New Jersey and it's quite popular. So it's very good. Um, what else is there about Jersey? Hey, do you like the Real Housewives of New Jersey? Wow. Now, I don't know much about it either, but I can tell you what, some of those New Jersey housewives seem pretty aggressive in comparison to perhaps some of the other ones. Yeah, definitely. I don't want to mess with them. Exactly. Um, what up? What up? What up, Hype? How you living, baby? Kicking ass, taking names. What's new in your neck of the woods? Why are you pissed off at Ali? Did, are you excited about Sora, the text to video feature? Yeah, so Sora is ChatGPT's uh, upcoming video function. Currently, it is not available to the public. It's just beta tested, but you can write a prompt for text to video of up to 60 seconds. So that should be out within the next 6 to 8 months, which I think would be a game changer. Hike, where do you live in the world, baby? He's from Australia. Excellent. Hike, are you? Do you know about the Burke Wills expedition? No, it was a first transcontinental traversing of the continent of Australia. It took place during the 19th century, starting in Melbourne, making it to essentially like Darwin, essentially, and then they made it about 7/8 of the way back before they all died. It's a fascinating story. Do you know about an area of Australia known as Pine Gap? Okay, so Pine Gap is in the middle. No, that was in Tasmania, in Hobart. That's what basically got rid of. Yeah, they took all your guns away after that shooting. But no, yeah, there was basically there was basically there was basically one incident in Australia that removed all the guns from there, like 30 years ago. But Pine Gap actually is a military base located in the outback. It is the most secure facility of any Australian facility. Essentially, um, it's an observatory for space, but also there are a lot of clandestine organizations that work out of there. It's been known as Australia's Area 51, and it's very secretive, and I didn't know if you knew anything about it. I gotcha. Are you more on the Melbourne, Sydney side, or are you on Perth side? Oh, very nice. Beautiful. Closer to the, um, like off the coast of the Great Barrier Reef. Oh, very nice. That that's that can change. To all my Sproto homies, Vamp and Bob and anyone else in here, Kulik, Hype wants to hear your voice. Vamp? Vamp is in Germany. Yeah, Vamp is a vampire in Germany. But you have to explain how it's spelled. It- she won. She won our Halloween face painting contest though, and she had some stiff competition. Please do. She absolutely is. She has a wonderful heart, and one of her other interests that I think is very amazing. Vamp, would you feel comfortable talking about your animals?
And it's research. I don't think they're questioning people. And I definitely don't think they look trying to bend the line to say what kind of interface is
I'm gonna check it out right now myself.
any negative or interesting things.
Yeah, everything. It's that automatic repetition turns to form where you have to recording industry athletes who massively hypnotized because, oh, why don't you just post over here? We have a better image of you. Now, this is where the past intention pays the way to die, as they say, in the sense that there should have been more freedom of movement at play in that the pandemic, I think, accelerated that. But at the same time, it can't be a free for all where they can just paint the way in. Yeah, I know it's return to fight that they put out in there, but I think there should be some sort of response. Not criticism, but some more like, hey, otherwise you don't have continuity in your program at all.
Well, first of all, it does. Because you know what I'm saying? The person is people, that was a lot. Because especially when you're talking about collegiate athletes and they're already uproot. Again, I'm trying to bring some religious things in there too. At the same time, when we're talking about his programs not only benefit that team, but these programs benefit the school as well. And so if I do my due diligence and I'm good and I recruit this athlete, basically then I reserve rights now. If you come in and you recruit on the waiver, I've built a relationship with mine. I've gotten my marketing card and they just say, hey, we're going to pay you this way. And everything from professional standpoint grew. And at the same time, we're talking about a very small percentage of collegiate athletes who actually go to the league. So I think almost demanding a level of stability from them is a good thing in the long run because they're not going to be able to, even if they do make it to the league, they're not going to be able to have those stars and winning things once they make it. So you have to instill some level of responsibility. And I know the phrase is, you got to chase the bag, but sometimes chasing the bag between
Yes.
two is not beneficial for you or your team or even your family. So I think that there definitely needs to be some efficient. I agree with you on that. I think that this happens
Just
because
look in the chat right now. Somebody just linked to the merch store.
and then once you do that, let me see
Tempura hooked you up.
figure this out.
That's why I want you to periodically have a cover because I want to talk about
Tempura,
something
let's hear your beautiful voice.
last week at the first few of my play-by-play commentators for a local team, television commentator. Would love to get your thoughts and perspective on that. It's really with my son Tampa Station Florida. I'll be up on the other radio app. Not even that far on the Tampa Station for no reason. Great campaign because they have now 70 downloads of the radio, having 17 filings and putting those things less than 3 seconds on the news. So due to that excellent tradition over the last 100 years, they will continue to fight against the current, eating our authority to deny it and realize that the military department believes it in order to adjust our troops and also to unify and academic. And expect the British Academy Award for Best Picture, 7 awards. Also the Man in Black playing Nestor leading Arthur Robert Downey Jr. Best Supporting Actor nominated as Best Film. 4 films winning second to 5 movies, including Miss Thing, starring Netflix. And Cody High Plains, Florida, via Travis Tunnel at 4 Tracy, you got Camping in County on East Park. Instagram photograph of the welcome on Route 60. That's from Florida illustrator of that item. But that's what I look out for each day to keep them for a family with Clubhouse. So I can put on my left here. And as we speak, I said I could say download the past couple days that is throughout the whole thing, the district of Tampa Bay because of this one. So I was trying to see your access feedback over.
This replace everybody speak it up. Open your mic device, speak activate, speak it, audible, speaker, let me know inside your Turn off your business. Open chat right now. Someone taking your questions now. Again, keep it outside. I think that we have a mindset saying that we pivot towards where I think of it where you can pivot to. You can go with the music, bringing in content that perhaps you didn't have a few weeks earlier. It's less 6 months in advance or 3 months in advance than you do to retreat. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think makes it, particularly at the Grill, where we have new information on a regular basis, being able to see that information, see the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
And not only audio content, I have members of my content creators. I ask them for what? Every hour, what the conversations, confidential, and airtight innovative we need to be. Not just in audio. I have members in Zoom, Zoom,
Hey, as always, there's a pleasure speaking with you, Doctor. Take care. Sweet dreams, girl. I love you too, girl. Sweet dreams. All right. All day long. Send me whatever you'd like. Take care, sweetie. Bye-bye. Vamp, did you get like dental implants? Did you get dental implants? Yeah. Oh. You said they work like Hollywood teeth and nails? They work like... Oh, interesting. I see. Very interesting. Like a, what do they call it? Sure. Oh, so it's like a veneer. Excellent. Oh, okay, very cool. Yeah, no. So you still have your original tooth with the veneer. Oh, very cool. Well, you're the first person I've ever seen with that, but Vamp, I can see how that becomes very, very popular. Right. Right. Right.
Introduced to the Romans recently, you know the capsule you swallow, usually dioxide, partially butyrate, and chemically calculated sophisticated, even body fatigue. It wasn't just covered tons of recommended women. Romans gives you a mini background to free shipping with 3 packs or more. Go to Romans.com, 15% off and use the code PURIFY, Romans, ViralRabbi.com, code PURIFY at checkout. There's all sorts of software apps that keep going underground and monitoring the kids' phone and what they're doing and see what's underground.
Oh, I pee on the stream all the time. I pee into a Pyrex container. It's much more efficient than me having to walk all the way to the bathroom. That's true. But it was a similar subject matter. I felt I should contribute something. You wish what? What did you say about my sleeping mask? They're beauty masks. It's so that it's so that we get a beauty rest, so we can stay relaxed and beautiful for the morning. Same with mine. That's true too. Sleeping masks are one of those things that all hot girls have. It's just something about it. It helps you to get deeper sleep, but additionally allows for less puffiness of your eyes, less stress to your face. There you go. Hell yeah. What a gift. How did you get that? What? I can't, but what does it say? Sleepy slut. Ooh, wow, that's sexy. I honestly thought it said sleepy shit, so I'm glad to know it says sleepy slut. Cool. That's true. So, do you think of yourself as a sleepy slut? No, you can't. Who the hell wants to be seen in that? Absolutely. Anytime. That's for what we're here. And you know what? I'm glad that it hasn't. I'm glad it hasn't branched out into the flavors yet. You caught it just in time. You're not coming to me with, Rabbi, I can't get enough of these ranch sunflower seeds or these, all that stuff. Good for you. Those are sexy individuals. That's some people's turn on, girl. What about Alfredo sauce? How about Alfredo sauce? What about Alfredo sauce? You know what? It hates you. I love it. I want to fight between Ducky and Alfredo sauce as a being. Like, oh, this is going to be our first tag team match? Okay, I'm down. So I can imagine, like, all Alfredo has to, like, do, like, how does it come to the ring? Does it come in a big jar? Does it come on pasta? Like, how do we fight it? Like a big splatter. A splatter? Alright. I think we could take it. But I think Alfredo needs a partner. So if we're gonna, it should be Alfredo and Ranch, because that's your arch nemesis. Alright, I think we could take him down. Manlet Queen, can you hear me? If you had to fight a condiment, which one would it be and why? A condiment and or sauce. So, like, if you wanted to fight Worcestershire sauce, because it's impossible to say, we would all understand. Maybe you'd want to kick balsamic vinegar's ass. Okay, I can live with that. You hate that white shit, don't you, girl? Do you like vanilla ice cream? All right, so not all white foods are disgusting to you, but basically if it's room temperature or warm, you don't like it. If it's white, good to know as well. So frozen white, so far so good. Oh, good question. I like condiments, to be honest with you. So, I mean, for the most part, I think I like more condiments than hate more condiments. So, a condiment that I don't necessarily like, I don't know. I'm a lover, not a hater. So I don't just make lists of things that I hate usually. I would say, right. I mean, yours is like tattooed. Jesus, girl. You're like, I fucking hate mayonnaise. I fucking hate horseradish. I fucking hate ranch. What's your cat's name? What's your cat's name, Ducky? Oh, that's your Chester. Where does Chester sleep at night? Where does Chester sleep at night? Very nice. Are you fucking serious? Yo, Hype, do you know that
Continue their daily education or anything to help their family put food on the table. You can help raise the future in the state of Nevada. See how far your support can go at
Damn, you got ghosted, girl. Ducky's been ghosted. Hey, he said he thought you were cute, so it's not all bad. Jesus, girl. God damn it, you were pouring your heart out to this guy. He's not even in the room. Jesus Christ. What the hell did he say to you, girl? He has the hook in you deep. Oh my God. What? Wow. Anatoly, I could talk to you for days about this conversation, but I choose not to. I do not kiss and tell. But holy shit. Anatoly, you and I could have girl talk all fucking night. Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Dude, Anatoly, I have hours of pillow talk for us. Honestly, we can go till the sun rises. What? Is that an insult to the man? Or is that a compliment? Depending on the context, it could be either. I love you too, sweetheart. She's like, I didn't say that. Right, right. Okay, but I do have to make a comment. Anatoly, literally, all you do is come in here and scream, and now that you have the floor, you're dead fucking silent. Let's hear from you. How you doing, baby? Oh, well, thank you so much for being so kind and allowing us to speak. We really do. I mean, it's very kind of you. Dude, do you like her or do you like her? Do you like her or do you like her? No, no. Question. Do you like her or do you like her? Dude. Anatoly, do you like her or do you like her? Anatoly, do you like her or do you like her? Girl, you sound like a normal 23-year-old girl. I don't know what people are saying. Meaning you sound like a mature young woman. I don't know. Like you have a normal voice and you speak in a profound fashion. Don't take Manlet Queen's opinion of you seriously at all because he's the minority.
My first ever love in my life was her name was
Was it a rubber ducky? What happened to her? Is she? Dude, she's a Disney princess. Oh, cool. Is her sister single? Is her sister single? So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, Ducky's gonna be my wingman. I want to ask out Ariel. Dude, hook us up with Aurora's number so that she can hook me up with Ariel, and we'll go on a double date. We could triple date it. We could have Anatoly and Ducky. I could go with Ariel, and you could go with Aurora. Vamp can bring her husband. Oh, don't say that. That's a bad word. It is a... No. This isn't clicky. This is a well-known racial term, and we don't like Manlet having it yet. You should just look it up in Urban Dictionary. Oh yeah, you are, though. That's what I'm saying. I am. I'm black. Hey, how's cleaning?
I just was fucking around for a couple of days. That was my original thing I had.
It's someone who ejaculates. So, as I understand it, a coomer is someone who ejaculates, and within this community, ejaculation is seen as a not an ideal behavior because retention is important for the stability of the coin. So, if you are someone who ejaculates, you're known as a coomer. It's basically a derogatory term for someone who ejaculates. So, so I used to live for like 7 months on the stream, coom live on the stream, and then on December 18th there was a meeting and I got in trouble. I got banned from streaming. Now, the reason why I got banned from streaming, there was a girl on the stream. She and I used to sex, and she asked me to coom while on the stream for her, and she's a holder. So I'm like, okay, I'm helping the community, and she liked watching it. So that happened, and then they got mad at me, and they said I had to retain. Pardon me? Okay, I'll turn that down. Just a moment. The reason why you can is because I have like a ton of microphones going right now. Apologies. Yeah, they've seen my shit. If you want to see it live, dude, this is so funny. Somebody wrote this. Okay, firstly, so I used to do it live on the. Okay, so you can hear me, right? Okay, so I used to do it live on the stream, allegedly. Somebody tagged me with one of the funniest fucking things ever. Just one moment. Somebody was like, Rabbi Rothschild found his soulmate. Somebody in this community. Just one moment. It talks about this girl and how horny she is. Just one moment. It's something along the lines of, I was so horny for this guy that I took the hard sock underneath his bed, microwaved it, and drank it. Somebody tagged me with that. It's like the most disgusting thing. Anyway, I also got in trouble for allegedly relieving myself live on Instagram. So I didn't get in trouble, but I at least lost some of my Instagram accounts. But I have some of them that are still up. So if you ever want to check that out, it's Rabbi Rothschild 18. You can see the whole show. Basically, I have no filter. Rabbi Rothschild 18. I'll send it to you. Manlet Queen. Are all your dogs awake? Are your dogs awake? You take very good care of them. You should know that. You take very good care of them. You love drugs and heroin? How do you like to ingest it or inject it? How do you like to do it? Do you inject it or do you ingest it? Ooh, that's a good one. There you go. Yeah, definitely. Wow. Um, Ducky, you go right to the sensitive spot. Good for you. So this is a little different than that, but I had friends of mine in college who played on the hockey team. One thing they told me was routinely done. They like to dip, they like to use chewing tobacco, but that wasn't allowed on the ice. You're not allowed to spit on the ice. So what they used to do is cut into the inner webbing of their toes and take the chewing tobacco and make a fist with their toes and basically like pack the chewing tobacco in between their toes and allow the fiberglass of the chewing tobacco to tear into their skin and basically inject the nicotine into their toes as opposed to their cheek. Very intense. Basically. Dude, drugs are amazing. Who told you that? Okay, so that's the last time you start listening to Manlet because he gave you bad advice. Hey, Ducky, can you hear me? Ducky, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ducky, can you hear me? Can any motherfucker hear me in this thing? Excellent. Ducky, can you hear me? Maybe she can't. All right. Ducky, can you hear me? She must have me muted. Ducky, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. I have my infamous Rabbi Rothschild 18 account, and I'm naked on it on Instagram. I need your consent. You want me to send you the link? Okay. Well, I'm sending it to you, and you can see I literally have no holds barred. I am flat out going at myself live on Instagram. Here you go, girl. Oh, it made the rounds on the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email many times. Yeah, we don't mince any words. It's straight to the point, girl. I'm raw. Word, Mockingbird. Manlet only speaks the truth.
Oh, that's one of the tricky things. Today we went from Saturday in to Madden. It's really okay. Somebody on the line with the answer phone. This is getting on that. Number 10 is the land of some input. If you go down what we do is clean input. So this we thought this year was clean input and represent. And that's a quality. Not the corporate and quality of
Man, the queen.
okay, so let's do a little race.
If you were to invest in another cryptocurrency, what would it be? Why that one? Oh yeah, I just saw it. What is that? Isn't that like super racist? Yeah, dude, why do you like all this racist shit? Yeah, that's not cool though. Why do you guys like that? Yeah, but it's like I don't know. It's symbolic of poor morality. Pardon me? What'd you say, yo? I mean, you're looking at me on multiple screens right now. What do you think, my friend? That's all right, baby. We're all allowed to make mistakes. Sure. No, I have some backup plans. I have a friend of mine who wants me to move in at the end of the month, so I may do that. They live close. Yeah, we got some people who wanted to take part in a huge party. Apparently, it is against Craigslist rules to have like a flash mob kind of event, so we couldn't have an in-person 24/7 4:20 a.m. party, 4:20 p.m. party, A/B theme, 2 parties a day that we had anticipated. But nevertheless, I did have somebody come and visit me yesterday. They brought pizza. What's going on, Anatoly?
what the fuck? Wait, who's that on the... Wait,
This will provide ongoing violations and current offensive education and offensive education website with no knowledge and solution to going to the comments with children volunteers. First, the 5 years old. Children must be excellent, meals, quality education, and more. Apply at picoftheday.org.
This motherfucker is lit.
Because now you're allowed to go after trying to take a selfie with a lens. And now that is what I'm saying. Listen, after trying to take a selfie with a lens. Back on Thursday, turned out his name might really connect to notice and not in the car. This kid was about an Asiatic line in the tree. I'm trying to pronounce this thing. Somewhere in India. It's like, it's the place that cannot be pronounced. You want to take a stab at it? Yeah, what is it? It is ViralRabbi,
Yo, dog, be right back. Gotta take a whiz. Yeah, baby. Kicking ass, taking names. How are you doing? How was your President's Day, James? Who's your favorite president and why? That's what I asked and why. That's a good one and why? Oh, that's tight as fuck. Baller. Are you really into Bigfoot? What comes to mind when I say Patterson Gimlin footage? I want to believe, baby. I want to believe. People have said that. I believe so. Perhaps even. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm in agreement with you. And so, hold on. So you don't know this story that well, and let me say why. Because I didn't either, and I thought the same thing that you thought. All the same stuff. That there was a deathbed confession of one of the guys. That the story changed. That somebody said that they wore a suit. All of those things. I delved into this more recently. I didn't know this. One of the members of it, I believe it's Gimlin, is still alive. Did you know this, James?
Yes.
And he still has the same story that so maybe you do know it better than I thought. I didn't know he was still alive. That was a surprise to me. That his story has maintained its consistency this entire time. They didn't make any money off of this. Bob Gimlin? I believe so. Yeah, and he's maintained his consistency in similar way to Bob Lazar. That could be an answer to your question about how fast was it being filmed. This is a good question. So basically, at 16 frames per second, it runs for 60 seconds, and the film, if it's shot at 18 feet per second, as Grover Krantz believed, the event lasted 53 seconds. So, okay, if you're wondering, this is what I know about the camera that they had, is it had a little, like a dial on it. And so if you're like, well, was it 8 millimeters or 16 millimeters? I don't think they necessarily know because the dial had changed on it. And that's why they're saying, if you think that it is supposed to be run at 16 frames per second, then it's supposed to be a 59.5-second video. If you think it's 18 frames per second, it's 53 seconds. Basically, I know their camera had multiple functions to record at different speeds. Now, well, so James, at least from what I know, what you said is very accurate. At least the fact that it would have been very difficult for them to trek all the way up there on horseback and have this random encounter. And then, so I don't know if you've heard any of Gimlin's his interviews that he has given recently, but one thing that he says is that one thing that he said in like the 1970s was that it could have been perhaps hoaxed by Patterson, but it would have taken a lot for him to do that. And then nowadays, if you ask Gimlin what happened, he says that he doesn't think Patterson could have even hoaxed it, even if he wanted to. The fact that they were like in the middle of nowhere, in this middle of this clearing, Patterson didn't call anyone ahead of time. He would have no way to contact anyone. It's somewhat believable to me. And I want to go back and say, James, look, you know the story pretty well. I don't want to say that you don't. I just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater as well. That this could be a verified sighting. If it is, did you know this, James? That the Patterson Gimlin footage is the second most famous footage of the 20th century. Hold on. I'm incorrect on that. Third most famous footage, I think, of the 20th century. You have the Apollo landings, the Zapruder film, and the Patterson Gimlin footage. And isn't it interesting that all three of those events took place during the same decade? So, in answer to your question, Do I think? Well, you didn't ask the question. I'm just assuming that you asked the question, so you didn't ask the question. But in kind of response to your statement, well, let me ask you: do you think that Sasquatch are real, or Yetis are real, or Bigfoot is real?
Oh, yes, I do.
Interesting. Do you think it is purely earthbound, or could it have some extraterrestrial influence?
I tend to believe it exists more in a Jungian sense.
Can you elaborate, please?
It's collective unconscious.
Ooh, so it actually doesn't really exist?
It exists because we make it real.
So people don't actually see beings in the woods.
They do.
But just because it's like a mirage?
Not a mirage, it's a projection of the unconscious.
Interesting. So there is not a physical form of a Yeti on this earth. Is that correct in your opinion?
I can't say that conclusively, but I believe that the same sense of the UFO and of the Sasquatch, they both resonate on the same kind of field, if that makes sense.
Have you studied the relationship between Bigfoots and UFOs?
Yes, I have.
It's phenomenal. It's fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I think they share
Yes.
a commonality.
Yes. I do too.
A lot of them tend to be very intimate, and very spiritual in many ways.
Yeah. It's very interesting, the relationship between Bigfoot and UFOs.
And I think one's going to be primal representation, and one's going to be a more future representation.
Yeah.
It's all like encoded in our DNA or within the spirit consciousness. We have these like context clues of where we're going.
Now, one thing, and this is the thing that made me like think that you didn't know the story very well, but you do. And again, for the third time, I want to say you know it much better than I thought you did. You said that you thought that these two were known charlatans, basically, or known hoaxers. What evidence do we have of that?
Yeah, from my understanding, Patterson was a known hoaxer in the past.
Now, I heard something similar to that to some extent. Let's see here. So Patterson died of cancer in 1972, and according to Wikipedia, Patterson maintained right until the end that the creature on the film was real. Okay. Now I thought you had said, and I could be wrong, but I want you to know it almost relieved me that you said this, because I thought this. I always thought that Patterson gave a deathbed confession. Hadn't you heard that? Okay, so I had heard that Patterson, right before he died, gave a deathbed confession, but apparently that's not true. Now, when I talk about these deathbed confessions, that isn't to say that I'm confusing it with something else. I think many times in media these things are portrayed, but also you have to understand that the Patterson Gimlin footage was taken in 1967, and the Zapruder film was taken November 22nd, 1963, and that's the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And essentially, many people died after the Kennedy assassination in strange ways, and there were many deathbed confessions following the Kennedy assassination. And I think many times people think that perhaps there were other deathbed confessions, and Patterson was one of them, but he was not. So, according to Patterson, till the day he died, he maintained that it was a real creature. And Gimlin, to this day, maintains that it's a real creature. So, did you at all say, and I don't mean to be pressing you on this, like as easy as casually as possible, did you say that one of them? Well, you're saying that your evidence that it was fake was that Patterson had a history of this, but to your knowledge, you don't know of either of them ever saying at any point that it was fake, right?
Correct.
That's how I understand it as well. And you know, I used to watch this Patterson Gimlin footage, as I'm sure you did too, on like the Discovery Channel, and it was very famous footage. And they always would conclude that this was not a real creature. And so whenever anybody talks about Bigfoot, it's a punchline. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure you've got little green men and Bigfoot in the trunk of your car, or something like that. But and so I dismissed it for for decades, basically. But as I have come to learn more about the phenomenon, there's more to it. I am more a believer that it could be extraterrestrial related. Does that mean that the creature that is featured in the Patterson Gimlin footage is of extraterrestrial origin? I don't think so. What do I think that creature is in the Patterson Gimlin footage? I'll say this. If a Bigfoot does exist, I think it looks just like that. Meaning, it looks like an ape-like creature. That's how they're always described. Now, whether the person could have been in a suit or not, or that could have been like a third party, we can go through and analyze all that in the future or at another time. But James, are you willing to think that if Bigfoot does exist, it looks like the creature in the Patterson Gimlin footage?
Yeah, it's also another possibility.
Yes.
And that also by the fact that tonight you game, I guess, this.
Right. And perhaps this is a descendant or a common descendant of that, perhaps. I'm not. I think that, honestly, you could ask me any of these theories, whether it's UFOs or the Kennedy assassination or like the powers that be at the top of the pyramid. I know all about that shit. Bigfoot is one that still gets me. And I like that. I like not knowing all the answers. Like, I can tell you the name of the motherfucker who shot from the grassy knoll November 22nd, 1963. Motherfucker's name is James Earl Files. He does a whole confession of it. It's called Earls on JFK. Oliver Stone does it with him. Has interviewed him as well. The documentary is phenomenal. I know like all the names of all the. Go ahead. Sorry, what'd you say? Oh, bless you. Oh, sorry. I would say though that Bigfoot is one that I don't know, and it's something that I feel like we should pretty easily be able to prove biologically, but we can't, which tells me that these things are either exceptionally smart, exceptionally sensitive to like human interaction and sound and stuff, or they're extraterrestrial and they have some kind of higher intelligence that allows them to avoid us. I don't know. I do know though that there is a link between extraterrestrials and UFOs, meaning a lot of times where you see high areas of UFO flaps, you see Bigfoot somewhere. Why is that? I don't know. Exactly.
It's almost like an interdimensional tear. And that's right. There's always different things living in and out of our timelines.
That's right. Now, I would expect if Patterson Gimlin were real, I would have expected at least one other piece of footage of similar quality in the last 60 years, but we haven't seen anything. To this day, and I mean, I'm on every forum that's available out there. I cannot tell you another credible, even anything that anyone considers remotely accurate to a real Bigfoot encounter as Patterson Gimlin. And I would have thought that it would have increased in a major way with the advent of trail cams. You know what I mean, James? But you don't see them on trail cams. Now, I've heard that perhaps they're very sensitive to electronics and they can just sense when any electronic is near them. and thus they stay away from these things. I'm not sure, but Bigfoot. Do we consider James Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Yeti all the same names for the same being in different areas of the world? Abominable snowman, all that. Yes. Well, that's an interesting. Yes, exactly. Now, the question arises, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate on this one. I'm on UFO Twitter all the time. Even if I wasn't on UFO Twitter, if I were just going through my timeline, I would see maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 people who had UFO sightings a day. Somebody's reposting something. Okay, I don't see anything like that for Bigfoot. Not even like 1 or 2 a year, even 1 or 2 a decade. I can tell you I've seen the Patterson Gimlin footage, and then I've seen some other okay footage, but never is it like in some. It's always in really dark conditions. It's never very clear. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, why is it that we only have one documented encounter on video when the only thing that has really changed is the prevalence of cameras, and yet we don't have any more footage of these beings? That's an incredible question, and I don't have the answer to it. James, can you help me with that?
That's a incredible counterpoint to the whole thing. And again, like if these experiences are happening, people are legitimately seeing Sasquatch in the woods. I don't know, like I'm not trying to be rough, but like if you're participating on LSD, you can't necessarily know that, right?
But we have trail cams, we have cell phone cameras. Just give me one other video. Give me something within the last 30 years.
So it's a tangible thing, but it exists outside of our realm of perception. But you can perceive it through a certain window that you can echo and project subconsciously and manifest it into reality.
Hold on a second. So, in order for me to understand that, you would be saying that by definition, if these things are only projections of our consciousness, then Patterson Gimlin is by default a hoax because you can't uh, have that consciousness manifestation be recorded on visible light. So basically, if Patterson Gimlin actually saw this thing and it's a manifestation of their imaginations, they would not have recorded anything. Instead, they recorded something. So you're saying that by them recording something, that has to be a hoax because the Yeti phenomenon is only something that is a manifestation of that occurs within people's mind and the projection of their their thoughts into the real world. Is that accurate?
I can't say that conclusively, but I think as a result of the Patterson Gimlin film, I think more people saw Sasquatch that exists.
But not.
Are you familiar with like Slitherman?
Yes, yes,
Slitherman was like a creepypasta
right.
online.
Like salad fingers, all that shit. That was
Yeah,
that was another one.
salad fingers Slitherman. Like after that post series of images of horror was created, people then would see Slitherman
Right.
out in the woods.
It's an excellent point. This is a little different though. Even admittedly, you're saying we have had evidence of this for many years though. Like throughout all cultures of these yeah. So so basically like the difference is with the creepypasta that started the revolution and people would the phenomenon and people would start to have these encounters then. But basically with the Sasquatch phenomenon, people had these encounters for perhaps thousands of years. Only until Patterson Gimlin occurs do we have it on video. And then what you're saying is that the regularity of these sightings increases post Patterson Gimlin footage, and that could have affected the increase in sightings, is because the idea of the Bigfoot was on the collective consciousness of humanity more in the years following the 1967 film, correct?
Right, and it feels like artists are accused of things like, even someone confidently say that they're just like that, that idea did exist. It's not foolish to assume that, there could be significance of that were stragglers. And that's just the thing, like, you can't really say that Roy Patterson film is like a fake, this could be a real thing. But at the same time, it's a nuanced thing.
Well, I mean, basically, why is it that we don't have another piece of footage of Bigfoot since 1967? And you're saying because it's a collective consciousness idea, so that would only make sense. I'm saying that what you're saying makes sense, but it's confusing to me. I would expect at least some kind of footage that would have some similar. Look, I can tell you this. I saw one the other day. I shouldn't say the other day, maybe a couple months ago, now that I think about it. And what was it? Somebody was on a train. Well, here's the thing, James, and anybody else listening to this. It's very hard now to know what's real and what's not, and what's AI generated and everything. And so this was, maybe you're aware of it. It was like a train heading, I think it's heading west to east, going through like either Utah or Colorado, and there was like a being in a field outside the train, like, I don't know, 300, 400 yards away. You couldn't really make out what it was. I don't know what it was. Honestly, if someone publishes anything UFO or Bigfoot related to me now, I'm very doubtful of it, just because it's so easy to hoax with modern computers. This video that I'm referencing, are you aware of it?
Yes, I am.
What?
And I some sort of explanation.
Yeah, what is that?
So there was a tree going through Colorado.
Okay.
It's the Georgetown Railroad.
Yeah, exactly. It was something like that.
And they do a Sasquatch adventure train.
That's what it was.
And that was a man in a suit. It's kind of like like a homeless running out and riding kind of shtick. And that was one of their attractions.
Wasn't it on a really nice train car, if I recall, as well?
Yeah, it was on a, if I remember correctly, it was on a nice train.
Yeah, exactly. It had like a glass roof even.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so then we can totally discount that one. But it's important to note that, frankly, that, in my opinion, is the most famous, which we know is a hoax that was put on by this company. That is the second most famous Bigfoot footage that we have in history, and we know that one to be a hoax. You know what I mean? Like, name another one. There's one other that I know that is like, maybe I've seen a few of these like this that's similar, but it's basically like somebody's out hunting in the woods, or like has out in the woods, and they zoom in on this like little area of like brush or something, and then people are like, yeah, don't you see that that's a Yeti? And it's like, I can't make out what the hell that is. That could be a bear. That could be just a bunch of branches. You know what I mean? They're never very clear. Like Patterson Gimlin is very clear. I know the name.
He was the host of Survivor Man. show on Discovery Channel, I believe, where he could like walk, like go to remote places instead of camp.
Right. I'm familiar with the show is where he would like drink his own pee and like make rainwater out of like his like cold rainwater with like leaves and stuff.
Yeah, girls kind of took it.
Oh, that's right.
All if you will.
Yes.
But this dude's like a legit survivalist, and he became like a big part of obsessed with and he has some footage. He set out to find some like basically what actually give the shot, money shot. That he did film some stuff and then a lot of
Now, let's think about the government interaction with this. I understand aliens and their technological implications if free energy and anti-gravity and force fields and time travel, if all of that becomes mainstream or becomes declassified because of the alien phenomenon. I understand completely how that's dangerous. What I don't understand is why another species of like animal, basically like a new type of gorilla, an intelligent gorilla, let's say, if that's discovered, that doesn't necessarily have many implications on the advanced culture, advanced technology of our society. So I don't know why it would be seen as something that we need to hide. Like, okay, maybe we would think of this thing as perhaps like a larger, more intelligent chimpanzee. So we wouldn't put them in zoos or whatever. Maybe we would try to communicate with them. Who knows? But I just don't know from a government standpoint why it's seen as such a scary thing. And one other thing I want to say, James, perhaps you can answer this. Why don't we find any corpses? Oh, interesting. So, but I mean, we should still be able to find bones in the ground and stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, using LiDAR and ground penetrating radar.
That's it. Yep. Yeah, there's a whole lot of codes to that. It leads one to wonder
It's an excellent point. I I would say within the last like 3 months, I would say, got pretty into the Patterson Gimlin film with some podcasts. Basically, I listened to every podcast that I could regarding that specific footage. And there was one that was a 5 hour podcast that was quite interesting where they interviewed Bob Gimlin and did some other things. And so one thing that I found interesting, though I didn't necessarily believe it, they had someone who came out, I believe they were in North Carolina, and they said that Patterson had contacted them about the making of a suit of an ape suit for them to be able to do this hoax. And then in a similar way, I think probably the same person's story, someone came out and said that they actually wore the suit. But and so whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. As I look at like here's what we know about the being, as I know. It's not as tall as I always thought it was. It's between like 5'8" and 6'2", maybe between like 5'10" and 6 feet. As I understand now, I could be wrong on that, and I think that's just people's best estimates with the surrounding area. They also think that it's a woman because of the like chest, and perhaps it has breasts. Exactly. And the way that it walks, you know, I literally watch this thing, James, and when I watch it, I've been watching it for 30 years. If you were to tell me before I watch it, this is someone in a monkey suit and they're going to be walking away from the camera, I'd go, okay. that's obviously someone in a monkey suit. How don't you see that that's someone in a monkey suit? But if you told me prior to watching it that this is a new kind of species, I'd be like, oh, whoa, this is a new kind of species. We've never gotten this on camera. Meaning, I can go either way, just basically based on the different arguments, which bothers me. I should go right to evidence. Why don't we have any bodies? Why don't we have any more footage of this stuff? Why? I mean, frankly, we've been able to characterize every single species on this earth that is bigger than, say, a bread box. Basically, yeah, there's some kind of bugs out there that have certain subspecies maybe we haven't discovered, or some type of bacteria or lichen or some kind of algae. But basically, or like maybe something at the bottom of the sea. But basically, if it's on land, it has been documented very well for the last 100 years, 200 years, with the conservationist movement and such, and yet nothing like regarding this. Now, another thing, no bodies, but also we've never had anybody hunt one, or like people have said, I'm going to go out and hunt them. Nobody has ever been able to kill one, and that's an interesting point. We've been able to kill every other kind of animal, and with ease, with the invention of the rifle, essentially, but yet we cannot kill one of these things. So, I mean, I love this topic because it forces me to be irrational sometimes, because I want to believe. I want to believe that we have some kind of cryptozoological being out there that has yet to be classified. However, and we have video footage of it, which is great. However, why don't we have more video footage of this? It would be like, hey, we've got a video of a polar bear, and yet we don't get another video of a polar bear for 60 years, when cameras become more and more common. So that's a huge question for me. Another huge question is, where are the bodies? Another huge question, frankly, is how are they able to survive in some of these climates and things? I mean, I understand that they're foraging and things, but like James, they're in like bitterly cold areas. I understand they're like they have like protective layers of hair and stuff, but it's a lot to survive and be able to like raise a family. They're like, it's just it's difficult for me to wrap my head around it. But then there are the other aspects of it, that it's like this is a very common in all cultures. They all have these stories. They all have these stories of like giants roaming the land, and the idea of hairy people is a phenomenon that is common in. It's not common in humans, but like that. James, have you seen that condition where you grow hair on your like all over your body?
Yeah, I have.
So exactly, and that's always been a thought of mine as well. That how did people define those people before the invention of modern science? You would have said that that person is like a wolf man, or they're like some kind of um, there's some kind of like abominable snowman or something. When in reality, they're just a human with a special condition.
You guys like
I do. I really like cryptozoology. Well, I'm not by any means an expert in it, meaning there are some people who can talk to you about the chupacabra in Puerto Rico much better than I can and all that other stuff. I think that it's a very important topic that society should take much more seriously, because there is a line between the fictional creature and the realistic creature, and that line is cryptozoology. And there have been proven animals in my lifetime that at one time were considered cryptozoological beings and have been proven to exist. And the big one that sticks out in my mind is the giant squid. I don't know if anybody else is aware of this, but when I was a kid, the giant squid, if you read in a book, it was only seen as like a kraken in like 1700s, 1800s, like whaling ships would get attacked by these giant squids or like a giant octopus. But we never had any bodies that would ever turn up or anything until in the late 90s we started. Well, there would be I should say there were some interactions with these giant squid, but the reason why we weren't able to get any evidence of them is because they live so deeply in the water. And so it was only until the early 2000s, I believe it was in around the year 2008. I could be wrong on the year though, but I know it was a Japanese crew that was the first crew to actually get a video of a giant squid on camera. And then also, within a few years prior to that, they had a giant squid body that was found on the shore. But basically, for much of my lifetime, the giant squid was seen as a cryptozoological creature and was not taken seriously. Additionally, if you were to look up the giant squid in some encyclopedia, I think that it would say that it could be like the kraken, like a mythical creature as well. When in today's day and age, if you know anything, the giant squid is very much a real animal and has a genus species. So what I'm trying to say is the fact that cryptozoology exists, it's very important because the it is the battleground between the fictional creature and the realistic creature. With that being said, does anybody else know of any cryptozoological animals that perhaps? Oh, I can tell you another one. The tardigrade. Do you guys know what the tardigrade is? The water bear. So when I would say if you were to go on the internet 20 years ago and you were to read about tardigrades or water bears, you would read about um, perhaps mythical creatures, but also things that weren't necessarily hadn't been either studied um, by mainstream biology or hadn't yet been properly examined, I would say. Even though the tardigrade, I think, was originally discovered in like in the 18th century, for one reason or another, we hadn't really been able to study them. So I can remember a website like Wikipedia in 2004 would have tardigrade under perhaps mythical creatures, along with giant squid. I'm trying to think of any other animals that have kind of fluctuated like this. And you have your traditional cryptozoological beings like the unicorn and the chupacabra and oh, of course, yeah, that's a fascinating one. So, what do you know about Loch Ness, James? Do you know much about it?
I'm not like an expert by any means, but just the idea of like when the sightings like started to take place, it was like a pocket of time when you started to see,
Right. And of course, the very famous picture of it with its head emerging. Exactly. Exactly. Which many people say is Nessie. Other people say it's a log. Whatever you want it to be. Now, here's some interesting things that I know about Loch Ness. It is now. I could be wrong on some of these, but I'm going to actually look this one up. To my knowledge, it is the largest lake on the British Isles, which is interesting. Meaning, if this creature was going to be in any place, it would be in the largest, perhaps, lake of on the British Isles. So let me check this. How large it is, or it's
It has channels up to the ocean, and people theorize that the sea could swim from the ocean and into Lake Loch Ness and Salt Lake back and forth.
very interesting. So Loch Ness is the largest loch by volume. So I guess it's the biggest loch in the world by volume, and I guess it's the well, what I know about it is it's very deep and it contains a lot of water. And some other interesting things that I know about it. Aleister Crowley used to own a house on the shore of Loch Ness. There's all kinds of like occult things that go on there, and I want to say Jimmy Page from um, the Who, or I mean Led Zeppelin. Pardon me. Um, it was either Jimmy Page. Yeah, I think Jimmy Page bought Aleister Crowley's house.
Yes, he did.
Okay, so
Recorded Zeppelin porn.
there you go. So you know it better than I do. It's the Bullskin house, and it is. Let me make sure it is. That's the one on Lake Loch Ness because it's in Scotland. It is, yeah. And so, I've always thought that that was very interesting. That the same lake, like there are all kinds of interesting things about this lake. It's the deepest. It has the most amount of water in it. Like you're saying, it goes out to the ocean. It um it has like this occult like owner house there with Aleister Crowley. Jimmy Page bought the house, and then it burned down. If I understand correctly, it burned down a few years ago. And
I was unaware of that. That's fascinating.
let me check. Let me check. The interior of the house was almost totally destroyed by the fires. So it seems like in 2015, uh, there they said 60% of the building was incinerated. Yeah, so like most of it was burned, and it was supposed arson. So what did they do? The fire destroyed the remainder of what's left inside Bullskin House, and as of December 2019, work is underway to clear the fire damaged material and prepare the the building for a new roof. Well, I don't know if that house has anything to do with anything interesting there. I just always think that that's just an interesting aspect of it. Um, okay, so Loch Ness is a very interesting one, or Nessie. Um, that one. So, what are we thinking here? Are we thinking that it's a prehistoric dinosaur that lives in a lake in Scotland? That's the story we're going with, James? I mean, to kind of put us on the same page.
From the back end, dinosaur.
Okay, so it's that it's the one that kind of dinosaur that swims, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Now, my question would be same questions that yes, plesiosaur. Um, and these, I mean, I'm not asking you these in like a. I'm asking them because I want to. These are the questions I'm asking myself, and maybe you know. Okay, so do we see this type of creature in anywhere else on Earth? Predominantly, I don't know of. Like maybe there are a couple other lakes out there where they suspect that there might be something like this, but
I think in Africa,
I've heard that.
are still around.
That's right. Now, since the famous pictures of the Loch Ness monster. Like, we haven't had any other images of it, correct? That's right.
It's very hard to, there's no conclusive, off the beach, grazing on a tree, none of that exists.
Now, that picture is from 1933, which is much earlier than this other evidence that we're generally referencing. Yes, yes. It's a photo, isn't it? And so, yeah, it's 1933, and yeah, the surgeon's photograph of 1934. Oh, pardon me, of 1934, now known as a hoax. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, so maybe that's one that was deathbedded. Okay, so I don't know. The surgeon's photo is really the only one that I knew. Oh, the serpent. Wait, no, I think that's the only one. What other photos are there? That's it. That's it. And honestly, that's really shitty evidence considering it's 1934, that it has been, there's a deathbed hoax, and we don't have any photos or videos since then.
Yeah,
We,
I mean, there's various, the show Monster Hunter.
yeah, that's a great show. Oh wait, Monster Hunter and Monster Quest. I saw that underground, the water. Yeah, right. But here's the thing: that scanning was not accurate enough to my liking, and here's why. If you were able to scan that whole fucking lake, then tell me how many pounds of fish are in it. Tell me, you know what I mean? Like, you should be able to tell me how many pounds of fish are in that motherfucker if you're scanning it, right?
Yeah, I mean, on the show,
they don't get into that. So you should be able to tell me what the biggest fish you found in that lake or in that loch was. You should be able to tell me what the average size, thing was. They just basically said, yeah, we ran radar and we didn't find anything. But if your radar was that accurate, you'd be able to say the largest organism that we saw in the water was, a meter long or whatever, and it turned out to be a, you know, a trout or something, whatever. What's a big trout? But instead they don't go into that. So I've heard the idea of using more accurate um, radar to conduct that. Was that the same special where they also sent a camera underwater as well? Did they send a camera underwater? Do you know?
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it's just really dark and you don't see anything. Exactly. But I do know, I did see that one, and that was what always stuck out in my mind. Well, if we have this kind of ground penetrating radar and this kind of water, this like submarine uh, radar, why aren't we using this to find these, whatever organisms? Now that I think about it, have you seen some of this modern fishing equipment that they have?
Yeah, I'm familiar with some of it.
They can, like, it's almost like they can, like, make a animation of how big the fish is underneath your boat, and so you know exactly where the fish are located and yada yada yada.
It's on the radar. You just drive
Yeah. The same kind of radar, I feel, same kind of technology can be used in this case. I honestly think that the powers that be love this shit because the amount of countless hours that the global public has spent on these types of, I mean, perhaps useless efforts is valuable to them because it means that they're able to use Nessie as a tool. Uh, does it exist? Doesn't it exist? What implications could that have? Like, okay, so let's say Nessie's real, and James, you're in the government. Why don't you release the fact that Nessie's real? Like, what are the disadvantages of it? In a similar way to Bigfoot, in my opinion, it's similar to Bigfoot, meaning like it's just a new kind of creature. It doesn't have all kinds of anti-gravity and new kinds of like groundbreaking technological advances like the UFO story does. If it's a UFO story, I understand not disclosing it. But if it's just a new type of organism, what's the big deal?
Yeah, and like, I mean, I personally am unaware of like any government official being pressed on declassification or classification of Sasquatch. Like, I've never risk of national security.
Right. If anything,
So,
go ahead.
so to me, like, I don't know why the government would like speak on it.
Well, they speak on other. I mean, maybe not like the executive branch, but you would at least expect the like National Institute for Sciences or the National Academy of Biology, some group like that, to attempt to acknowledge this. I mean, but we just don't. And I just don't think it would. I mean, it wouldn't have that many. Here's the thing. It would, to me, kind of almost be like finding a new kind of alligator. As you know, alligators are basically dinosaurs. Um, Evolutionarily, they share a common ancestor with a very similar type of reptilian creature to what dinosaurs were. Okay, so basically, this aqueous dinosaur, the um, alligators. Right, they did exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're like modern alligators, or they're modern dinosaurs essentially. And so what I'm trying to say, or what the point I'm like alluding to, is that a plesiosaur wouldn't be that crazy to think that that could exist if alligators and crocodiles are still from that type of evolutionary line. Now, the question arises: why don't we have any bodies of a plesiosaur?
That, yeah, I can't speak to it. Like, the dinosaurs are being conspiracy.
Well, this is a complicated one, and there are multiple. So there's the idea that like God put them there to trick us. There's the idea that like the Smithsonian Institution is done it to like fool people. There's the idea that like yeah, I mean generally like there are different people who may have done it for one reason or another. Is that similar to what you know?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Smithsonian and how they have new artifacts to even explicitly say like that's what it looked like, that's what it was.
Right.
All unanimously agree, like, they all agree on this thing.
Right.
Usually nothing there.
So here's one that I've heard, actually. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm willing to believe this, though. Tyrannosaurus rex never existed. What do I mean by that? If you look at the fossil record and how paleontology was advancing over the course of the like 19th century and 20th century, all of a sudden, randomly, like Tyrannosaurus rex kind of emerges out of nowhere, and we start finding these skeletons or these fossils all over like the Dakotas and things like that. When in reality, as I understand it, Tyrannosaurus rex was really just a big raptor. You know what I mean by a raptor?
Absolutely.
So basically, and that's all we think of Tyrannosaurus Rex is really is just a big raptor that maybe isn't as athletic as other uh, types of raptors because it's bigger. But I don't, from what I understand, it had a lot to do with the people's interest in dinosaurs, but also it's almost like um, it was a plan of the elite, basically to muddy the waters a little bit, to get people really excited over dinosaurs, but in reality, the dinosaur over which everybody really gets excited never really existed in the way that people think it existed. It has this great name, Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the reptiles, but in reality, it would have just been a large raptor. And that um, in reality, a group of raptors would have been much more deadly than one single Tyrannosaurus Rex. But with that being said, have you ever heard that one specifically on the T Rex?
I have not. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me.
It does. And
But
go ahead.
someone's telling me, like, just like, in regard to the T-Rex, they found very little, like, about it.
Exactly.
Just the way that it looks and it's portrayed is just a
Exactly. Well, so let's talk about that. We don't know what the colors were of dinosaurs. So these are all just artist renditions. Perhaps they were green, but there have been a lot of theories that they were really brightly colored. Other things are that they're that they could have had feathers as opposed to like feathers and scales as opposed to just scales. Here's one. Here's one that has never made too much sense to me, and I don't think ever will. Okay, so I am of the belief, the Bob Lazar school of thought, that aliens have made at least 64 major DNA uh, mutations on the human genome over the course of our history. Okay, so I'm willing to believe they've done that with other species as well. And the big one, I even remember this just in biology and such, the connection between birds and reptiles. That somehow, some way, with enough evolution, you very quickly go from like mini raptors to chickens. That basically what I'm trying to say is I see there's some kind of alien interaction between the reptile scale and the bird feather. Now, I know how we're supposed to understand this evolutionarily, that the scale just with evolution, the reptile eventually adapted and had a common ancestor with what would become the avian family or avian phylum, and then eventually get to modern birds. But that's always been an interesting one to me. That basically birds are dinosaurs. You've heard that one before, right? And that's how we're supposed to view it. It's. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I think that it did. I'm saying though, if aliens had any kind of influence on the biology of this planet, it would have happened at that stage, or some other kind of similar stage where there's a really big leap. What I'm trying to say is there's a really big leap evolutionarily between the reptile and the avian, and I get that they both lay eggs and they have like hollow bones and all that other shit. I get that, but there's just a big jump. I mean, um, do we have any reptiles today that fly? I don't think so. We had like a pterodactyl back in the day.
Yeah,
Yep,
I don't know about like flying and some being flying.
that's true. That's true. Like and then there's like that what do you call that lizard that runs on water that that
Yes.
isn't flying, but I would say does use, well, that's surface area really, but they do use that that canopy on their head to kind of float a little bit in the air when they're running away. I think that's really to scare off the attacker or whatever. It's to make themselves look bigger. It's a defense adaptation, but nevertheless, it could have. They obviously don't use it to fly, but it's just interesting to me that we like. Here's one. We at one time had flying reptiles, and those went away and adapted to became birds. Okay, I get that. It's just a huge gap for me. Okay, getting back to what we're talking about. Yeah, so let's talk about that. Okay, so I think historically we know dragons to be um, perhaps what have been dinosaur fossils, and we were trying to explain these things. And so I think that's the origin for it. And then additionally, I think that the UFO phenomenon caused people to think that like whatever they were seeing in the sky, these balls of light were related to what they would see in the ground with these fossils. Um, so I think that the UFO phenomenon is very related to dragons. Now, this gets into shape shifting, which actually gets us back to the Bigfoot phenomenon. Uh, so, James, you're familiar with shape shifting, like basically the idea of an organism being able to either adapt or change form for whatever reason on purpose?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. So, I used to hear people talk about shapeshifters, and I'd be like, my mind would literally just shut off. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's too advanced, or that's too esoteric for me to think that like there literally could be a human-like creature that turns into a dragon, that turns into a shark, that turns into a dog, all within a few minutes. That seems so fucking crazy to me. However, through my study of this phenomenon and evolution in general, basically we're at a current time where we've talked about this, where we have like the human species and this trans human species that is emerging. Okay, so let's take that transhuman species and play it out into the future. So transhumans eventually have digital immortality, they live forever, they have life extension technology. Okay, great. Then what? Well, they're going to improve themselves with um, nutrition, so they may end up growing taller. They may be able to change their physical forms to some extent using either nutrients or perhaps other types of technology. So, what I'm trying to say is that humans currently shapeshift a little bit. Nothing in comparison to what I'm talking about, like where you're a totally different creature. But I am willing to acknowledge that we do slightly shift shapes, perhaps slowly, but you're able to gain weight or lose weight or grow over the course of your life. Okay, I get that. Now, how do we get from that to instantaneous changing? And I think it can happen in multiple ways. How? I think it can be done with technology, meaning there's some kind of technology, like a machine you could walk into, and it could turn you into a dog, or it could turn you into a bear or a dragon, or whatever you want. So there's a machine that could do it. So you'd have your same consciousness, but just in a different form. But then there's the other aspect of this that I think could perhaps be true, is that you could change yourself with nutrients. And maybe there are other ways to change yourself as well. I'm just thinking there's like a technological, there's like a machine you could do it with, and then put like an external effect to do this, a machine, and then an internal effect. Perhaps there's some kind of nutrient or some type of medication that you could take that could change you and how you could like what your composition of what it was made. And then when I give humanity 1,000 years or 10,000 years to advance on this technology, I think you could probably start the shifting of someone faster. So let's take something like relatively simple, the changing of your color. So right now you can use like whitening agents and bleaching agents and put them on your skin, and very slowly you can change your skin tone to some extent. not very, not very accurately, reliably, but it's getting better. Okay, well, in the future, those types of creams may be much more effective, but additionally, may be able to do that type of shifting through a machine or through an internal um, type of nutrient. So I'm willing to think that we could change our configuration somehow. But there's a big change from that to being able to do it instantaneously. Well, if you allow a species to evolve for a long enough time, I do think that eventually the species starts to solve all of the problems that occur in its society. So, what would those be? Energy problems, religion problems, societal problems. But another one might be the idea of shapeshifting, that they put all of their resources into the project of being able to change what shape you are and um, change your physical shape. So where does this get us? Basically, to the cryptozoological point is if shape shifting, if so, what does this get us to, James? This is an important point. If shapeshifters exist, then perhaps by default, dragons must exist, and unicorns must exist, and the Loch Ness monster must exist, or some type of similar creature, because any sufficiently advanced alien should be able to have the ability to shapeshift, and if they can have the ability to shapeshift fully, they should be able to change their shape into any other kind of animal or any other kind of organism. Thus, if shapeshifting exists by definition, all other types of creatures should exist. James, I know that's really complicated. Does any of it make sense?
Yeah, I think I follow you. I just kind of want to go back on, or maybe even just contextualize a little bit. There's something fascinating about fiction to me.
Did you say fiction?
Yeah, fiction.
Yes.
Like any fiction. If you want to talk about unicorns, whatever. There's a part of it that's based on truth. That's why it works. And like I see what you're saying, that like if there's an advanced ability to exist to make anything, whether it be a dragon or a Loch Ness monster or Sasquatch, then it can very much exist. But these mythologies, these ideas, these concepts, whether it be science fiction or what have you, the fact that we're able to have it exist in our mythos, the concept of it, it's based on truth. The real fucking thing in our timeline. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know if we can really achieve truth because truth is subjective to any given individual. What do you think of that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, there's one of those cave and, illusions and all that. But I think on a base level, I think there is, like, in a humanistic metaphysical sense, there is a level of base truth in my personal opinion.
I understand what you're saying. A certain place where a reasonable group of people can conclude that their mutual assumptions are consistent with the other people in the group, and thus that is a common truth that they all hold.
Right, you're like a yelling dialectic or a syncretic dialogue.
I can look at that. So, it's based on the statement you just said. It's a phrase that that just fascinates me. Okay, so here we go, James. Everything in the world, or I should say, everything in the multiverse is subjective. except that statement. What do I mean by that? Basically, everything in the multiverse is someone's opinion. Meaning, like, if I say that girl's cute, you may say she's not. If I say that object is big, you may say it's small. Everything is someone's opinion. The only thing on which we can all agree is that everything is someone's opinion. So my statement is everything in the universe is subjective, except that statement that everything in the universe is subjective. The statement everything in the universe is subjective is the only objective statement that can be made about the universe. Does that make sense? It's very paradoxical.
Yes.
Good. I'm glad it makes sense to you. It's a very big thought that I try to wrap my head around. I never read this idea, right? It's like I've read of other paradoxes. I have never seen this paradox actually communicate. It's like basically what I'm trying to say is it's something that I came up with independently. Not to say other people couldn't have come up with it, but I just think it's really profound to say everything in the universe is subjective except that statement. It's pretty simple, but basically everything in the world is someone's opinion except the idea that everything is someone's opinion. That's the one objective thing.
Right. Like in the multiverse, I understand that, but like in our physical plane that we now reside in, there are laws that I do see as truth. If that makes sense, universal laws.
Give me one, and I will do my best to debunk it.
Okay. How about I don't want to say gravity, but just basic physics.
Sure.
Right?
Absolutely.
How we're able to calculate how the trajectory of a rocket, or how you're able to determine like mathematics. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay. That would be one of those like physical proofs of our manifestation of reality that is seemingly constant.
I understand what you're saying, but I think you know as well. When you get into really advanced levels of mathematics, sometimes you're able to disprove like known laws. Like, what do I mean? I read one the other day on I really like advanced mathematics on Reddit, and while I don't understand it all, there's something like I don't know if it's exactly what this is, but like negative the square root of 1 or negative the square root of 2, something like that, is like it's something with which mathematicians are struggling currently. Basically, the answer to it should be the square root of 2 or something like that, but just the way that it's done, there's some kind of mathematical question that we need. What I'm trying to say is that even when you think mathematicians agree, there are some mathematicians, depending on the context, who will disagree. And I'm not maybe not the perfect example. I understand what you're saying. Math is generally a constant, and we should agree with it generally. But so let me try to find an example of something that's pretty easy for us to understand in mathematics that is on which is disagreed by people in society, or like could perhaps
I can see the symmetrical issue with mathematics when you get to the nitty-gritty, because a lot of that is it's not even necessarily proven. There's concepts that assume they're right.
Exactly. It becomes.
Can I give you a more basic example?
Please do, yeah.
How about this? The human body needs water to survive.
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, so let me counter that. On Earth, you're correct, perhaps. But there are.
I'm speaking not in the multiverse, but in this physical manifestation dimension that we share.
I understand that. So there are thoughts, perhaps, that a human may be able to absorb water in ways that aren't ingestion, and perhaps this is possible not on the current Earth. So, what kind of world would that be? Essentially, very much probably what you're envisioning, where people are absorbing water through their skin and not ingesting it. So, would that mean so? Is it a universal truth that humans need water then to exist? They're still getting it through their skin. So it's an excellent point. I'm trying to think of a way to that a human could exist without the need for water, because that's really the heart of the matter. Okay, yeah, we could develop a type of liquid that isn't water that perhaps we could consume that could take the place of it. We just don't currently have it, but we could develop something like that if we were able to do that, and that's realistic. Wouldn't that counter your universal truth that we need water to survive, because there would be this new type of liquid that we could use and be able to survive with it?
Well, would that be more true to your statement that in the multiverse that objects are made that nothing has truth? The answer to that statement, like in a multiverse, like I understand that, like that hypothetical that you could have this liquid, don't.
Well, we could just develop it though on the same timeline. So, like, what would it be? Perhaps it's like, let's just say we could liquefy plastics to somehow and purify it so that we could drink it, and it could replenish us just like water. That's not in the multiverse sense. That's just an advanced type of technology. If that were true, if you could drink and be nourished by liquid plastics, then that would disprove your argument that we need water to survive. What I'm trying to say is basically, under the current conditions as we understand humanity, we need water to survive and air to survive and all those things. But I don't think that is a necessary, I don't think that is an absolute given advanced technology development and or human adaptation. But to your point of, can't we just agree that humans need water to survive? Yeah, like just to get past that point, absolutely. But there's an argument I think to be made to say that we just haven't been able to advance adequately to be able to overcome that. So, like 100 years ago, James, or maybe 200 years ago, you might have said humans were not made to fly. Every time a human has tried to fly in the last, let's say before 300 years ago, they've always failed, whether they jumped off a cliff or out of a tree or whatever. So it is an inherent truth that humans were not made to fly and humans cannot fly. And that would have been a universal truth for hundreds, if not thousands of years, until the invention of the hot air balloon and the invention of the plane and such. So I'm saying in a similar way that given enough time, the universal truth that humans aren't able to fly was overcome by technology. The idea that humans must have water to survive could be overcome if humans were able to develop some type of sufficient technology to be able to be sustained by some type of liquid, in the same way that they were able to bridge the technological gap in the flight and the ability to fly. I know this is very complicated, but does that make sense?
Well, I like that point. I like that point a lot. Primarily because, necessity is the mother of all invention.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
And I think that's one of the prime elements that makes us humans like so special. Is that we like the mountain, the Everest exists because the climate, I mean, assuming the moon is real, I don't want to get into that, but it's there for us to explore and discover it. It have these. It's like in 2001, right? When they land
Stanley Kubrick's A Space Odyssey.
Jupiter in the film and Saturn in the book. And they find a monolith, and then like it sparks the next level of human development or whatever. It's even past human, transhuman, as you say. Yeah, I think that's like the journey of consciousness is to find those progressions and to build something and bring us to the next level consciously.
I get that. All right, then let me ask you this. Do you consider a sufficiently advanced AI? Would you ever consider a sufficiently advanced AI to be human?
It's tricky.
Yes, it is.
I mean, there's the Turing test, right?
Right.
And all that. It's I don't know. The thing about us as humans is like we're running an AI and we're creating the versions of ourselves.
Right.
So it's hard to pinpoint specifically what makes consciousness conscious.
That's correct.
But it'd be weird because I can program a script, a simple 1 and a 0, or yes and no, and I could say, are you conscious? And I could program to say yes, and they're unconscious because it told me so.
It's an excellent question. I think that it's a question with which humanity will be struggling for at least a century, if not longer.
It's like, we really have a grip on our own situation. Manifestation of reality. And let alone to figure out like this thing that we're building, what even that is. Like, how do you even know what the internet is?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one. At least, well, it's changed a lot, as you know. I mean, James, may I ask, how old are you? I'm 38. Okay, so you are old enough to remember the beginning of the internet to some extent. At least it becoming more and more common, right?
Yes.
And you remember, like, you weren't using the internet then yet, but I'm sure you've seen it with some documentaries and stuff. The primitive internet was essentially for university communications. It was primitive email. It was like forums, but it was much less moderated and regulated. It was the wild, wild west. It's becoming more and more moderated, but also it leads to a theory. Have you heard the theory called the dead internet?
I've heard of it. I don't know much about it.
So there's a theory, I believe, they say in the theory that around the year 2016, the internet basically could have been considered dead. And why is that? Basically, more like content wasn't really being, like new content wasn't being created anymore, and it was basically just regurgitation of the same previously made videos. And it's a commonly held theory that the internet is now just a shell of itself, basically, and the only thing that changes on it are just basic functions and features, but in reality it doesn't have any societally changing aspects that are really advancing society. So basically, there's an idea called the dead internet theory. Let me see as well. I want to make sure that I have accurately portrayed this. So it is the dead internet theory is an online theory that asserts the internet now consists mainly of bot activity and automatically generated content that is manipulated by algorithmic curation, marginalizing or what's that, baby? What does it remind you of? Here's what, baby. Oh, dude, give us a surprise.
So how it
That's right.
we started talking about Sasquatch. Yeah. Yeah, bro. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, bro. Yeah, bro. I'm working for my bags, bro. But like, I want everyone here to also fucking make it. Yeah, I know, man. Like, I'm not gonna know. Like, anytime, like, I'm for real, like, in this thing. So, and Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
like, the internet that just keeps.
Well, essentially, that robots control the content of it, and it is basically. I mean, I know what you're saying. Like, basically, once you get to the end, it just starts you over at the beginning. I think that may be involved in it as well. That actually, I think, is probably its own theory in itself. The idea that there is no end to the internet, that it's just a constant loop. In reality, I think that idea is in combination with this one, which basically says that robot traffic is the thing that is now the key manipulator of the algorithms. It's no longer organic traffic like it was 20 years ago. Now, I mean, it has its own Wikipedia page. However, it does seem like it was developed on 4chan. Now, I think good things can come out of 4chan, and good ideas and good thinking things. So I'm not saying that it's like, not true. I think it is probably. There's a lot of accuracy towards it, and I think there's a lot of evidence towards it. The idea that like large language models were basically are able to replace most of the internet now, and we wouldn't be able to necessarily discern it is something that's very interesting. Additionally, as I look here on the Wikipedia page, they say like basically 52% of all web traffic is from bots. So that means the majority of all the traffic on the internet now has been completed by bots. And it's like on Twitter, they say the dead internet theory has been discussed amongst users of social media platforms on X from Twitter. Users have noted that bot activity how bot activity has impacted their experience. Here's one on Twitter. I hate texting tweets. I don't know what this is, but it's interesting to me. Several accounts on Twitter started posting tweets starting with the phrase, I hate texting, followed by an alternate activity such as I hate texting, I just want to hold your hand, or I hate texting, just come live with me. These posts received tens of thousands of likes, and many suspected them to be bot accounts. These accounts have been used as an example by proponents of the dead internet theory. Um, Acquisition of Twitter by Elon Musk. Well, I mean, I'm the perfect fucking example of this bot-like activity. I mean, literally, I'm running a bot right now with 1,900 Twitter accounts. Is any of this interaction organic? No, it's all just me randomly following people. Arguably, it's all organic because it's a real human doing it, but arguably, it's not because it's a bot doing it as well. Uh, there was one on YouTube which was really big about this theory. So um, basically, there's a market online for fake YouTube videos to boost a video's credibility and reach broader audiences. At one point, fake views were so prevalent that some engineers were concerned YouTube's algorithm for detecting them would begin to treat the fake views as default and start misclassifying real ones. YouTube engineers coined the term the inversion to describe the phenomenon. YouTube bots and the fear of the inversion were cited as support of the dead internet theory in a thread on the internet forum Agora Roads Macintosh Cafe. Coverage on YouTube. Numerous YouTube channels and online communities, including Linus Tech Tips forums, have covered the dead internet theory, which has helped advance the idea in the mainstream discourse. So, what is the dead internet theory? It's the idea that since about 2016, the majority of the internet traffic has been artificial, and thus it no longer has a living state like it did prior to 2016. With that said, James, what are your thoughts on this?
It sounds pretty incredible to me, with what limited understanding I have of the topic.
Do you see a difference in the
Since I've
internet?
been on the internet, there's always been bots, like always. Like they're
Absolutely.
fucking terrible, but they're always there.
Do you see a difference in the internet when it comes, let's say, like 2015 to now, specifically in terms of what you feel? If you type into a search engine now, do you feel you get the same results as you did in 2015?
Well, I know for certain that, like, I use Google, I guess,
Sure,
first off.
like 95%.
All that shit's, already filtered. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, it feels different.
It does feel different. Well, I can tell you, I certainly know the difference. I don't use Google. I think I'm probably one of the 5% that don't. I used to, of course. I mean, I use Google for something, but if I need a straight up search engine, I use one called Dogpile. Yeah, what the fuck is
Yeah, I know
Dogpile?
Dogpile.
You do? Okay, it's been around for 25 years. It's been around longer than Google, and it's essentially a indexer of multiple search engines simultaneously. Am I saying it's the greatest search engine of all time? No. But what it does do is it hasn't been manipulated by the corporatocracy as much, so you get more search results that are similar to like 2010, 2015, as opposed to today. What really changed everything in search results were when they started ranking articles and fact checking articles. All those fact check articles go all the way to the top. And if you have like your own blog or your own website, that's going directly to the bottom, or it's not even going to get indexed. There's an idea on Google. It's something like even internal to Google, they consider it the black hole. If you're not on page one of the Google results, Google doesn't give a shit about you, and then no one else will either. That's why it's so important to be in the top 10. And it's also a reason why Google hasn't implemented some aspects that they currently have for users like infinite scroll. So they have something called instant results, when you're using some aspects of Google, and also infinite scroll. So basically, you don't have to click page two, page three, page four. You just keep scrolling and it keeps giving you the results. Google does not want that system site wide. or they would have implemented it. And the reason why they don't is they like it. They like the way that someone who uses their search engine currently does. The user basically types in their question and will demand that the search engine give them a relatively appeasing response within the first 10 answers, or they will re-Google it or research it again, as opposed to clicking, further and further down the page. So basically, what Google has learned is for any controversial subject, all they have to do is get 10 fact check articles to be that first set of pages, and nobody else is going to do any more research on it. Which gets us to today's day and age when it comes to search results. I also see differences in the results that I get. I even see differences between DuckDuckGo and Google. And for those reasons, and Bing as well. And for those reasons, I use Dogpile. When did you learn about Dogpile, James?
When I was a kid, middle school or high school, like lab class.
There you go. I learned about it from my 8th grade medieval history teacher, and it was at a time, I want to say it was like maybe, this would have been like 1999, when, like back then, there was no standard search engine. If you were going to search something, it was whatever your homepage really had, so like AOL or Yahoo or whatever it was. But I remember this teacher telling us, talking to us, and believe it or not, this was the amazing thing. Of all the teachers that I've had, and I've had some amazing teachers, this person, not because he's a bad person or anything, he was, I think, what many people would have considered probably, just because I've had so many really excellent teachers, I think a lot of people probably would have considered this teacher to be the worst teacher I ever had, even though compared to most people, most teachers, he would have been an excellent teacher. I just was privileged enough to have very, very good teachers. However, this teacher taught me some really important facts. Like what he did teach me, I still use to this day, and so I still think of him as being a very impactful, very good teacher. One thing he taught us was, when we were using search engines, about indexing and how Dogpile essentially crawled multiple search engines at once, so it was basically doing my work for you. And I can tell you this, the results in Dogpile are so amazing for like legal shit. That's what I might use it for. So like what? If I'm looking for a link for the Super Bowl, I'm not going to Google for that shit. I'm never going to find that. I'm never going to fucking Bing to find a live link to the Super Bowl coverage. It's like, they're never going to advertise that shit. But you go to Dogpile, and since the corporatocracy doesn't moderate their search results, the first 17 results will be illegal sites that you can go to watch a football game.
That's very good.
Absolutely. And it's also, it's the way Google used to work. You used to be able to type into Google, watch whatever the name of the movie was, free online, and it would show up. It would be the first result. And it'd be like a Hurt Locker website or Foot Locker website, or movies, watch movies 1, 2, 3, and it would have the whole fucking movie, and it would be perfect, and they wouldn't do any buffering. Now try to get that shit on Google, and you're gonna get Disney Plus as your first thing. You're gonna get Hulu as your second thing. You're gonna get Paramount Network as your third thing. And literally, you can go through the Google search results, and if you go all the way to the bottom, sometimes, I'm sure you've probably seen this, it says some of the results have been removed due to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. You know what I mean? Absolutely. So basically, those are the results that we need are the ones that were removed because of the Digital Millennium Media Act. So Copyright Act, I should say. So then what you do is you go to Dogpile. Dogpile doesn't know what the fuck that is. Dogpile hasn't changed its goddamn code since 1999. So it still has all this shit in there. And literally, you just go through there, and every single fucking new movie will be right there at the top. And so, I mean, it's a really interesting thing that we have a search engine that basically no one has touched, and it works really well still. I don't think Google will be the dominant search engine in the future. I believe actually Bing will overtake Google. How the fuck is Bing going to overtake Google? Through the Bing Copilot. You know what the Copilot is, James? So Bing has already integrated AI into its search results, and it has some. Microsoft has this thing called Microsoft Copilot that is integrated. Also, it's been integrated into the whole Microsoft Office suite of um, software, in addition to Bing. What are we talking about here? Do you remember Clippy? That fucking annoying. Okay, so so what we're looking at basically is a digital assistant like that that actually works really well. The thing that we always wanted Clippy to be able to ask Clippy any fucking question that you want and it produce AI kind of results for you instead of, what, well, Cortana is essentially the poor man's version of Microsoft Copilot. It was essentially, or it is essentially, it's Siri or Alexa automation software. But what makes Copilot different is it integrates AI into it. So Cortana is more voice to action, which is great, just like Alexa and all that other shit, but it didn't think for you. Now using Copilot, basically ChatGPT, you can use Cortana to speak to you in real-time conversation, essentially. So what do I see Cortana being in the future? I don't know if they'll keep the same name for it, because I do think they're sticking with Copilot. But perhaps you'd be able to say, hi Copilot, or hi Cortana, can you go do something for me or whatever. But what is a game changer is Microsoft's Bing is already utilizing AI into their platform. We don't currently have that with Google. Google's too busy trying to figure out what the fuck they're going to call their AI. Are we going to call it Bard? Are we going to call it? They got rid of it. Now they're calling it Google Gemini, which is cool. But here's the thing: Google is already behind Microsoft. I would talk about this last spring. Google and Microsoft had a head-to-head battle of their AI bots, their large language models. So ChatGPT versus Bard, and Bard was embarrassed, and Google lost something like $17 billion off their, like in one day, off their top line, and something like they lost like 3% of market share in one day because they basically lost the heavyweight battle between the two large language models, the early ones. So with that being said, I think that Microsoft is actually, believe it or not, pretty far ahead of Google when it comes to its usability of its large language model. But if you really want to know what search engine I think is going to win out long term, it's called Maven, Maven. James, do you know why Maven is going to win out? No one's fucking doing it. But it would be bigger than Google and Yahoo and all this other shit. And the reason why is the person who is on, it's currently a search engine, just nobody uses it. The person who developed it is the Lane Matching System. Yeah. So you need to look at, who Lane Matching is, of course. You need to look at their formulas. Of course, Robert Maxwell is the former MI5 agent and also Israeli Mossad agent. You know who Robert Maxwell is?
Yeah, he was killed.
Exactly, yes, exactly. And also the Beatles song Maxwell Silver Hammer is about him. The idea that absolutely, yeah. So Maxwell is the Maxwell. Yeah. So he's very related to the Beatles, like integral into the Beatles story and the Tavistock Institute. So you have to understand that Delaney Maxwell and the Beatles are very close related. And Maxwell Silver Hammer, the hammer is the hammer of a gun. Like the part you cock, the hammer, on like a revolver. So Maxwell Silver Hammer is his gun. And Like, if you know the lyrics to the song, it's like bang bang Maxwell Silverhand. Bang bang Maxwell Silverhand. He was basically it's a tongue-in-cheek song about Robert Maxwell's ability to get people off using MI5, MI6 inside. So it's wild. Okay, but back to Delaine's sister. So um, Robert Maxwell has a bunch of daughters, and one of whom is this bitch who is really into computers. So Ghislaine, let's just look up Maven. I've used this Maven.
How was that spelled?
Maven, I believe. And if I'm wrong, Maven Central Repository Search. Official search by the maintainers of Maven Central Repository. Now, it's like, what is this? Maven is a build automation tool used primarily for JavaScript projects. So actually, that's Apache Maven. That's different. So basically, Maven Central Search. Search and discover Java packages with our advanced search. Okay. So it seems as if there is a Maven search. Okay, hold on. Let me just look up Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, and it's on her Wikipedia page, what she did. Ghislaine Maxwell. Big time. Love the Beatles. Okay, so her name is Isabel Maxwell, and this bitch. Oh, okay, here it is. Oh, wait, I made a mistake. It's not Maven, it's Magellan. But there's something about the Maven name that's really important in this. Well, I'm not. It's like, okay, so Magellan was an early search engine that was acquired by Excite. Maxwell has been listed as a technology pioneer of the World Economic Forum. If you know what that is, that's Klaus Schwab's deal. She served as the president of ComTouch, an Israeli internet company that became Siren. She was the director of Israel Venture Network and built up their social entrepreneur program in Israel from 2004 to 2010. So this bitch went to Oxford, and her dad was Robert Maxwell, and her sister's Delane. And there's something about this fucking web search engine that is gonna be very important in the future. So what is this Magellan? Okay, so Magellan became Excite, and then what is Excite now? James, were you using the internet when you would go to a search engine and you would choose like Lycos, Excite, LexisNexis, like um, Ask Jeeves? They would give you like a list of like 10 different search engines, and you would choose one and then search. Do you remember this, or you don't? You just kind of would. It would be on like the homepage.
Yeah, I was kind of late to the game, apparently. Just before I grew up. But yeah, continue that.
Sure. So basically, it was a free for all of search on the internet for the first 10 years. There was no standard search engine. When and then really the standard search engine eventually became Yahoo. The way Google got big, and I was in college at the time, was Google made it big on the university floor. And they had a lot of influence with people in higher education to make it the default used search engine at the university level, and that changed everything. There were two big things I can recall when I was in college at university that kind of were forced on us. One, all of the professors, like within a semester, basically were saying, yeah, we're all starting to use Google, and it's the way to go. So if you're using a different search engine, that's fine, but you should know we're like the whole world's kind of standardizing on this one. The second thing that I remember was, and this was pretty standard, don't use Wikipedia. Wikipedia for many years wasn't a thing. Wikipedia had just started, and it wasn't considered at all reliable, even though it had the works cited there and all that other shit, had a bibliography and all that. You could not use it. Now that has since changed. Now Wikipedia is considered the decisive document, and everybody uses it. But when I was in college, you weren't supposed to use Wikipedia, and then additionally, it was a free flow when it came to the search engines that you would use. And I would say probably halfway through college, it was almost like all of the professors got an email one day from someone that was like, okay, tell your students to start using Google. And Google very quickly took over. Now, when it comes to Excite as a search engine, that means that Ghislaine Maxwell's sister was one of the early innovators of search engine. Now, why didn't this search engine win out? It just wasn't promoted as the one to use. However, that doesn't mean that it can't still win out. So like, what is Excite.com now? Is it even a search engine? We're going to check it out. I've used it. I mean, anybody who used the internet before the year 2000, before the year 1999 might have used it. Excite.com currently is a web, it is a search engine, and it's very similar to the way that it used to be. What I'm trying to say is basically what may be in the lead today technologically won't necessarily or may not necessarily be the same in the future, and be very observant about who's running these companies, where they previously worked, to whom they're related, and don't sleep on anything that fucking Maxwell family does, no matter what it is. But so I can. Hey, what's going on, Ducky? How you living, bro? I missed you too. What's new in your neck of the woods, baby? You loved it, didn't you? I appreciate that. It takes a real man to be able to allegedly do that on camera without any shame. Without any shame. Hey, girl. Hey, it could have been a deep fake. You never know. Perhaps. I'm looking at the camera. Perhaps, girl. I'm a wild boy. What do you want me to say? There are no words. That's why I warned you beforehand. I'm like, look, I'm going to send this to you, but you gotta, understand that I have no rules. Oh, all the time, baby. Just girl, I've been sitting in bed for the last 2.5 years. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. Man, I'll take that compliment any day of the week. You hear this, James? James, have you ever seen the infamous video of me on Instagram going at myself like it's going out of style? So that's how I used to do it. I am, girl. Well, firstly, it's live on Instagram. So, like, normally you can't have nudity on Instagram, let alone orgasming live on camera. So, I think... Oh, definitely. So, here's what happened. If you really want to know how I was able to do it... Oh, I'm so dirty, girl. Oh, I'm dirtiest motherfucker you ever meet. Well, so here's how it happened. You got that right, girl. I had like 10 cameras on me at a given time, and so that means I had 10 individual accounts on Instagram, and of those 10, I had them behind. Oh, I know, I had them every. Yeah, you know it, girl. You can see it on the television. Hell yeah, girl. Man, Oh, you most certainly are, girl. Damn, you outlined it. She has a whole new chapter to her spank bank. So I personally, um, I was being recorded by like 10 different cameras at the time. And of the 10 accounts that were recording me, 8 of them got banned immediately. However, I had 2 of them that survived. And I created a whole bunch of content on top of them so that they had so much content that nobody has time to go through it all to see that there's nudity on it. Oh yeah, I've had over 100 accounts banned by Instagram. Certainly, please do. So I just create a new account. So basically what I do is I go to the create account page and I sign up with an account and I put in whatever I want, either a real name or a fake name. And then a lot of times it will say that you can't create an account for whatever reason. You've been banned or terms and conditions or whatever. So then I'll go on a VPN and I'll choose a different country, or I'll use a name that I haven't used before, or I'll use a device I haven't used before. And if you do it enough times, eventually you'll be able to create a secondary account and then a tertiary account and then a fourth account and a fifth account, a sixth account, and eventually you'll get 100 accounts. Now, of those 100 accounts, will they all stay active? No. Sometimes they'll get banned for whatever reason. But if you create 100 accounts, 60 of them will stick. And if you're recording the same interactions from different angles over the course of time, basically you will get the entire compilation of whatever you're trying to video over different cameras. So in that case, it absolutely would. Damn, girl, you are very perceptive. And I know my man James is over here. Like, what is this video, Rabbi? I mean, literally, I go, I go at myself like a chimpanzee at the zoo who just discovered its body. Anything, absolutely. I'm fearless, and I really mean that. Well, here's the thing. We all masturbate. There are two types of people in this world: those who masturbate and those who lie about it. And so, I'm sure you do, girl, and I'm sure you're amazing at it. Here's the thing: we all do. Yes, I do it currently. The longest I've, yeah, and then absolutely, I'm on camera all the time. Girl, I'm gonna tell you the longest I've ever gone in my entire life was 4 months. You have what happens to a man at least. You've heard of what a wet dream is, right? You have a nightly emission. Basically, in the middle of the night, you'll have a very powerful dream. You'll get an erection, and you will have a un involuntary emission of seminal fluid from your prostate through your vas deferens out your penis, and you will awake literally in your own cum. It's what happens to just about every young man once they begin. Can you feel it? Usually if it's happening, it's involuntarily and it's happening while you're in a dream. So it's a very sexual dream many times, and then you'll awake and you'll be all wet. That's why it's called a wet dream. And you won't realize that you will have just come over yourself. But yeah, so if you're like, girl, I'm gonna just tell you this. If you're like, oh my god, it's been a month since I've masturbated, I'm gonna just tell you this. Girls, well, it's really brave of you to admit to masturbating, but I'm just gonna be honest with you. A month isn't that long. So that tells me you love to masturbate, girl. Good for you. It would be like me saying, I went a whole 4 days without masturbating. We'd be like, well, that's not that long. I'm telling you, a month isn't that long for a girl. There are girls who go a long time without masturbating. So for you to be like, I went a whole month, that's not that long. Hell yeah, girl. Hey, do you have a shower head that is removable? Oh my god, you gotta get yourself a shower head that's removable. That's like one of the most powerful types of orgasms that a woman can have is the shower head. It's been a huge advancement in really masturbation techniques for women, especially in the last 15 years. So what you have to do is get the attachment for a shower head that allows you to move the shower head in your private areas, and you will have a very, very strong orgasm and a new kind of orgasm. It is. And then I'm telling you, girl, can you see my picture right now? Yeah, don't ever doubt the womanizer. The old suction works like a charm. Uh no, I wish it was. If this thing worked on me, I would never take it off my private parts. It doesn't work at all on me. So all I'd have to do is just show it to girls and tell them whenever you come over, I'll make sure it's within arm's reach. I'm telling you, I have. It doesn't do anything. It'd be like, um, girl, I'll put it on the right spot. You can watch me right now. Yeah, I knew you'd go with that. I mean, it feels good. You know what? It does feel really good. It feels. I mean, it's not like really powerful, but oh, I could definitely get off to this. A Tanga, please enlighten us. Wow, I'm gonna take a look at this. Tanga, T-A-N-G-A. This sounds amazing. Hell yeah, you are, girl. It's an obstacle course. It looks like a kind of underwear. That's what I saw. T-E-N-G-A? Oh, that's different. Okay, Tenga. Obstacle course. Hold on a second. I'm seeing something for dogs. All right. Well, I put in obstacle course as well. So you stick your dick in this thing? Hold on. Have you seen? Okay, hold on. I've seen something like this on Twitter. Hold on a second. This is different though. Dual vibration cores, tangle fit, masturbation device. This is similar to the thing that I saw on Twitter, but let's read through it. Well, we're gonna have to take a look at that. So, are you a user? Does it get the old James endorsement? Dog, you're missing out. If you've never used a sex toy, you are missing out. Word. Dog, you don't know what you're missing. Okay, let me put it to you this way. Let me put it to you.
abstraction of what's supposed to be like. What's that? I don't know. Yeah, it's good. It's cool, but yeah. I don't really want like enjoying this. It will be, but like I have really no one to like. I have no one to impress or not to impress. If that makes sense.
Dog, yes you do. It's known as impressing yourself with the greatest fucking orgasms of your life.
Yeah, but like going movies are very cheap.
Same here, baby. And so there are ways to enhance it. You can edge, certainly, but were you here yesterday? I literally was asked this question yesterday. Somebody asked me what the greatest orgasm of my life was. Were you here for this conversation? Okay, so are you familiar with the prostate massage?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so oh my god. So girl, you know you got a G spot, right? Hell yeah. So this is like that come hither area. Basically, can you see what my finger's doing? Can you see what my finger's doing? Okay, so basically, if you were to stick your finger inside a woman like this, basically massage her anterior thorax, the part of her body that's like the frontal wall, that's her G spot. In the same way, the man has that in his prostate, that same type of that same lining, and girl, let me just say, I could find yours blindfolded without GPS if needed. Just saying. Anyway, hell yeah, girl. The prostate essentially allows for a more intense orgasm than your standard uh, penile orgasm, and so I read about this, and I was very much like, dude, nobody is sticking anything in my asshole ever. But I figured, okay, if hold on, girl, I'm telling you about the greatest orgasm of my life. So I I was in law school at the time, and I was going to I had a little bit of time when I could experiment during winter break, and so I bought this gold vibrator. I'll never forget, this vibrator was like flawlessly gold, meaning it didn't have any like imperfections. And I got lube, and I figured, look, if I'm gonna do this, I guess I got to do it myself, and I'll figure it out. And so, literally, I got my like legs above my head. I'm literally like this. I got this thing in my butt, and I'm like, dude, what in the fuck is this? This is supposed to be a great orgasm. Like, I don't understand why people think that it's wonderful, etc., etc. Literally, fast forward to 2 minutes later, and I am coming so hard that my scrotum is like sphinctering inside myself, and there's a pool of my own spermatozoa that's built up on my fucking stomach. No, this was long ago, and immediately thereafter, I went to three of my closest friends on Facebook and told them, "Oh my God, you're never gonna believe the most intense orgasm that I had through the prostate massage." So basically, what I'm making you aware of, James, is you haven't had the most likely you haven't had the strongest type of orgasm that of which you're capable. It's much stronger than any other orgasm that you can have. And what'd you say there, girl? Well, here's the thing. It's very traditionally, it's seen as a homoerotic activity. Exactly. Right. We're beings, and it's about exploration of our bodies. Long story short, do not underestimate the power of vibration. when it comes to the orgasm. Basically, James, you're only ever going to be able to achieve on a scale of 0 to 10 orgasms that are like a 5 or a 6 if you do it the old fashioned way. You're never going to get into that 7, 8, 9, 10 territory without the use of vibrations. I mean, I can tell you right now, with any girl, I can get a girl orgasm in multiple ways, different times, multiple times. However, I can do so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 times if I have vibrations at the helm. Meaning, if you have vibrations in addition to good old fashioned mechanics, you're going to be able to take your partner to levels of euphoria that they've never experienced previously, but you'll also be able to do the same for yourself. I know that it is taboo to think about any kind of foreign object, perhaps, that may allow you to achieve higher levels of more intense orgasms. I know that's taboo, but we're all friends here. There's nothing wrong with it, and there's nothing wrong with having stronger, more intense, longer orgasms. I'm a fan of that, and I'm a fan of that for men, women, and anyone else in society. We want longer, stronger, better orgasms. Whose thing is not that? I want to meet that person who's like, I don't want a longer, stronger, or better orgasm, and I think that person has some issues.
Like to me, an orgasm, it's like a hot bath. They're nice, they're relaxing, but I don't need them all the time.
Hell, man, I could sit in a bubble bath for hours under that kind of fucking analogy.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, that's your thing for sure,
Yeah, that's my thing. If you were to ask me, Rabbi, what is your thing? Is your thing orgasming? That's a perfect answer to me. Oh, yeah, I'm down for that. In fact, in fact, in fact, James, you just gave me the perfect answer to whenever anybody asks me, so Rabbi, what's your thing? Orgasm. That's all I have to remember. Usually people are going to be like, oh, my thing is arts and crafts. I like to bake. But no, you summed it up perfectly. Orgasming. Perfect. No. Shitting and pissing are like necessities. The straight up orgasm, I feel, is a privilege of life. Yes. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Some people have interesting kinks. I don't kink shame. I literally have people in here. I mean, you don't. I could get into it, but what people say to me, what they want to do to me on the stream, just random people, men and women. Oh my God, I get random people on my YouTube stream. They're begging me to. They want to drink my piss Pyrex, my container full of urine. They beg for it. They want to watch me poop. They want to eat my poop. There are people who literally ask me to poop in a bag and send it to them in the mail. They've offered it. No, I don't want to poop in a bag. If you want me to poop in a bag, no, you but no, I think these were just like weird guys on the internet. I mean, like there are guys all the time who ask me, "Hey, show me your feet," and send it to you. Only if it is a one-way package to you and cannot be returned, because I don't want my poop in a bag returned to sender. If I sent you my poop in, dude, I know if I sent you my poop in a bag, you're so dirty, girl. You'd be fucking. Oh my God, you would turn it into a museum. You'd have like a whole unboxing. You'd be like, oh, this is for Rabbi. Fact on the bag full of his own shit. Ducky, you are so disgusting. I love it. You're very scientific. I like that. Like you're all about making experiments and projects and things, and I like that. We'd study it. We'd be like, wow, this poop and cum has been in this refrigerator for approximately 6 weeks. And we'd be thinking of all the things like if we defrost this cum, could it still inseminate someone? There'd be all kinds of scientific questions. Oh, very interesting. I think so. I'm pretty much in agreement on that. The one.
Where you take like a shit, you freeze a shit, and then you use it to clean yourself with. So you can make an Alaskan pipeline, Rabbi shit.
Girl, you know that's your dream. I'll give you another one. I'll send you a second one. Girl, you know that turns you on. The thought that somebody sends you a bag of their shit with cum on it in package number 1. Package number 2 is a tube of their shit prepackaged so that you put it in the freezer, let it freeze, and then use that cylindrical object in order to self-gratify yourself.
I'll tell you what helps is if you put it into a condom.
Oh, that would help. That definitely would help. Damn.
You didn't let me, expand upon it. I think it helped, but I like the shit. I like the shit in. Yeah, actually, I don't shit at all. And I take lots of opiates, so I can't. And then I go to the ER and they have to take a shit on the shit out. And that's how I had some kids.
I have a real story about not shitting for 3 years. And here it is. So I have been on, well, in the past, something called the ketogenic diet. If you're familiar with the ketogenic diet, it is no carbohydrates, it's no sugar, basically. Exactly. Wait, hold on. No, you don't necessarily. I'm saying that there are some people who think you do, some people who think you don't. I'm telling you, if you're very strict about this diet and you only eat protein and you don't eat sugar and you don't eat carbohydrates, you only eat protein and fat, you will not poop. And I mean you will not poop for months. I mean you will not poop for years. No, it is healthy because it shows your body doesn't have any waste. Go ahead, Dr. Duffy. Let me ask you this, Duffy. What are the three food groups that are available that you're referencing, that you're cutting out? I already gave you the number. What are they? You're very close. You're very close, impressively close. It's protein, carbs, and fat. That's right. You're exactly right. There's also another one. Do you know what it is? Alcohol, but that's a little different. Yeah, because alcohol is technically, it's considered edible, but it's really a poison. So when you think of the things that you can digest that are edible food items that you find in the supermarket, they will all be made up of one of 4 things, basically: fat, carbohydrates, protein, or some sort of alcohol. Anything that you find in nature that's edible will have one of those 4 things. Anyway, I can just tell you that I went for long periods of time, meaning years, without pooping, and it was quite enjoyable. Meaning, you never had to worry about, like, you'd go on a car trip and you knew that your body was running very efficiently, and I don't have to poop. It was really nice. Going to work, like, I knew that, like, I never had to, like, worry about, like, I have to take a bathroom break in the future. I mean, maybe I'd have to go number 1, but it's like 1 or 2 minutes as opposed to, 5 minutes or whatever. Excellent, excellent to know. That's known as the morning constitutional. Well, so I'm sure that you all care about my pooping schedule, but James, I know you do, girl. I know it's interesting. Uh, girl, I literally live stream my life so that beautiful people like you, who are inquisitive and want more from me, I'm able to provide that. Do I know what you look like? I told you, I think you're 750 pounds and you're 4'4". But no, in reality, I have no idea what you look like. Okay, it's on your Twitter. Okay, what's your Twitter thing? Do you want me to rate you on a scale of 0 to 10? Like I would, like I'd rate any chick. Oh, you're getting rated, girl, publicly. It's gonna be recorded for all time. All right, let's see what you look like. Here we go. Girl, you're beautiful. You are really beautiful. Girl, you're an 11. We are gonna have such beautiful children together. It's amazing. All right. Yeah, you got that right. Don't worry. Your wish is my command. James Kaminsky, I know that you are overhearing our flirt session. You should know, based on my immense amount of experience in judging hot chicks, Ducky is in fact hot and in fact a potential smoke show. So we are in. I had that's the first picture I've ever seen of you. Yeah, I mean, well, she's a real girl. That's that's amazing in itself. We have real girl in crypto Twitter. Aside from Vamp and Ago and Lore. Well, you say you don't like to gamble, but and I understand that, and especially in cryptocurrency. Look, I'm going to tell you something, Ducky. You asked really good questions. Uh, not just as a new person in crypto, but as I would say a rational individual. Like, what makes you think that this cryptocurrency is worth something? What makes you think that this is going to be worth something in the future? What gives this any value? Like, these are very good questions. I hear people answer your questions like, oh, well, how don't you know that? Like, honestly, they answer you very matter of factly and almost like in a diminutive way, like, oh, you're so dumb, you should know the answer to this. But it is a very complicated question. What gives these things value? And you're just asking honest questions. And so I completely understand why you ask the questions that you do. And you should know we all have those questions at the beginning. And you're very smart as well not to get involved in any cryptocurrencies. Um, I'm going to tell you what, as a girl in crypto, and James, I'm sure you can say this, or you can probably attest to this, you're a very hot commodity. A young girl in crypto is like a unicorn. That doesn't really, I mean, very easily, you need to be involved on Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Yeah. All right. So how often are you in cryptocurrency communities discussing cryptocurrencies on Twitter Spaces? Exactly. It's an intimidating community. Basically, you're going to have. Exactly. So, do you ever talk on Twitter Spaces? Exactly. And that's perfect. Wait, and that's perfect. I'm going to tell you how you can make a lot of money and very easily. All you have to do is go into cryptocurrencies as a girl and say, I don't know anything about cryptocurrencies. Can you please tell me something about them? And you'll get all these beta males who think they're alpha males and go, oh, I'll tell you about it. You need to buy this cryptocurrency. It's so great. You know what? I like you so much. I'm going to give you my cryptocurrency. And that's what they all will say to you. So little by little, you're going to just get these random cryptocurrencies because you're a girl and for no other reason. Well, here's the thing. If you don't buy their cryptocurrencies, they can't ever scam you. I shouldn't say that. You can always get scammed, but it's much like the biggest way that you're gonna get scammed on the internet is by clicking a drainer, like basically something that drains your wallet. And there are ways to avoid that. But basically, if your strategy is I'm never going to buy any cryptocurrency, I'm just going to wait till people give it to me, you're going to be really rich. I hate this. James, do you know what I mean? Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna tell you what. This is if anyone knows my intentions for this community, uh, none of them are for me to become rich from Harry Potter by the Son of Tech. I didn't hold the coin until like 2 weeks ago, and that's just because somebody gave it to me. And that's what I mean. I'm a guy, and someone saw the effort that I made within this community, and they gave it to me. They give me NFTs, they give me cryptocurrencies, just because they like who I am or they like my mission. And I am generally the same gender that they are, so they see no attraction to me. You, on the other hand, are a beautiful, a, you know, smart, intelligent, charismatic, attractive woman. You're going to be able to. You have to understand that is very attractive to probably the majority of men. So, not to be 10, but to be youthful looking. So, don't see that as a negative. And you also are too self-conscious about your voice. You feel as if like you don't. Well, you shouldn't feel that way. You are a young woman who's attractive and able to certainly attract people of both genders. Look, I'm going to look at you again, and I'm going to tell you if you look like a 20-year-old girl. Now, when I say a 20-year-old girl, 23 and 20 are basically this. I mean, you look like a young girl. Um, yeah, but don't think that you look like a child. Don't think that you sound like a child. You look like a girl from college. That's what you should look like. It is a classic never. It's when you use it. Remember we talked about the seduction community. It's a strategy where you use a negative, aka a negative aspect about a woman in order to create some attraction to you. So what someone may say to you, yeah, exactly the classic. You'd look better in that dress if it were in red, or someone might say to you, you would be more attractive to me if you looked older, or something like that, or you sounded older, or you sound so young. Look, I'm going to tell you something, Ducky. When you are, 30 years from now, you're going to be so happy that you were blessed with good genes that allow you to maintain a youthful appearance. You will be so giddy about that. You have very good things to come. And don't take what one person's opinion is too seriously. And then what you had said as well, the idea that one person saying that you sound young is just their opinion. Maybe they haven't been around a lot of people, but you you're like as completely honest with you as I can be, right in the range of where you should look and where you should sound. So I think you're being too self-conscious when you feel like you aren't in the correct range. You're welcome, Ducky. Absolutely. James, wouldn't you agree? Definitely. But I also understand, absolutely. I also understand too, Ducky, you just don't have that much experience yet to have the time to be self-confident enough. Ducky, if I could teach you one thing, and James, you too, this is the most important thing I ever have learned about perhaps social interaction. Actually, the most important thing I think I've ever learned about social interaction, and I mean this, and I said it before, and I'll say it again because I'm not afraid to say this, is always make sure your partner orgasms first. That is the most important thing with any social interaction. There are other social interaction parts that are important. Eye contact's important. All your body, posture, all of that's important. Another very important aspect though is, and I want to phrase this correctly. Let me just tell you the story. I was in Las Vegas on spring break with my uncle, and my uncle lived this bachelor lifestyle, had a bachelor pad right off the strip, and we were having a really good time. Just got back in from the hot tub, and we were just enjoying some beers and before the end of the night. And I said, "Man, I had such a great time. You're so cool." And I remember saying to him, I feel like I'm cool too, but I don't really know how I know that I'm cool. And he said one of the most profound things I've ever heard, which was, that's the thing about being cool. You just know. Meaning, no one can make you cool. No one can give you the gift of being cool. Coolness comes internally. It's how you view yourself. And if you are able to perceive yourself with confidence, your coolness, for lack of a better term, will exude naturally. And while I knew I was cool, I hadn't ever equated it so much that your coolness comes internally. And that's a beautiful, beautiful thought. So in Ducky's case, being someone, and I was about 23 years old. I think when I learned that, I was 21, maybe 22. So right around her age. I was not to say like I was concerned with what other people thought of me. I knew I was cool. I had very cool friends, and we were the coolest kids on my college campus. But I didn't know what made me cool, and really, what summed it up is the fact that it is something that comes internally. No one can give that to you, and I wish I would have known that as like a little kid. I, it might have made me feel probably a little less self-conscious and stuff, but it's never too late to learn that. Ducky, you already know that you're someone who lives your life with confidence and such, but it's good to know as well that no matter what it is in life, no one can ever give you the feelings the way that you want to feel except yourself. Meaning, no matter how much a friend or a lover says that they care about you or they want good things for you, all of that is great. But if you're not happy internally, if you don't have a high self-respect of yourself and a high level of self-esteem, you won't ever be cool. I just thought that was a really profound thing. I appreciate that, And coolness, I don't give a and that is the definition of being cool, is not giving a fuck. It really is. You're absolutely right. It's becoming less and less common. I was very fortunate when I went to school. I'll never forget. I had just graduated from college and went my whole time in school. I mean, I'd been really cool. I'd been not so cool. But one thing that never was brought up was the term bullying. If you remember, bullying before the year 2008 wasn't really something that was discussed. It was like this huge thing that came about between 2008 and 2010. So in today's day and age, when you have kids who are like very, I just personally don't think they're as outgoing. They're not as charismatic. they don't have as jovial personalities. One of the reasons why perhaps that is just because the structure of the school has changed how kids are able to interact with each other. So when I was a kid, teachers never really, they just let you interact societally and socially. Now in today's day and age, like a teacher has to put people together and they have to be in certain groups, et cetera, et cetera. And I just think that that isn't conducive to normal interaction that we have, whether we're talking to each other in person or on the internet. I think, and like what you're saying, Ducky, and I think it comes out, it's very natural for me to speak this way, just like we're having a normal conversation. It isn't that natural for most people, especially the younger generations. Would you all agree on that? Tell us about it. This is fascinating. Big tech. Zuckerberg of Facebook, of Meta, yep. Bezos of Amazon. Okay. Oh, okay. Musk. Interesting. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Janet Yacarino. Or, Yacarino. Linda Yacarino, sorry. Yes, I do recall this now. Yes. It most certainly is. Oh, okay, so firstly, I'm incredibly impressed that you have referenced this Senate Judiciary Committee meeting. Yes, I am familiar with it, and more specifically, this was for the Protecting Children Online. You're very well versed in it. Let me ask. That's correct. Well, I was saying how incredibly impressed I was on the fact that you were so well versed on this. What gave you particular interest on this subject? Particularly this one. I mean, you were able to summarize that committee hearing as well as someone who attended it. What particularly about this subject is it raises so much intrigue in you? Yes. Right, right. Agreed. Absolutely. 100%. What you are saying, what you're saying, just for a moment, it is so profound. It's difficult to contemplate that you're able to realize it because you're part of that generation. Like you're right. It's like a self-reflection. It's a self-commentary of you on your own generation, basically saying we're in trouble because of our lack of socialization skills, in part due to all of the screen time to which we've been exposed. Correct? That's correct. Please do. Do you, now, Ducky, I imagine you don't remember a time without the internet. James, do you remember a time without the internet? So, I would tell you that a cool thing I feel is really an advantage. I was born in 1985. Is the fact that I really did see the world without the internet. I remember what it was like. It was much more simple, and it was very interesting. I like to describe it as no one really knew what the right answer was to anything. So, for instance, in today's day and age, when you don't know something, you Google it. But back then, you couldn't do that. They didn't have that ability. And so, common things that would happen that, like, kind of make me laugh in today's day and age would be like guys at a bar or at a saloon they would say, so and so sang such and such song. And some other guy would say, no, it wasn't. It was so and so sang such and such song. And they'd get into a big argument and they'd never be able to solve it. Because, okay, exactly. And in today's day, we can do that immediately. And there's this idea that we would look it up and we would both agree that that was the correct answer, and we go on our ways. And before, you never had that. You could have these arguments for 20 years. They could break up friendships. The idea that you were able to... Exactly. You're 100% right. There were so many things that came out, like, once you had the internet, that you would realize were, like, urban myths or just common, like, oh, what would be things that you like that you, things you couldn't look up. So so here's one. This was always kind of something they said on television. Like, they would say, like, if you masturbate, you would go cross-eyed, or you would grow hair on your palms. They would make like up little wives' tales like this, and like hoaxes. And when you're a young person, I mean, that really wasn't a concern of mine, but it was like, I can't look this up in a book. Where am I going to look this up in a book if that's true? But then the search engine came out. Oh, I can look this stuff up. I can look up specific questions, etc., etc. It was an absolute game changer. When it came to communications with people, it was really amazing too, because the letter was so much more important. You didn't have email. So I'm of a generation, I still write many thank you cards. I mean, I'm looking at thank you cards right now. I have 600 thank you cards just of all different colors. Look, I'm going to show you right now this stack of cards that I have. And the reason why I want to show you is, frankly, people don't care about this stuff anymore, but I do. These are all Hallmark cards, which are important to me. The brand is important. But look how colorful they are. Can you see? And so they're just like cards that I have. But I mean, why is this important? Because I'm of a generation that I remember people would send letters and send thank you cards. And not that we don't currently do it, but really, I think, as you all are aware, people are much more inclined to nowadays send an email or a text message as follow up. But back then, you didn't have email and you didn't have text message, and it was simple. It was like, another thing that's amazing is how the hell we ever found each other, like, especially without cell phones and things. Like, hey, I'm going to the mall. Okay, you want to meet me there? Yeah. And then it would be like, okay, well, I'll meet you at the food court at 10 a.m. And if you were at 10:10, you had to ensure that your friend would wait for you. You couldn't text them, you couldn't connect with them. The idea of not having GPS, we used to get lost so much more often. I mean, while you and I aren't that different in age, I do distinctly remember all of the disadvantages that we had without technology, but also all of the advantages that we had. It was more focused around the family. There was no no sense of social media. There was no sense of online harassment or bullying, or even the idea of like fringe theories were not as prominent as they are today. The idea of like fake news and the idea of um, many of these like grassroots or uh, perhaps disinformation campaigns that many times occur on the internet weren't a thing. There was the idea that you could still break away from society, meaning like you could hide, you could change your name, you could, go off the grid. These were all options pre-internet. But once the internet took place, it removed all of these things. And I I was really one time really I thought it was interesting to be able to see my parents' generation and see them basically go half their life without computers and half their life with computers and see how they adjusted. And now to basically have what I feel is a gift of the early part of my youth where there were no computers. Um, it was, I shouldn't say there weren't computers. It depends where you were. Kind of along the same lines of what James is saying. I lived in sometimes, if you're in a rural community, there aren't computers. There isn't the internet. And that's true to this day. But particularly, it would just allow you to appreciate it allowed you to appreciate it. That's exactly right. Now, Ducky, no, so Ducky, you're not someone who ever wants to live off the grid. You're absolutely right. Well, are you at university? Are you enrolled in school? You're a very bright, intelligent person. You seem very learned and educated. Are you in school? That's right. I remember you saying that. Oh, we talked about this. Now I remember. Okay, that happens to the best of us. Dog, you first and foremost, you were blessed with being a healthy individual, you're an attractive individual, you're an intelligent individual. Those are three very positives that most people don't have going for them. So what Elle is trying to say is basically you're way ahead of the game. You don't have a lot about which to be sad from what we can see. You were what? Ducky, what did you say? So is mine. And we're going to do our best to change that. That's very respectable and admirable. And you're going to also be the first person in your family, I really feel this, to be a millionaire and a billionaire and perhaps even a trillionaire someday. And I mean that you are invested, at least your personality is invested around people who are invested in cryptocurrencies and are going to be very rich someday. And you're going to learn how it works. And so you should be very excited. Look, and don't ever be ashamed of being poor. If anything, it's a badge of courage in today's day and age. Okay, good. Absolutely. And yeah, honestly, fortunately, my parents have been married almost 50 years. They have a very, I know, but we never had a lot. So I grew up poor. I saw them struggle with money. I've struggled with money, and I would say that it's not anything that any of us did. It's not like we're poor money managers or anything. It's just when bills add up and rent adds up and mortgages add up, and honestly, in my case, my parents sacrificed a lot to send me to the best schools they could, the best universities they could, and so they took on debt because of that, or they took on not anymore. They paid that off, but as I was growing up, and so I would say I was very fortunate. Yes, my life sounds good that my parents have been married a long time, but it has been a struggle to see them struggle and fight through. But I would say as well, I'm an only child, and thus the attention is generally usually been on me. And I would say that the I have a similar feeling as about you. You're absolutely right. But I think you and your family are going to be the one to change your family's path into being an intergenerational family. And you're going to be able to provide for them, and not only that, but all of your siblings' families as well. You're going to be a very rich person. You're going to be an exceptionally rich person. Like literally, I hate to say this, but I mean, I will. Okay, if I were you, I'm going to tell you this like you were my sister. Okay, if I were you, and you don't need to make money like some people do, meaning you get people who come in and they shill for coins and all that other stuff. You don't do that. But literally, if I were you and I just wanted to easily make a lot of money, if you just go on crypto Twitter every day and listen and sit on there and just talk with boys, literally all of these rooms are 200 men and 4 girls. And every single one of the girls, I know every single one of them on Twitter. They're all the same people in spaces. I can tell you, all of them, they're all the same. There are only about 200 girls on Twitter spaces alone. And in crypto Twitter, there are only like 50. And of those 50, only 25 of them talk. I'm telling you right now, you don't even have to be one of those ones who speaks, but it would be smart for you. You can, and you're not afraid to, and you're smart. And you also have a great voice that will allow you to speak clearly to people. I mean, you're going to go into rooms and literally guys are going to fawn over you. And they're going to say, take my coin. Whatever you do, please don't sell it. And hold on to it for the rest of the Wait, here's the thing. It's dumb, but it's way of the world. You're going to get free money out of it. And while it may not be worth anything now, give it 5 years and it'll be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Because of time. Essentially, right now, only 4% of the global population is invested in cryptocurrency. Imagine when it's 40%, meaning all of these coins that aren't worth very much now will perhaps be worth 10 times more or 100 times more in the very near future. Once we have mainstream integration, particularly with cryptocurrency into the fiat currency, you are going to see a massive change in society, and you're going to be so very happy that you got involved in just of all the things in which you could have been involved. Cryptocurrency is like the lottery ticket of them, and you have found the right spot. So, but what I would tell you as my little sister is I'd say go to every, so you should say to yourself, I'm going to every single day just leave my phone on in crypto spaces, the Twitter. But really, I'm gonna meet some particularly girls, but meet guys in there, and you will get so many guys who will give you follow requests. And you don't have to pay attention to any of them, just the ones who want to give you stuff. But you just go in every single day, and you will be a celebrity within a week. I'm serious. That's how horny these crypto guys are. Just to talk to a girl. Here's the thing. They don't talk to girls. They don't interact with women. So you are the prized possession. You're the belle of the ball. You're gonna come into their space and you're gonna really just act innocently. And not only that, you're not the one coming to me saying, "Yeah, but I got this great plan. I'm gonna steal all this money from these guys." No, but I'm telling you, it is definitely an opportunity, and you're really gonna make it. I think you're gonna make a lot with cryptocurrency, but people are gonna throw NFTs in it. You know what NFTs are, don't you? What? Non-fungible tokens, yes. Do you know what they are, though? It's okay if you don't. You don't know? Okay. I'll explain it to you in the simple way as possible. I consider... Exactly. No, you're most certainly right. Essentially, as I define it, an NFT is really just digital art, but it could even be a physical object. No, they do. They do. No, they do. And people get really into the art, just like they get into into normal art in the normal art world. And that's what it becomes. But you have to understand that at the upper tiers of the art trading world, it is money laundering. That's what it is. It's all a big cover to launder money. That's why the art industry took off during the end of the 20th century. It was because many in the elite circles realized that it was very easy to launder money through art because it has no inherent value except that which what the holder gives it and the general population. Thus, it was a perfect money laundering instrument. So in the same way that you have this issue of laundering money with the traditional art world, you certainly have that in the cryptocurrency world as well. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my God, these glasses. So, if you really want to know, I love the Ray-Ban Wayfarer design. It's like that classic 60s. You know what's up, bro. So I actually have these kind of frames in every color, and I can pop out the lenses and replace them in any color I want. And I just so happen to just always keep them in the yellow ones, but I have them in every color so that I can wear my lenses with, you know what I mean, just change it with my outfit. Yeah, so I'm pretty fancy that way. You have black one, pretty cool, my friend. Um, I saw your sunglasses. Oh, no, I saw your black glasses. Absolutely. Do you have poor vision or just moderately bad vision? Absolutely. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do with the millions we're gonna make is get really souped up, like supervision. We're gonna get eye surgeries. We're gonna get LASIK. We're gonna get cataract surgeries if we need it. We're gonna have floaters removed. We're not gonna have any glaucoma. We're gonna have X-ray vision, and then we're gonna be able to evaluate art and NFTs better than anyone. So back to NFTs and how you're gonna make a lot of money off of them. Literally, people create these NFT collections, which is really just digital art. And I mean, do you know how much this stuff is worth? Like, some of these pictures are worth, like, here, just so we can see. So we're both on the same page. Can you see I'm showing my computer screen right now? Like, this is really advanced. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to look up a certain project. Just one moment, let me pull it up. CryptoPunks. This is like really basic art, in my opinion. It's known as. Do you know what pixel art is, Ducky? Pixel art. I'll show you in a second to see an example of it. Oh my god! If if you are, do you remember I was talking about DuckDuckGo, or I mean Dogpile? Do you remember I was talking about Dogpile though just now with James? That's okay. So basically, I have a VPN on right now, and when you have a VPN on, it's really difficult to use Google. However, DuckDuckGo allows you, or not DuckDuckGo, I'm sorry, Dogpile allows you to go right through. It's much more convenient. It's like an old school browser, but um, it's a lot more convenient. Now, I don't know why my computer's running a little slow. I think it is because I'm sharing my screen. Anyway, we're gonna look at a collection right now, and you're gonna be shocked when you know how much these things are worth. And you're going to say, Rabbi, what gives these things any value? And I will say to you the same question. What gives the Mona Lisa any value? It's just whatever beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So, as I say that, and I stall for my computer to work, I'm not sure. What did you say? Oh, you like my guitar? Yeah. Who's to say I do? Yeah, I play a little bit. I'm self-taught. What do you want me to say? Okay, so I don't know what next. Oh, dude, I do karaoke night all the time. Absolutely, we should. I ballers. Oh, I'm everybody's bestie in a bar, girl, but yours especially. Absolutely. So you have to know some things about me in a bar. What are they? I'm always the coolest person everywhere I go, especially in a bar. Here are some tips of the world that no one's going to teach you, unless you have like a good best friend to teach you. And I'm going to teach you right now. Whenever anyone goes to a bar or a club, what's the first thing that they do when they enter the door? They look around. Hold on. Oh my God. You are amazing. And that's a simple answer. But in fact, most people do not. They look around and look at the crowd. And that is not what you want to do. You want to do exactly what Ducky said. You want to go directly to the bar, show confidence that you know what you're doing. Why are you in a bar? You're in a bar to drink. So you go right to the bar and you order immediately. Once you have your drink, then you scope the room. That means everybody will already have checked you out, and then you check them out. Basically, it's a power move. Nice work, Ducky. And then additionally, this is another thing I just love to do. Whenever I'm with a girl and we're gonna dance, I always tell her there's only one place that there's only one place that I dance, and that's in the middle of the fucking dance floor, the absolute goddamn middle, and we protect it like it's the 50-yard line of a football field, meaning we dominate it. We dominate that shit. Now, we have a really good time, bumping and grinding there. However, when the music starts to get a little more jazzy and swing, at that point, we'll go to the outside of the dance group because we need more space to be able to do tricks and swing and flips and things like that. But under normal conditions, I dominate that fucking middle of the dance floor like it's a 50-yard line, and it's very important to me. Ducky, you already have amazing clubbing instincts. Old enough to be your father? Oh, you're so sweet. I'm 38. Yeah, I am. I just told you I'm 38. I could have been your father if I was a busy teenager. We'll put it that way. Oh yeah, we can go clubbing. We'll go to the best clubs in LA. Yeah, I'll fly you to me. Absolutely, we'll go to the best clubs in LA. Definitely. When I'm able to do this, we'll have a whole travel channel show where all we do is go to the coolest clubs in the world, and we'll make sure. Absolutely, 100%. You have to understand, I plan on living the remainder of my life on camera, and I know that this is going to catch on, and some television channel is going to be like, dude, probably Travel Channel. Let's just follow this motherfucker as he travels the world, going wherever he wants, doing whatever he wants. It'll be very exciting. Absolutely. We're gonna make all your as soon as possible, bro. Honestly, I do. Well, you really want to know if you want to be on? I'll be honest with you. Neither of us are in a position financially to be able to really treat each other the way that we would like. However, my life is going to change any day, perhaps. And why is that? I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. I'm on a podcast this Wednesday. Perhaps that could be the thing to be the catalyst to cause this to go viral or something else. You have to understand, I've been in these telegrams for like 9 months. No one's been in here. Now it's like in the middle of the night, and we have people all over the world who are still talking about this thing. We have a lot of things that are developing, which is really exciting. So, what does that mean? No, 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 no. Honestly, if 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 wanted, I would just come to see you to be your friend. However, I want to be able to wine and dine and take you out in the best time ever. So I'm saying, wait, but we are. No, no, no. You have to understand. I'm going to have more money than any person on earth. I have more data than any person on earth. Absolutely. But you have to understand, we want to be able to have bottle service. We want to be able to ensure all our friends can go there. And that takes a little bit of money. So I'm telling you, it may take me a year. I understand, but we will have a good time. So give me a year. And I think within a year, I will have gone viral. And then we'll be able to go to any club in the world, and we'll be able to spend any amount of money that we want in the world. But also, we'll do the opposite. And what would that be? We'll go, you'll say, Rabbi, I want you to take me to this club like we're poor. And we'll go like we're poor. And we'll do everything that you would do if you were in a bar, like, and you were poor. Like, what would that be? I'd be like, girl, we need you to sneak in a bottle of water that's filled with vodka. Why? Because all our drinks are going to be spiked double. So we'll go up and we'll order a vodka martini, but we're going to add more vodka to it from your water bottle. Why? Because we don't have enough money to buy doubles when in reality we would. What else are we going to do? We are going to skip the. We are going to skip the line. How? We're going to say that we have an emergency. We're going to, and like, what's the emergency? Your tampon fell out. You got to find it. So you have to run inside of the club, and nobody's going to stop you on that. This woman is leaking all over the floor. I'm going to be like, I have to find her tampon. What person, you're gonna tell me a girl is gonna stop like, I went up to you and you're like, stop, sir. What's your business here? And I'm saying, I'm with that girl. I need to help her find her tampon. You're not gonna let me in? You're gonna be like, what in the fuck kind of conversation is this? Go help her. That's what you're gonna say. So that's how we're gonna get in for free. There are other ways to get in. And so here's the good one. If you ever want to get into any facility, all you have to do is wear a yellow vest and carry a clipboard. Basically, that actually is very good too. That's another thing you can do, and wear a hard hat. Basically, if you look like a contractor, you can get in anywhere. In fact, people used to test this at Disneyland and Universal Studios, and they would even get into those places. Exactly. You remember that. Exactly. So we'll need to have that perhaps. What else are we going to do when we're poor at the club? No, I know, but you told me that you don't want me to be able to utilize all of the benefits of being rich. So we're gonna go in the poor way. But it's more fun when you have to do it this way. Okay, yeah, we could go pay for everything, and then it's no fun. You have to do it the poor person way. Oh, we'll hang out, definitely, but we could bond over the fact that we are new money, pretending like we were in our old ways. See, that's what wealthy people do. Like when wealthy people dress up for like masquerade parties and things like that, a lot of times they'll dress up like the lowly people of society because they think it's funny to, put on that kind of, well, that's how it is. Well, we will know what it's like firsthand because I don't think you're trashy, but it's good to be proud. I don't think you. That's fine. But yeah, we're definitely gonna go out. What kind of clubs are there in New Jersey? Anything good in South Jersey? Heyo. I got you. Oh yeah, definitely. We're not going to Woody's. I have been to one gay bar. Want you want to hear my gay bar story? It's very good. All right, here we go. I was underage. I had just turned 18 or so, and my friend had just turned 18. And he and I were at university together. And I knew he didn't want to necessarily be there. He really wanted to be a United States Marine like his father. And that's all he would talk about when we were in high school. And one day I got sick of him talking about how much he wanted to be a Marine. And I said to him, you know what, if you want to be a Marine so badly, then why don't you just do it? And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I'm going to take you to the recruiting center. And if you want to be a Marine, I will go in with you and you will be a Marine today. But I'm sick of hearing you talk about this for years and years and years. You want to be a Marine just like your father. Why don't you go do it? And I scared him, and he was like, you know what, I do want to go do it. So we drove to the recruiting place, and he went to boot camp and all that other stuff. Okay, good. So he's 18, I'm 18, and it's his last night in town before he's going to be shipped off to Iraq. And now we're 18 in the United States. The drinking age is 21, right? Most places. So we know that we can't buy alcohol, and we're in basically a very strict town. No one's going to give us any alcohol. We go to every bar that we can find in the city, and they all reject us. They all say you have to be 21. We go to the lesbian bar across town, and they say you have to be 21. We have exhausted all our options except the one place in town that we haven't tried. And what kind of bar do you think this is, Becky? It's illegal. It's known as TRUMAN's. Exactly. So here we are. They don't give a. You're right. And we're 18-year-old boys who are in shape. My friend, they are slobbering. So my friend is like, dude, I want to get fucked up. I am going to war. This is my last night in the United States. I don't care. Let's go to this bar. I just want to drink. And it was like, all right. So we walk in. They don't even check our IDs. They don't give a shit. They just know that there's some young, hot men walking into their establishment. So we're there, and it is incredibly awkward for me. And I'm driving my friend. I was the DD that night, and he's getting fucked up. And he's letting all these guys just buy him. Shot after shot after shot after shot. So he's getting really fucked up. And I noticed But there's this older guy who keeps eyeing me across the room. And I'm like, kind of like, there are all these guys who are coming up to me, asking me all this stuff. But this one guy comes up to me and he says, "May I buy you a drink, you handsome twink?" And I grabbed my friend and got his ass out of that fucking bar faster than you can say, "Get the fuck out of here." And we walked out. I said, "Man, that was a fun time. I understand that's a culture and everything, but it was a little too much for me at that time. And also, you're very, very, very drunk. And you are about to hook up with one of these guys. You are so drunk, even though you're a heterosexual man. It's time for us to go." And he's like, "Yeah, you're right." And exactly. So we put him in the car. I took him back to his house, and he was on a military transportation vehicle by 6 o'clock the next morning. And he fought 2 tours in Iraq and 2 tours in Afghanistan. He's a very highly decorated Marine, and that was his last night before war. And it was the one time I've been in a gay bar, but it was a lot of fun, and the guys there were a lot of fun. So we had a good time. Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. So aside from this gay bar, where else do you go? Wait, I've heard this strategy before as well, and it does make sense to some extent. There is a certain population of women. There's a name for them. They're called like nag bags or something. There's a derogatory term for women who have gay guys as their friends, and they go out with these gay guys, and that's not like a bad thing or anything, but a lot of times they're like kind of seen as outsiders because they're heterosexual women with homosexual men. Anyway, there are homosexual or heterosexual men who will seek out these girls at these places. Basically, they are seen as very easy targets because the heterosexual men see them as having absolutely no competition. They know that there aren't any men there who are heterosexual are going to hit on these women generally, except for their little group. And additionally, they know the women are heterosexual, so that the homosexual women at the gay club won't perhaps be interested, or they won't be interested in those people as well. So they see themselves as basically the only option that these people will have. It is it's a viable strategy. Well, hold on. Now that's another thing. There is Well, there are a lot of guys who their fantasy is lesbian chicks. And additionally, every guy every guy thinks that they can turn a lesbian chick. I absolutely know that. But nevertheless, it's like a challenge that every guy sees in their mind. Just like every gay guy, I think, sees every heterosexual guy as a challenge that one day they might be able to turn that guy. Every It's just how men are. We like challenges, and we see lesbians as some of the most difficult. Yeah, I've heard it this way. Men and women are equally sexual. Women just hide it better. It's true. I mean, and I can also tell. What did you say? You are extremely sexual, and you're vocal about it in a healthy way. And I think that it's refreshing. Like, just the way that you speak. it's generational. Like I know that when you were just like, I once went a month without masturbating. Girls my generation would never say that. They'd never talk about masturbating ever. Not in a million years. And it just shows that society is changing and that what was once taboo is becoming more mainstream. Look, I'm someone who I imagine a future. Go ahead. I honestly would imagine my future would be that way to some extent, and let me explain why. Once this goes viral, I will be the most eligible bachelor on earth. And why is that? It's every girl's dream to be famous, to some extent. I will have more ability to make a girl famous than perhaps anyone on earth because I have my own platforms and I have them on different social medias. So if a girl wants to be famous, I can do it like that. Additionally, girls are interesting creatures and they understand that knowledge and data is important to human society. And if I were to say to one of these women, look, my entire life is online. You know this. This is part of the reason why you love me for the sacrifices that I've made for humanity. One of the sacrifices I make for humanity is I do my absolute best to ensure that the cameras are always rolling. And I want you to know that I am attracted to you and I want to have sexual relations with you. In fact, I want to skull fuck the shit out of you and make you orgasm until you forget your own fucking name. If I'm saying this to a person, no, I'm saying this to, no, not you. I'm saying this to someone in general in the future. If I'm able to say this to someone, basically, I can make you famous and we can have amazing sex. It's a very attractive thing to a woman to say, sure, I'd like to participate in that action. Why? Because essentially it's going to do for her what she wants to do more than anything else in life, and that is make her girlfriends jealous. Basically, she's going to be getting amazing sex publicly. That is the most intimidating thing she can do to any of her friends, and they will all be extremely jealous of her. Why? Because the best thing you can do to a woman is bring her to orgasm. And on top of that, if you can communicate that she has been brought to orgasm in front of her, in front of her closest um, societal group, that is very much important as well. The fact that you bring them to orgasm shows the love. Here's the thing. It's very easy for a man to orgasm. A man who orgasms before his partner does not show as much love as a partner who waits until their spouse or partner has orgasm. That is certainly a sense of love. But what I'm talking about is that raw, primal sexual energy that exists within all organisms, but particularly within humans, that I will personally be able to just communicate to just about any woman on earth. Not saying any woman, everybody will have their choice, but hey, I'm single, you're single, you know that I have this project. It's made me a very famous person. It's given me a lot of opportunities. I would like to not have it stop. If if you are uncomfortable and you don't want to do this on camera, that's fine. Most of the world's going to be pissed off at you because they don't want the cameras to stop. But hey, if you want to shtup, let's shtup. Basically, I'll be able to give women an opportunity that most no one in society would be able to give them, and that is the ultimate one up on all of their friends. In addition, I'm a really nice person. I'm an amazing lover. Uh, what every woman has ever told me, who ever dated or anything, I am the most interesting person they have ever met, and that's the highest compliment. They all tell me that. Every single one of them. I'm talking of every. There are a few things all these girls have in common. They're all beautiful. They're all smart, and they've all said that I'm just the most interesting person that they've ever met. And oh, Absolutely. The gears are always turning, bro. Absolutely. But I mean, you recognize this. I wish you were. It's actually, it's a vape. Yeah, I love the vape. In fact, I moved to California based on Proposition 215, the Compassionate Use Act of 1996. You have to go? I love you too, sweetheart. We'll talk to you tomorrow. You got it, kiddo. Good night. Bye. Yo, baby. You take care, James. It's always been a pleasure. It's every night. It's a pleasure to speak with you. And if I could just reiterate, if I had any regret this evening, I jumped to the conclusion that you didn't know enough about the Patterson Gimlin film. You know how a lot about it, so please, my apology. And you know an impressive amount about it, in fact. So, props to you. As always, you take care and go Huskers. Take care. Enjoy. Bye.
stranger is that after the same time, she sees it as strange and what it's hard to do not being seen, or at least appear to be seen. She felt like she had only been there for 2 minutes, but her coworkers insisted she had been gone for almost a week. After looking for me and initiating her face body as an later on, came the second party to the storage spot again around 12. And there was this third red person doing the quiet thing we walked in. And so I asked her, hey, you don't know if we're outside at the time, decided to put in strange things on us. They came to us. By the time I was in the food, the kids didn't get the microphone. 2 months after we began, Nina herself seemed to have an interesting questions. She was hospitalized for carrying meningitis. Sometimes she was silent, other times she was vomiting, very pretty much radiation therapy. Just everything was just a little possible mess. But 4 minutes later, it was all right. And so how you spend this past 1 week, one of the worst people who talked to me and with regular related considering you can work with in the house, she said. So it was her, her daughter and son-in-law who had arrived at this new home during Christmas.